At night, in the gourmet street in the underground ghost city of Floating Spear City, a cozy restaurant was filled with flavorful cuisine, lively chit-chatting, and colliding sounds of pans and knives. Everyone's faces were beaming with delight. This was what one might call the joy of life. Clink. 2 cups filled with chilled fruit wine clicked. Liao and Meng Jiang, his old friend from back when he was in high school, drank up the wine and smacked their lips, enjoying it very much. They looked each other in the eyes and smiled. It's been 3 years since I last came here. The mulberry wine of Old Do Barbecue is just as scrumptious as the old days. Liao licked his lip, dwelling on his past. In the day, after he left Mining Clan High School, he'd gone to see Peng Hai, his senior brother. Then, the two of them paid a visit to their Enlightenment Master Sun. Mr. Sun had been just a cultivator at the refinement stage with no exceptional abilities in his early years. However, his eyes were sharp enough to discover Fiend Blade Peng Hai and Vulture Liao when he was old. As a result, his position in the Crimson Nimbus sect had soared. In order to make friends with Peng Hai and Liao, the Crimson Nimbus sect had been taking care of Mr. Sun devotedly over the past few years. It had even arranged an excellent villa in a suburb for the old man to enjoy his retired life. Yet, Mr. Sun had always remembered that Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School had kicked Liao out before. He was never keen about the affairs of Crimson Nimbus sect. Instead, one of his greatest hobbies was to wander around in slums, hoping to find the next talented kid. Liao had dinner with Peng Hai and Mr. Sun together. He entrusted Peng Hai to handle his shares in Dual Dragon Union. After sorting everything out, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He happened to hear that his old friend Meng Jiang had graduated from the vocational school after 3 years of study and successfully acquired the medium credential of beautician. He was idle at present. Liao hadn't seen Meng Jiang for 3 years. They took the opportunity and met each other again in their favorite underground gourmet street. The goat oil fried noodles with hot steam billowing up, skewers with meat that was even thicker than arms, clams which were so spicy that their tears were dripping, and the extremely fat drumsticks. All the delicious cuisines that they dreamed about in their high school were served on the table. I never expected that we would ever meet again. Good for you. Reaching the building foundation stage after only 3 years. You are as famous as Fiend Blade Peng Hai now. With a broad smile, Meng Jiang poured wine into Liao's cup, while he observed, I'm just an ordinary man, and I doubt I will achieve anything special in my entire life. The only thing that I'm proud of is that I have such a good friend like you. I didn't expect that you would still remember me as your old friend now that you are a building foundation stage cultivator, and that you are willing to meet and have dinner with me in such an unattractive place. I'm so happy. Meng Jiang, you will always be my best friend. How can I forget you? Years ago, when I was seriously wounded on Devil Flood Dragon Island during the hunting trip, everybody said that it was impossible for me to wake up again. It was you who had been defending me in the campus. You even had quite a few fights with other people. I never forgot that. Not even for a second. Holding his cup tightly, Liao said, somewhat embarrassedly, but you know that once you set off on the path of cultivation, you can only try your best to move forward. I've been spending almost 24 hours a day in training. Sometimes, I have been summoned to various battlegrounds where I engage in furious battles that can last for months. There really has been no time for me to reunite with my old friend. I totally understand. The situation is quite intense nowadays. Cultivators are busier than ever. Now that you've embarked on this path, just dedicate yourself to it and climb upward. I'm waiting to drink with you again when you reach the nascent soul stage. Meng Jiang grinned. But don't keep me waiting for too long. If I am already an ugly old man when you become a nascent soul stage cultivator, it will be too embarrassing for me to take a picture with you. Liao grinned too. Rest assured, I won't keep you waiting for that long. Right, what about you? I know that your dream is to become the best beautician in the Federation. You've been working hard enough to acquire the medium credential that many experienced beauticians find difficult to get. What are your plans next? Go job hunting or start your own business? Meng Jiang smiled and said proudly, I'm going to join the army. Liao was dazed for a moment. Join the army? Yes. Meng Jiang nodded. Of course, I want to start my salon. But you know my family's condition. There is barely any money for that. My father has never been supportive about my career, either. Now that the Federation is in the first-degree state of war, the benefits of the soldiers have significantly improved. The standard of enrollment has been lowered, too. After 3 years of service, I will be able to apply for a sum of loans to realize my dream. I'll let you in on a secret. I took the military test a few days ago and passed it. As long as the vetting of my files is fine, I will become a glorious soldier of the Federation. Haha, even my father doesn't know it yet. He will be so furious when he hears the news. So that was the case. Thinking for a moment, Liao took out a black, dull polished gold transfer card from his pocket, put it on the oily desk, and pushed it over. Meng Jiang was dazed for a moment. There was hesitation in his eyes. Drinking up the wine in his cup, he pushed the card back after a deep breath. Liao frowned and said, Meng Jiang, we are best friends. You don't have to be courteous with me. The money inside should be enough for you to start a medium-sized salon. You will be able to save yourself the trouble of serving in the army. It's really dangerous to be a soldier right now. Glancing at the gold transfer card, Meng Jiang seemed somewhat regretful. But his eyes turned determined again as he smiled and said, Liao, I know you mean well, and the money matters little to you. However, I have always considered us to be best friends. Our friendship can be traced back to our high school. It's the purest of all, and I value it more than anything else. Therefore, I can't take your money to run my business. If so, our friendship will not be pure anymore, but flawed and sour. What's more, compared to an effortless success, I'd prefer to build a business of my own with my own hands. Only in such a way can I feel confident about myself when I look back at my past after I establish a splendid empire from nothing. When you become a nascent soul stage cultivator one day, I will still be able to eat and drink with you confidently with my head held high. Liao pondered for a long time. Then he scratched his head and smiled. Well said, Meng Jiang. You've improved a lot over the past 3 years. Of course. Meng Jiang grinned, his eyes beaming with pride. With such a super genius like you as my best friend, I'm under a lot of pressure. Of course, I need to try my best to improve myself, so that the distance between us won't be too big. Since my talents are limited, I will remain an ordinary man for my entire life because it's very likely that I will never awaken my spiritual root. I told you when we parted last time that ordinary people can make their own achievements, too, which will be no less impressive than those of cultivators. Maybe, I cannot become a cultivator in everyone's eyes and shock the entire Federation with my name, but at the very least, I can be a cultivator of my own life and steer my own fate. Liao was greatly touched. Illuminated by the burning furnace, his old friend Meng Jiang's face was gleaming, full of hope for a beautiful life in the future, determination to achieve it with everything he could, and confidence to break the shackles of life. Liao was very delighted to see his old friend's new change. He raised his cup again. Remarkable Meng Jiang. We are all cultivators of our own life. Now that we've set off on the path of our own will, we should spare no effort in walking forward one step after another, never to give up no matter how bitter, no matter how hard, no matter how exhausting the journey is. Cheers! Cheers! 3 days later, at the location of the Heavens Artillery on a vast desert in the northwest part of the Star Glory Federation, the Federal Army had sealed off 500 square kilometers nearby. More than 5 nascent soul stage cultivators were monitoring the sky and the underground carefully. In the control center, more than 10 research-type cultivators at the core formation stage, leading almost 100 building foundation stage experts and hundreds of refinement stage ones, were busy operating the facilities. There were 5 minutes left before the first launch of the Heavens Artillery. On the wall of the giant hollow on the ground that Liao had seen once before, hundreds of thousands of runes were shining. A red sun seemed to be rising up. Although it was a cloudless day, the brightness triggered by the spiritual waves still eclipsed the radiating sunlight. In the middle of the round pit, Deep down in the silo which lead underground, a cluster of redness was accumulating and roaring like the sound of wind and thunder, as if a behemoth made of magma that had been locked for a long time was ready to break out of its cage. Bolstered by tectonic movements and fluctuations of spiritual energy, the volcano, which had been tranquil for half a year, was about to burst out in an unprecedentedly shocking way. Inside the control center, the cultivators were calculating the angle and trajectory of the eruption, trying to pour more oil onto it. 3 minutes to go. 108 crystal bomb positions have been triggered simultaneously. Earth fire enhancing array, activate. Boom, 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 boom. Feeble quakes came from deep underground. Ripples were appearing inside the glasses of water on the desks. The faces of every cultivator, including those of the nascent soul stage cultivators, were also shivering. The stratum that blocked the volcano before had been blown to pieces by the crystal bombs. The enhancement array could trigger the enormous energy contained inside the earth fire momentarily. The launch procedure had been started. Nothing could interrupt it right now. The only thing that they could do was wait. Modern cultivators were natural atheists. They might believe that there were some godly or devilish species which boasted incomparable strength to crumble or create planets. But they would never believe that there was an unperceivable, unobservable, and unfalsifiable God manipulating everything behind them. However, in the 3 minutes that seemed to forever long, many of the firmest atheists started mumbling prayers to non-existent gods like the ancient cultivators did 40,000 years ago. The earth was trembling more and more violently. The redness inside the silo was becoming increasingly bright. Scorching steams were surging up from the cracks on the ground almost 100 kilometers around, which condensed into wildly dancing white mist that brought the temperature of the environment up by more than 10 degrees. Heaven's Artillery was a perfect name that explained the structure of the super-teleportation array. The star rails formed a helix inside the silo like rifling in a gun barrel. 5 star shuttles, with 100 meters in between, were parked at the bottom of the silo. In one of the star shuttles, the orb patrollers were singing aloud. Noisy national anthems and military songs echoed in the shabby cabin. In another shuttle, the orb patrollers were telling ribald jokes to each other, trying to ease their anxiety. In 2 of the other star shuttles, every orb patroller closed their eyes, while they listened to the roaring of the earth fire under their feet quietly. 1 minute to go before the launch. Heaven's Artillery, 3rd degree preparation. Millions of octagonal runes carved on the inner wall of the silo started glittering, floating in the air like glowing jellyfish in the deep sea, and were extending their tentacles, forming a giant spiritual net. The star rails that spiraled upwards like the rifling of a gun barrel were also emitting dazzling brilliance piercing up to the sky. Heaven's Artillery, 2nd degree preparation. Thousands of meters underground, the furious earth fire was on an uncontrollable rampage. The redness had been condensed into a half-solid state, ready to jump out of the silo at any moment, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier. There was nothing it could do except savage the thick rock stratum. The ground was shaking violently. Every pebble on the desert was bouncing. Inside the silo, the star shuttles which had been fixed on the star rails were also trembling crazily. The orb patrollers felt that they were on the back of an infuriated demon beast and their bones were breaking up because of the forceful movements. Heaven's Artillery, 1st degree preparation. The raging earth fire had gone completely mad. The noises in the underground seemed to be suggesting that 10,000 volcanoes were erupting at the same time. Dozens of kilometers away, the soldiers of the Federal Army could feel the intermittent hot waves despite the block of the crystal tanks, as if a lot of fiery demon beasts were roaming just outside their vehicles. Although the roaring earth fire had diminished all other sounds, everyone in the control center was still too anxious to utter any sound. The nascent soul stage cultivators, as well as every other worker on the spot, were clenching their fists tightly, as they murmured the same thing in their minds. Make it! Make it! You must make it! Heaven's Artillery, launch! As a core formation stage cultivator shattered a virtual rune inside the control center, the last barrier sealing the earth fire was wrecked. The earth fire, which had been suppressed for a long time, soared upwards through the silo in a destructive frenzy. The millions of runes carved on the inner wall of the silo were shining more brightly than ever. They transformed the furious earth fire into the purest spiritual energy and transmitted it to the star rails. Boosted by the tremendous spiritual energy, the 5-star shuttles started gliding. In the no. 3-star shuttle, Liao found himself falling into the foam seat as if someone had kicked him right in his chest. He had gone cruising through the sea of stars in star shuttles over 10 times. But not once had the acceleration been so immense. Despite the thick superalloy shell and the 7 barriers to ease the heat and quakes, the roaring of the earth fire was still breaking out right beside their ears. This was the most primitive and ferocious power, hidden in the deepest underground of the heaven's origin sector. There was no way that he could hold it back at all. He had no other choice except to open his mouth as wide as possible and laugh wildly like Captain Hong Tong and his other teammates in order to offset the blast. Boom! A pillar of red brightness almost 100 meters in diameter rose up to the sky from the silo. All the magical equipment in the 1 kilometer nearby was seriously jammed. Some of them even lost all functionality. Snowflake-like streaks appeared on the tens of thousands of light beams inside the control center simultaneously. Swallowed by the red pillar, the 5-star shuttles were marching upward inside it at a higher and higher speed, until in the end, they turned into 5 rapidly revolving silver threads which interweaved into a giant gyro tearing the clouds apart, darting into the heavens. The 5-star shuttles were about to break through the atmosphere. At such a distance, even the crystal camera with the highest resolution was not able to capture a clear image. Everyone could only see a giant, white drill inside the red pillar moving upward, upward, and upward. Make it! You must make it! The atmosphere inside the control center was more intense than ever. The room was like a barrel of gunpowder. A single spark would be enough to make it explode. Voila! 10,000 bolts of lightning seemed to have burst out at the same time. Every light beam was blank for a moment, displaying nothing but dazzling brilliance. Simulated by the flash, cultivators whose levels were relatively lower were shedding tears. When they opened their eyes again, the red pillar and the 5-star shuttles were all gone. In the middle of the blue sky, an enormous hole more than 100 kilometers in diameter had appeared, through which one could see the boundless universe and blinking stars. The hole was healing at an astonishing speed, and 10 seconds later, it completely vanished. The first expedition to 10,000 light-years away in the history of the Star Glory Federation had officially begun. Almost at the same time, in the Blood Demon sector, pale lightning was exploding in the gloomy, black and purple clouds. The shrieking wind sounded like ghosts crying in the sky. In the middle of the steep mountains was a round lake about 10 kilometers in diameter, which used to be a meteor crater. Because of the minerals contained in the meteor, and after billions of years of decomposition, the lake was blood red in color, making it the biggest blood pool in history. Right now, the dirty waves inside the blood pool were surging, raising giant swirls one after another. Several crimson tornadoes were blowing on it, as if some giant demon under the lake was extending all its fingers and snatching at the sky. The shore of the blood lake was occupied by a circle of very weird demon beasts that were more than 10 meters in diameter. At first glance, they seemed to be heads only countless times larger. They were wreathed in transparent soft bones, but they had no faces, bodies, or limbs. Some of the heads were carried to and fro by the insects below them that looked like cockroaches. Some of the heads had organs that could spurt out air. By utilizing the air spurts, they were floating in the sky. Some of the heads were connected to bizarre birds, eagles, and bats with tentacles and were pulled around by them. The brains were actually biochemical brains that the demon race experimented on and optimized over 40,000 years of evolution. After generations of optimization, their bodies, limbs, and internal organs had all retrograde. The brain tissues in charge of self-awareness had been damaged on purpose too. The brain tissues in charge of computation, on the other hand, proliferated. Their computational ability was as good as that of the crystal processor refined by mankind. Some of the biochemical brains maintained part of the sense organs. Their capability was even more impressive. Connecting thousands of biochemical brains together, With the enormous blood pool created by a meteorite, the demon race had created their super teleportation array, Eye of Blood Demon. On a sharp mountain close to Eye of Blood Demon, 5 mysterious figures were standing, observing the situation below. They were the demon emperors, the real masters of the blood demon sector and the representatives of the pantheon of demons. Including Elder Blood Robe, all the demon emperors were watching the rolling waves and savaging swirls as they grinned hideously. Eye of Blood Demon has been activated. All the secrets buried in Boneyard shall be uncovered by us in no time. Pathetic human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector. They don't even know the real name of Boneyard. They call it ultimacy? They are ignorant enough to tread in the forbidden zone. The moment we dig out all the secrets in Boneyard is the moment we conquer the Heaven's Origin sector once and for all, accompanied by the terrifying laughter from the demon emperors. The tides inside the blood pool became more frantic than ever. Thousands of small swirls melted into a super swirl several thousand meters in diameter which was still expanding. In the sky, almost 100 flying demon beasts were flapping their wings, while they pulled 10 giant balls of flesh with lumps, veins, and nerves above the blood pool. Release! The tentacles were all cut off. The balls, which were more than 30 meters in diameter, dropped into the blood pool one after another and span inside the swirl. At this time, the tide on the edge of the swirl had not died down yet. A giant wave dozens of meters high hit one of the balls as well as the 10 flying demon beasts carrying it. The poor flying demon beasts screamed desperately as if they'd been corroded by the most terrible acids in the world, before they fell into the blood pool quickly. They struggled inside the blood pool but failed to free themselves. Very soon, they were swallowed by the swirl, appearing and disappearing on the surface of the blood pool. 5 seconds later, they turned into piles of bones, which were then torn to pieces and vanished after another 5 seconds. The 10 balls of flesh were absorbed by the swirl and dragged toward the deepest part of the blood pool while they were spinning rapidly. Each ball held the nobles and princes of various demon kingdoms, who were silver blood demons with the purest bloodlines and the most brilliant demon generals in the blood demon sector. After building foundation stage cultivators put on crystal suits, common demon generals were no match for them. Therefore, the silver blood demons carried a lot of biochemical beasts which could confront crystal suits face to face. They had been promised innumerable rewards by the demon emperors once the exploration of Boneyard succeeded. They were even promised that, after the Heaven's Origin sector was conquered, they would be entitled to establish their own kingdoms in the human towns. What's more, they were clearer than the humans about the frightening secrets hidden in the depths of Boneyard, which could improve their strength to an unimaginable level. Therefore, although Eye of Blood Demon was much more dangerous than Heaven's artillery, the silver blood demons inside the balls were still shouting and screaming excitedly, releasing their built-up tension and anxiety. But in one of the balls, Wang Ji, prince of the kingdom of lion butchers and the youngest disciple of Elder Blood Robe, was gritting his teeth with a tranquil face. He was fixed tightly to the inner wall of the ball by countless tentacles, as if he were part of the ball. Eyeing the hysterical silver blood demons near him calmly, Wang Ji was much more agitated than he appeared to be. However, his previous failures had taught him a good lesson on hiding his feelings. He was biting his lips so hard that he was drinking his own blood. Yet, the hatred inside his heart was not in the least moderated. The Heaven's Origin sector is also sending a large batch of orb patrollers to Boneyard. Vulture Liao, you've been quite active in Occult Orbs Fellowship over the past few months. Your position in the rank of stars has been on the rise too. You are going to Boneyard too, aren't you? Then, let's settle our grudge 10,000 light years away from home. Boom! Before Wang Ji knew it, noises resembling those of a tsunami echoed in his ears. The ball he was in seemed to have been compressed into a marble. His eyes were filled with redness, and then he passed out. Eye of Blood Demon blinked. A crimson tide soared into the sky almost a kilometer above ground level from the bottom of the swirl that was thousands of meters deep. When everything went peaceful again, the 10 balls were gone. 80 of the best demon generals of the blood demon sector had been teleported to Boneyard 10,000 light-years away. Liao felt like he had fallen into an endless dream. He was a drop of water which had plunged into a boundless ocean. The crystal suit and star shuttle that covered him gradually collapsed. In the end, even his body had entirely disappeared. The only thing left was his soul. It turned into a brilliant star joining the swirl of galaxies constituted by billions of other stars and dived to the depths of the universe. He had completely forgotten his past and his destiny. He was fascinated by the raging sea of stars. When he finally reached the center of the swirl and passed through a long, dark channel, he saw a splendid battlefield unfolding in front of him. Against the dark background, billions of stars were burning furiously. Streaks of redness and streaks of blueness formed two legions that were engaged in a fierce war. Every nebula was a soldier. The ferocious clouds of stars were the horses that they were riding. The burning brightness was their gunfire, and the spiral arms were their swords and sabers. Every spark resulting from the clashes was a new star. The fierce war seemed to have lasted millions of years, or perhaps it had only started a moment ago. The legions of redness and blueness perished together and melted into a cluster of chaotic cosmic dust. Liao's soul was still diving into the cluster of dust deeper and deeper. After he didn't know how long, he finally realized that he was not diving, but falling. But his heart was more tranquil than ever. It seemed to have become part of the universe. Liao! Somebody was calling him. The voice seemed to be from the other end of the galaxy. But it did wake up his soul, which had been on the brink of being lost. Like someone who had just died, his soul was split in two halves. Part of his soul was still inside his body, locked in his crystal suit and bound to the foam seat of the star shuttle. But the other part of his soul had been tossed light-years away because of the inertia of the momentum before it was pulled back brutally. Just like a spring which had been extended fully and suddenly let go. His soul bounced back and forth many times until it finally settled again inside his body. Phew! Not knowing what was going on, Liao was dazed for a long time with his eyes half open. In the end, he remembered everything again. He opened his mouth and found his tongue blurred, because there was a large cluster of sour and bitter liquid inside his mouth, and he couldn't tell the difference between his blood and saliva. He cleaned the liquid with the hygiene system of the helmet and rolled his tongue. Then he opened his mouth again. Have we really crossed 10,000 light-years? Yes, but we're not there yet. Captain Hong Tong freed himself from his foam seat by force and treated Yen Yangtian together with dummy Ba Weiqi. A distance of 10,000 light-years was too much of a burden for both the body and the brain. Yen Yangtian's soul had been shocked, resulting in minor injuries to her brain. Liao shook his head to refresh himself. Besides a strong sense of nausea, he also felt numbness all over his body now that he regained control over his internal organs, limbs, and fingers. He turned back and noticed that Ding Lingdang was waking up too. She was extending and folding her fingers one by one to warm herself up. Liao barely had chance to feel relieved as the star shuttle started trembling violently, as if someone had punched it right in the face. Ominous red lights were blinking inside the cabin. Hong Tong and Ba Weiqi both fell over because of the unexpected impact. Fortunately, after the mental guidance from Ba Weiqi, Yen Yangtian had awoken. Liao heard her gasping for almost 10 seconds in the communication channel and her desperate cough as if she had just returned from the worst nightmare. Hong Tong and Ba Weiqi hurried back to their seats and buried themselves in the buffer foam again. The captain bellowed, "Careful! We've been captured by the gravity of ultimacy. But we are passing through a debris belt." Liao looked at the outside through the cabin window. From his angle, he could only see a deep, dark universe, with no sign of any stars, let alone ultimacy. But he did notice that many tiny metal scraps were brushing past the star shuttle. Liao felt like somebody had grabbed him by his neck. They were not teleported to the surface of ultimacy directly, but the middle of the atmosphere and the gravity boundary. Without any guidance of star beacons, this was already a very favorable outcome. To teleport a star shuttle precisely to the surface of a planet 10,000 light-years away was as difficult as hitting the wing of a fly hundreds of kilometers away with a needle. Frankly speaking, it was already a miracle that they weren't teleported into the mantle of ultimacy, or a galaxy nearby. To be prepared for the expedition to 10,000 light-years away, the 5-star shuttles for the mission had all been installed with a simple power system which could calculate the best route and landing spot automatically with the advanced crystal processor on board. But this was as far as their luck went. They'd been teleported to a debris belt occupied by space garbage in the periphery of the gravity zone of ultimacy. The 78 crystal cameras on the outside of the star shuttle scanned the surrounding and sent the image to them. Therefore, they all saw a space battleground that probably dated back to thousands of years ago. Scraps of weapons and magical equipment, as well as bodies of cultivators and demons in all kinds of bizarre shapes, were all around them. Not far ahead were several starship remnants that were riddled with holes. There was also a lumpy star fortress of the demon race which looked like a super-large hermit crab. Judging from the scale of the debris here, it seems that humans and demons had a fierce battle in the space around ultimacy before, which means there must be something very important on ultimacy. While he was talking, Hong Tong turned to Liao. Liao observed for a while and commented as the magical equipment expert of the team. Correct. Although the broken starships ahead are not very clear at this distance, it is not hard to tell from the distribution of cannons and cabins that they should be more powerful than the Tiger Shark starships that we excavated before. The Tiger Shark starships require at least 5 core formation stage cultivators to steer. If I had to guess, the starships in front of us can only be driven by nascent soul stage cultivators. Given the amount of debris, there are presumably dozens of such starships nearby. Far ahead, I can see starships of even higher levels, which means the battle here involved dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators and even stronger cultivators. Although the Star Ocean Imperium was the peak of the cultivation civilization, and there were countless brilliant cultivators, a battle including so many nascent soul stage cultivators was still a rarely seen one. It is the same for the demon race. I've never seen a star fortress of such a shape before, but it should be no weaker than the star fortresses recorded in our database. Based on its enormous size, I think it is safe to conclude that it was also a high-level, or even a main force weapon of the Demon Beast Empire. There must be something precious on ultimacy that led to this great war. Hong Tong pondered for a moment and asked, "Are the starships and the star shuttles valuable enough to be retrieved?" Liao thought for a while and shook his head. "They are not, I'm afraid. They perished together at the end of the battle after using up their spiritual energy. Also, judging from their appearance, they were detonated on purpose, too. After floating in the sea of stars for thousands of years under the scourge of cosmic dust and radiation, even perfect magical equipment turns into garbage, not to mention that they were garbage in the first place. I suggest that we focus on the exploration of ultimacy for now. If we find nothing of value on ultimacy, we can always come back and clean up this ancient battleground. To be honest, they are just a nuisance at the moment." Before Liao could finish his sentence, another 2 metal scraps hit the star shuttle heavily, making it tremble like in a storm. The debris in front of them was becoming denser and denser. The noises of impact turned from the sound of a breeze to that of a gale. The spiritual shield of the star shuttle was dropping down fast. The 3D model on the light beam turned from green that represented absolute safety to bright yellow that indicated the vehicle was under attack, until in the end it lit up in a dangerously orange color. In another dozen or so seconds, it turned into desperate crimson. The mainframe crystal processor was calculating the best dodging route. But since they were tossed into the middle of the debris zone by the inertia of the space teleportation, they were wreathed by debris with no way to escape at all. The only solution was to accelerate downwards and breach into the atmosphere of ultimacy as soon as possible. Bam! Liao saw half of the corpse of a hideous demon crashing into the shell of the star shuttle. The corpse had been weathered by cosmic radiation to the brink of disintegrating in the first place and only managed to maintain the basic appearance. Now, after the heavy clash, it immediately broke into smithereens. Ah! But his teammates were all screaming. Liao turned around, only to find that the almost 10 light beams inside the cabin were showing the same picture, which was a wrecked star shuttle more than 3,000 meters in length floating in the path of their descent. The star shuttle continued diving, trying to pass the barricade through the gaps in the middle of the starship. Although the route calculated by the crystal processor should be precise, the scraps around them had been stirred by their movement and were flying everywhere. Who knew whether or not new scraps would fill in the gaps because of the new collisions? The defense ability of the spiritual shield had been reduced to minimum. A minor impact would be deadly for them. Beep! All the lights inside the star shuttle were turned off. The only feeble brightness was from a light beam. All the spiritual energy was transmitted to the mainframe crystal processor for it to overclock. Holding their breath and keeping their eyes wide open, everyone watched the wrecked starship growing larger and larger in front of them in silence. The star shuttle was like a small firefly dancing into the bloody mouth of a tyrannosaur. The sharp bumps inside the starship was like the interconnecting teeth of the tyrannosaur. The 10 seconds passing through the teeth felt even longer than the duration of the space teleportation to Liao. It was not until the lights inside the cabin were turned on and the cabin was bathed in brightness again that everyone finally exhaled a mouthful of air in relief. They fell into their foam seats, not even having the strength to cheer. The debris belt was left behind. In front of them was a mottled planet, half blue and half red. The star shuttle proceeded toward the atmosphere of ultimacy. The atmosphere of ultimacy was thinner than that of the heaven's origin sector. Something unknown in the air cast icy flames on the cabin window, as if thousands of flowers of frost were blossoming. Boom! After a shiver, the star shuttle broke through the atmosphere. The mysterious ultimacy finally revealed itself to the guests from 10,000 light-years away. This was a planet covered in blue and red. Different from the heaven's origin sector, the Earth here was bright blue, and the ocean was deep red. The blue continent was devoid of any traces of living creatures. The tectonic movements of ultimacy were apparently hundreds of times more intense than those of the heaven's origin sector. The ground seemed to have been torn apart and sewed together countless times. Hills, mountains, and valleys were everywhere. Based on the pictures captured by the crystal cameras, the crystal processor had discovered more than 100 mountains that were more than 10,000 meters high and dozens of gorges that were thousands of meters below the sea level. This was a rocky planet. The territories were too complicated to have naturally formed. They could have been the result of a salvo from a piece of planetary magical equipment. Maybe 10,000 years ago, this place had been a heaven for animals and plants like the heaven's origin sector. However, savaged by warfare, glory of the past turned into scattered sand, gone in the passage of time until nothing existed. Since the land were too unfavorable for landing, the star shuttle searched for a new landing point toward the Crimson Ocean with brilliant exhaust flames spurting out of the power rune arrays. They were preparing to land on the ocean. The surface of the ocean was quite flat. The seawater could serve as a buffer, too. The odds of success would be much higher. The shell on the stomach of the star shuttle opened quietly, sending out 5 metal sensors analyzing the components of the air quickly. In the meantime, another metal ball carved with countless runes was ejected from the star shuttle into the ocean in advance to assess the substituents of the ocean. Soon, a report was displayed on the light beam. Except for a very small proportion of demonic energy and impurities, the air of ultimacy was rather clean. The oxygen percentage here was 5% higher than that in the heaven's origin sector. Building foundation stage cultivators could breathe the air with no aid. There were more than 550 kinds of minerals and microelements in the seawater, which was almost as remarkable as the most famous hot spring in the heaven's origin sector. Or rather, the ocean was itself a vast, hot spring. The average temperature of the seawater was 72 degrees. By preliminary evaluation, many spiritual lodes with amazing reserves were underneath the surface of ultimacy. Due to the intense crustal movements, the spiritual lodes clashed into one another, forming volcanoes at the bottom of the sea. A huge amount of marrow crystals and ores erupted together with magma and melted into the seawater, until in the end the ocean turned red. The temperature of the seawater was brought up during the process as well. The conclusion excited all the 6 of them. Since there were so many spiritual lodes on ultimacy, it was quite possible that a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been conceived. Perhaps, the battle between the Star Ocean Imperium and the Demon Beast Empire beyond the atmosphere of ultimacy was to compete for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures on Ultimacy. This trip was definitely worthwhile. 1,200 meters to the surface. Everyone stopped staring at Ultimacy and sank into their foam seats. The foam twisted and enveloped them all. 800 meters to the surface. Their heads were their only body part left out of the foam. 300 meters to the surface. At this moment, even their heads were covered by the foam, making them look like 6 giant cocoons. 3 seconds left. Prepare to land. The plate armor of the Star Shuttle exploded into pieces after a cracking sound, unveiling a layer of dense, bright silver runes which were shining dazzlingly. Streaks of silver flowed and formed a translucent white spiritual energy shell which covered the Star Shuttle. Boom! Roaring, the Star Shuttle crashed into the crimson ocean heavily, stirring up splashes hundreds of meters high with ear-splitting noises. The translucent spiritual energy shell was quite elastic and took most of the force of the collision. After bouncing on the surface of the ocean dozens of times, the Star Shuttle finally stopped. The spiritual energy shell vanished. What was left was a broken Star Shuttle from which black smoke was popping up nonstop. We've made it! After a long while, the cabin door was opened. The 6 orb patrollers of Team Blue Bronze crawled out slowly. They stood on the surface of the ocean, took off their helmets, and breathed the air which was even fresher than that of the Heaven's Origin sector. The air here has a flavor of sweetness. I feel that my spiritual energy flows more fluently after I take a long breath. Amazing! Of course, a lot of spiritual loads are buried under the surface of Ultimacy with much higher reserve of spiritual energy than those in the Heaven's Origin sector. Now that the volcano eruptions have sent them into the air, the particle concentration of spiritual energy in the air is multiple times higher than that of the Heaven's Origin sector. Naturally, we'll find it more comfortable to breathe here. This place must be what is known as a natural paradise. Training here for 1 day will be more fruitful than training for 10 days in the Heaven's Origin sector. In the Heaven's Origin sector, there are natural paradises too, but the area is quite limited. Only the headquarters of the top 100 sects of the Federation, or the personal training clubs of the nascent soul stage cultivators, have the privilege to establish residences on such places. While in this place, well, the entire ocean, or rather, the entire planet, is a giant natural paradise. If 1 day the technology of teleportation arrays allows, we will be able to build a permanent wormhole between Ultimacy and the Heaven's Origin sector, saving us the trouble of traveling here through star shuttles. A giant gate to the starry sky will be constructed. Ultimacy will be conquered. The resources on Ultimacy will be exploited. Then the Heaven's Origin sector will be hundreds of times stronger than right now, standing on Ultimacy, enjoying the inexhaustible spiritual energy. Everybody was greatly amazed by the promising future. Captain Hong Tong was more practical than his teammates. He waved his hands and said, "All right, let's focus on the job at hand for now. As the first explorers of Ultimacy, it is our responsibility to bring back as many precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures as possible, or a few pieces of magical equipment and cultivation arts that are far more advanced than what we have in the Heaven's Origin sector. Let's get down to business." Vulture set up the first star beacon. They were in the middle of the ocean, about hundreds of kilometers from the seashore. It was quite tranquil nearby. The only thing that could be seen was the endless mountains in the horizon, which were distinguishable although there were hundreds of kilometers in between because of their remarkable height of almost 10,000 meters. Liao scanned the environment through his crystal cameras and found no anomalies. He retrieved a lot of magical equipment components from his Cosmos ring, preparing to build the first star beacon. Star beacons were the lighthouses in the sea of stars. They could broadcast their coordinates in the universe and their specific location to the Heaven's Origin sector. Once a star beacon started burning, it would be much easier to launch a second star shuttle, which would be teleported nearby the star beacon instead of the outside of the atmosphere, provided they were not thwarted by accidents like cosmic storms. Star beacons were the most important magical equipment for mankind to conquer the Sea of Stars. Back in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium, human beings had established gargantuan, permanent star beacons in every corner of the universe. many of which remained active despite the countless wars by absorbing the natural spiritual energy automatically. Finding the ancient star beacons was also one of the goals of Occult Orbs Fellowship. It was with the guidance of countless such ancient star beacons that the Heaven's Origin sector was able to locate so many occult orbs, even though it was still underdeveloped. The star shuttle which Team Blue Bronze had taken, after the intense collisions in the debris belt and the high-temperature friction while breaking through the atmosphere, was already on the verge of destruction and impossible to bring them back to the Heaven's Origin sector. Therefore, their priority was to deploy a star beacon. In 1 month, the Heavens Artillery would send 5 new unmanned star shuttles to Ultimacy. As long as they waited near the star beacon, they would be able to get a new star shuttle. Since the vehicles had no passengers, they would be filled with abundant crystals, which would provide enough energy for the initial boost to pull the vehicles back to the Heaven's Origin sector. While thinking, Liao unfolded the units of the star beacon on the surface of the ocean deftly. To survive in extreme environments, star beacons had a solid fixation system and defense rune arrays that were remarkably strong. Liao adjusted the pedestal to the ocean mode. After a chi sound, the pedestal quickly absorbed air and expanded into 16 giant airbags floating on the ocean. In the ocean mode, the star beacon could resist 10th level strong wind, which should be enough to survive 1 month without being damaged. Liao's hands danced up and down, connecting one component to another. An octagonal metal tower about 5 meters tall with various branches was taking shape. Liao extended 4 spiritual threads through the gaps in the hand of the mystic skeleton battlesuit and connected them to the mainframe crystal processor of the star beacon. Then he started setting the coordinates and the environment information on the tiny light beam that had been projected to his retina. At this moment, he felt that something was shaking the ocean. The antennas on the star beacon were also trembling. Walla! Walla! From the crimson ocean jumped up countless weird fish with sharp horns in front of their heads. While uttering eccentric noises in their mouths, they opened their fins into membranes almost 1 meter long, which allowed them to glide in the air for a long time before they fell into the ocean eventually. Then they sprang and glided again anxiously. They were fleeing in such a flurry that they didn't even have time to bother the weird-looking intruders that were Liao and his teammates. Liao suddenly had a bad feeling. He asked, "Captain, is one of the undersea volcanoes erupting?" Captain Hong Tong was even more confused than him. "We have sunk quite a few probe balls undersea. The mountains below are peaceful within 100 square kilometers with no sign of volcano eruption at all. There's no undercurrent, either. The shaking seems to be from the seashore. Could it be an earthquake? Wait, it doesn't sound right. According to the map drawn by the crystal cameras, the land should be on the other side." Liao was greatly alarmed. The land was on the other side? Then what were the continuous mountains almost 10,000 meters high that they saw on the seashore? Liao's eyes were twitching violently while he turned around. He didn't know if it was his imagination or not, but the mountains at the end of the ocean were even higher and more majestic than before. They were swallowing almost half of the sky. The shaking was becoming more and more intense. Thousands of sharp-horned, gliding fish leapt and cried in desperation, passing by them like a group of deserters. Liao blinked his eyes to make sure that what he saw was really happening. The red mountains at the horizon grew taller still. 2/3 of the sky had been devoured. Destructive roars finally swept over, too. It was clear now that the sky-blocking existences 10,000 meters high and hundreds of kilometers long were not mountains but a tsunami. The dominating tide that was almost 10,000 meters high almost ripped the atmosphere of Ultimacy open. Its tip was reflecting the dazzling brilliance from the stars, while it pushed forward unstoppably like thousands of galloping horses. The crimson waves formed an all-consuming wall that blocked the sky and eclipsed the sun. It seemed still, but it was enlarging rapidly, consuming the clouds at an unimaginable speed. This time, not just the gliding fish, but all kinds of weird sea beasts were fleeing to the other side of the ocean crazily. Many of them popped up from the ocean and screamed desperately, looking at the overwhelming tide. The peak of the wave is around 8,700 meters, and still rising. Ultimacy must have 1 or 2 giant satellites that are very close to it. They are the reason for such a frightening tide. Maybe the folds we saw on the land were shaped by the enormous pull of the satellites, too. The good news is that the speed of the tide is less than half the speed of sound. Bad news is that the spiritual energy around us has been stirred into a chaotic state. Invisible spiritual energy turbulence is swirling in the air. Our crystal suits may not be able to reach full speed. I have sent the preliminary map to your crystal processors. Run toward the real land now. Xianxia, who had been scouting the environment around, shouted in the communication channel as loudly as she could. Despite the protection of their crystal suits, the roaring tide that sounded like 10,000 cannons shooting at the same time suppressed her voice without any trouble. Don't bother with the star shuttle. The important assets are all in our cosmos rings. Let's leave now. Although the tide may not be able to catch up to us, it will be a terrible disaster if our crystal suits lose momentum because of the spiritual energy turbulence. Brilliant exhaust flames spurted out from the back of 5 crystal suits, while they rose up to the sky and fled in the direction of the land hurriedly, leaving 10 lines of splashes on the surface of the ocean. But Liao was still on the pedestal of the star beacon on one of his knees. He was dismantling the star beacon into separate units that he had just assembled. Vulture, what are you doing? Captain Hong Tong yelled in the communication channel. Liao glanced at the surging tide which was drawing near and said tranquilly, despite his pale face, I'm going to recycle the star beacon. Are you out of your mind? We brought 3 star beacons in total. There are still 2 of them even if this one is damaged. Just go now. Hong Tong was shouting furiously. Although we have 3 star beacons, the natural environment of ultimacy is too harsh. Not to mention that we might be engaged with the exploration squads of the demon race who will also sabotage our star beacon should they come across one. The more star beacons we have, the more likely we can go back successfully. Liao's speed was higher and higher. The hundreds of blurred shadows caused by the deft movements of his hands were almost transparent. It seemed like the star beacon was being corroded by invisible acids, because its components disappeared into thin air one by one. Then just stuff the star beacon in your cosmos ring already. The tide is only 5,000 meters away from you. Hong Tong and the other teammates were almost going mad. I can't. My cosmos ring has been filled with assets and components. The star beacon is too large with too many branches. If I absorb it into the cosmos ring by force, the space inside the cosmos ring may overlap, which will damage the magical equipment. I have to dismantle the star beacon into the most basic components before putting them back. While he was talking, Liao pulled the last component apart from the star beacon. What was left was a giant pedestal of airbags which was no longer needed. The pedestal was only of use in the ocean anyway, while Liao had made up his mind to not build up a star beacon on the ocean again. At this moment, the raging tide was less than 1,000 meters away from him. A prehistoric beast seemed to have opened its bloody mouth. The intersecting tips of waves were like the sharp tusks of the beast. Boom! Boom boom! Boom 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 boom! The exhaust flame of the mystic skeleton battlesuit left a giant swirl on the surface of the ocean. Liao looked at the tide one last time. In the middle of the crimson tsunami, many hundreds of meters long sea beasts, which were definitely dominators of the ocean during peacetime, were swimming, struggling and screaming with the current just like fries and shrimps. The mystic skeleton battlesuit flew up to the sky. Swoosh! Liao turned into a streak of blackness. He rushed forward and left a parting almost 100 meters deep in the ocean, getting ahead of the tide. 800 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters. He was getting further and further away from the wave. Suddenly, Liao felt that his body was light, as if he had stepped onto nothing. The mystic skeleton battlesuit was pulled by something unknown and fell down to the ocean. This was a spiritual energy turbulence, the last thing that cultivators would like to experience when they were flying. Liao widened his eyes and entered the super perspective state. His brain cell activity was brought up to 500%, and his computation ability was maximized. While his body was moving, the invisible turbulence gradually unveiled its traces in front of him. After dozens of modification procedures, The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit right now insanely had 354 power rune arrays with 6 spiritual gas acceleration gadgets. It was truly a monster of speed. The tide left behind a moment ago was catching up fast. The distance between them was shortened to 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. Vulture. Captain Hong Tong's voice had been twisted by the roars of the tide. Li Yao! Ding Ling Dang was shouting 3 times louder than Hong Tong. She flew close without bothering about anything. Spiritual energy burst out of her body like a volcano eruption. A small sun seemed to be rising up from the ocean. Much seawater was vaporized by the flames on her body, forming a mushroom cloud in the sky. It appeared that she was planning to fly to Liao and blow the thousands of meters high tides into pieces with her fists. At this critical moment, Liao rumbled and sped up, freeing himself from the turbulence. With his own acceleration and the effect of the centrifugal force, he managed to run away from the tide again. I'm fine. I was caught by a turbulence by accident, but I'm out of it now, shouted Liao. You are not fine. Next time you act recklessly like this, I will punch your head into pieces personally if the tide doesn't. Ding Ling Dang was more than angry. After the harmless yet scary incident, Liao did not dare to fly as fast as he could anymore. He kept his speed a bit higher than that of the tide, while he detected and dodged the spiritual energy turbulences in his way. After 10 minutes of fearful flight, they finally saw a broken land. Countless giant stone pillars were standing on the seashore. Brushed by the waves for thousands of years, they were extremely smooth and looked like a natural bulwark. Liao and his teammates passed by it roaringly. Half a minute later, the tide, almost 10,000 meters high, smashed down brutally. Thousands of falling stars seemed to have hit the continent at the same time, raising an enormous blast like a super hurricane with deafening noises. The 6 of them were shaking in midair like headless flies. Gritting their teeth, they moved another 100 or so kilometers inland. When they looked back again, they discovered that the seashore had been drowned. The mountains, thousands of meters high, had turned into lone islands in the middle of the ocean. The foundation of many mountains had been crushed to smithereens by the tide. Therefore, many of the lone islands silled into the seawater after violent trembles, triggering another round of soaring waves. The apocalypse-like scene startled the members of Team Blue Bronze. Naturally, paradises where spiritual energy was abundant tended to have extreme crustal movements and climate changes. This was the inevitable side effect of the overactive spiritual energy. To conquer the natural paradises required the hard work of human beings to alter the environment and build it into a place that was favorable for the living and thriving of mankind. It seems that neither the ocean nor the shore are good places for star beacons. The relics and ancient battlefields of the Star-Ocean Empire and the demon race will not be here even if they do exist. Let's march further inland. Captain Hong Tong commanded, Yanzi, analyze the spiritual waves nearby, so that we can move toward where the spiritual energy is the most intense. Vulture, look for a suitable location to establish star beacons. Dummy, try to contact the other star teams. The rest of us will stay on guard. Since the spiritual energy is more than lavish in this place, dangerous spiritual beasts might be roaming around, not to mention the demon squads that we might encounter. Team Blue Bronze flew hundreds of kilometers westward. The land was still uneven. One moment it was mountains piercing into the clouds. The next moment it was canyons that were too deep to see the bottom. Many of the territories had traces of the scourge of tides. It seemed that the giant tide that they just experienced was not even close to the largest one ever taking place on Ultimacy. Maybe the mountains and the canyons were all the work of the super tsunamis. It was not until they moved more than 1,000 kilometers into the land that the traces of tides gradually disappeared. Shallow basins could be found in the middle of the interconnecting mountains. In one of the basins, Liao set up the first star beacon. With the activation of the runes, the star beacon hummed. A transparent octagonal glass tower appeared, sending a streak of bright gold up to the sky until it dispersed beyond the atmosphere. It meant that Ultimacy had been illuminated on the star map in the control center of Occult Orbs Fellowship in the Heavens Origin sector. They could have moved closer to the center of the land where spiritual energy was more copious and established a star beacon there, but considering that the demon squads might appear at any time, there wouldn't be enough time to build a second one if the first star beacon was destroyed. Therefore, it was safer to build a star beacon in this place, although it was relatively barren. After assembling the first star beacon, Liao established 4 stealth rune arrays, blending the star beacon in with the surroundings. Although it was definitely not enough to fool the expert demons at a short distance, the star beacon would be unrecognizable hundreds of kilometers away. At this moment, Xianxia reported some good news, too. The spiritual waves in the southwest were extremely intense with a patterned frequency, indicating that their source was not a natural marvel, but relics of certain civilizations. Taking a brief rest, the 6 of them feasted upon the high-nutrition food and drugs from their cosmos rings and refilled their crystal suits with spiritual energy. Then they continued on their journey westwards. After a flight of an entire day and night, they finally found a vestige that was apparently the work of intellectual creatures. Good Lord, what is this? The 6 orb patrollers all thought that they'd seen a lot of things, but what they saw right now still dumbfounded them. Their hearts seemed to be tossed into the middle of the surging tide, bouncing up and down with no way to calm down. After passing through the steep mountains, they'd found a vast, black plateau, on which countless absolutely vertical black lines were standing while they pierced into the sky and protruded out of the atmosphere. As they drew close, they finally realized that the black lines were actually giant pillars more than 100 meters in diameter. The cylinders were more than 100 meters in diameter and dozens of kilometers long without the slightest error. There was no telling what the cylinders were made of. They didn't collapse because of their own weight, nor were they weathered or worn by thousands of years of climate changes and crustal movements. They just stood silently on the rugged land of ultimacy. The indifference of the black pillars indicated the formidability of their creator. Everybody held their breath faced with such an unbelievable splendor. They circled around the black pillars time and time again, only to become more confused than before. Liao drew his dagger and scratched the pillar, trying to retrieve some powder for future research. But he failed to leave any trace on the black pillar even though he exerted all his strength. The material and the technology making up the giant pillars were indeed too advanced to fathom. Liao clicked his tongue. Whatever those black pillars were made of, it was much solider than many supermetals recorded in the classics of the 100 Smelting Clan. Flying swords, armor, and starships would be indestructible if they were refined out of such materials. If he could figure out the distribution of the materials and learn the method of refining, the war potential of the Star Glory Federation would be upgraded by many levels. Ultimacy was indeed a place full of treasure. Right then, he heard Xianxia's cry in the communication channel. Liao was greatly alarmed. He quickly moved to where Xianxia was, only to find that she was not in any danger but was floating in front of one of the black pillars in a daze. Liao raised his eyebrow and looked at the black pillar. His eyes immediately widened, and his pupils dilated in shock. 3 scratches that were several meters deep had been left on this particular black pillar, which was indestructible in Liao's understanding. A claw more than 10 meters in diameter must have snatched down from the sky and torn the black pillar apart easily. What kind of magnificent being could leave scratch marks like this? Greatly amazed, Liao flew toward to the depths of the black pillars. He noticed that the distribution of the black pillars was apparently in a pattern. They seemed to form a giant array. The closer he got to the center, the more scratches he found on the black pillars. After their surfaces were broken, the black pillars were not able to withstand the weathering of time despite their unparalleled hardness. Small granules could be found on the edge of the scratches. Liao finally gathered some powder. By preliminary analysis, the powder was neither metal nor stone, but it was emitting intense spiritual waves, indicating that its raw materials were among the best heavenly materials and earthly treasures. As for what the raw materials were specifically, it could only be found out when they were back in the Heaven's Origin Sector's labs. Liao even found a broken claw inside the hole of one of the scratch marks. Technically speaking, it was just a talon, but it was already as long as an adult. It was bright gold, somewhat curved, and extremely sharp. It took them an hour of hard work to pull the talon out of the black pillar. Liao swung the talon gently. Like the most excellent saber, the talon roared and raised immense spiritual waves, unleashing an aura that was almost 15 meters long. Good heavens! This is definitely one of the best heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It can enhance my spiritual energy by 200% without being refined. It will definitely be a marvelous saber if it is refined properly. Liao's eyes were beaming with joy. He was almost drooling. His boiled blood wind-slashing saber was refined out of rarely seen marrow blood crystals from the blood demon sector and dozens of other marrow crystals and heavenly materials and earthly treasures based on the ancient refining technology of the 100 Smelting clan. But the blood aura triggered by the saber was no longer than 10 meters. The talon could unleash a 15 meters long aura without being refined whatsoever. Besides, its shape and weight were very similar to those of a heavy saber, and it felt comfortable in his hands. If he could refine the talon together with his boiled blood wind-slashing saber, the strength of his weapon would at least be doubled. Liao stored the talon inside his cosmos ring without any hesitation. As the refiner and the expert in saber arts in the team, he was naturally the most suitable guardian of such a saber-shaped heavenly material and earthly treasure. Should it be needed, its strength would be maximized in his hands. Liao had made up his mind that he would redeem this talon no matter how many contribution points he had to pay. As one of the explorers of the item, he had the priority of redemption. Even nascent soul-stage cultivators could not compete with him. While he was drawing dozens of refining plans in his mind, his teammates made more shocking discoveries. Among the dozens of black pillars in the center of the giant array, they found countless thick chains, each of which was more than 1 meter in diameter, brimming with runes that were smaller than grain. They were releasing weird dark purple light. Liao scanned all the runes and compared them with the multiple powerful arrays of the 100 Smelting clan. Then he mumbled, "Although I don't understand the specific functioning mechanism of the runes, they should be part of an ancient barrier. If my guess is correct, the black pillars do not just protrude out of the atmosphere, but they also extend deep into the underground. Beyond the atmosphere, they absorb the violent spiritual energy in the cosmos. In the middle of the atmosphere, they absorb the power of thunder. Deep underground, they absorb the energy unbridled from volcano eruptions and crustal movements. All the energy has been transmitted to the black pillars in the center of the array in a mysterious way that I cannot comprehend in order to trigger the barrier on the chains. What kind of thing was such a splendid barrier trying to contain?" Soon, they found the answer to their question. In the center of the black array, they found dozens of bones. Several of them looked like ribs but were more than 300 meters long, as if they were the pillars of a splendid temple. Some other bones seemed to belong to a short and thick arm, if 200 meters could be called short. The color of the bones was almost identical to the talon that Liao had collected previously. However, they were riddled with holes after thousands of years of savaging from the barrier. What is this beast that has ribs more than 300 meters long and requires such an enormous barrier to suppress? Why is there only such a small proportion of bones? Where are the rest of them? Have they been chewed by the spiritual beasts on Ultimacy or excavated by the adventurers of the Star Ocean Imperium and the demon race? Or maybe the beast tore off its own arm and ran away? Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment, while they pictured the same thing in their mind. Locked by countless black pillars and manacles, curbed by thunder, fire, and interstellar storms, a bright gold beast several kilometers long was roaring, struggling, leaving deep scratches on the black pillars effortlessly. Eventually, it exerted its strength and freed itself from the shackles at the cost of one of its limbs. Then it hollered and soared to the sky, vanishing in the boundless cosmos. The picture made all 6 of them sweat and tremble. Liao flew around the broken bones a few times, trying to store the bright gold bones into his cosmos ring. But the storage technology of the Heaven's Origin sector was still quite shabby. Cosmos rings and storage bags were not able to be manufactured. The cosmos rings and the storage bags they used were all pickups from the occult orbs. The cosmos rings and the storage bags were all of low levels with limited space. Even the biggest of them had room no larger than that of a train car. For the expedition to ultimacy, the Heaven's Origin sector had poured all the resources available. Every orb patroller was carrying more than 10 cosmos rings and storage bags. But they were all helpless when faced with such super-large heavenly materials and earthly treasures more than 100 meters long. Unless the items were cut into fragments, there would be no way to take them back in the cosmos rings. Therefore, Liao could do nothing except sigh in discontent. Thankfully, he found several broken rune chains near the bright gold bones. The dark purple chains were like boas in hibernation. Intense spiritual energy could be felt inside them, indicating that they were rarely seen secret treasures, too. Liao searched and searched. He didn't stop collecting until one of his cosmos rings was full. At this moment, Dummy Ba Weiqi had finally reached out of another star team. It was not a direction communication. He simply received a telepathic thought from the star team. The source of the telepathic thought was 1,500 kilometers away from them to their northwest. Out of concern for the possible block and detection of the demon squads, the telepathic thought was brief and encrypted. It was a targeted telepathic thought, indicating that the star team had a major discovery and would like other star teams to join them as soon as possible. Everyone was refreshed. After scanning the surroundings and making sure of their coordinates, they rushed northwest without any delay. The northwest was a mountainous zone with enormous folds here and there. One moment, mountains concealed by clouds blocked their way. The next thing they knew, uncanny gales surged up from the gorges thousands of meters of deep, with an immense force pulling them downwards by their ankles like formless hands. Due to the extremely complicated territories, they had to tread lightly although they were cultivators. It took them almost 20 hours to reach the source of the telepathic thought. In front of them was a giant valley more than 5,700 meters deep. The valley was too dark to see the bottom. Raging wind was charging to and fro inside the valley like a flood which was finding its way out of a canal. Countless scattered stones were floating in midair, forming a very special stone belt. The signal had been sent from the bottom of the valley. The odd environment seemed too unfavorable for the demon race to set up any traps without a good reason. After discussing for a while, Team Blue Bronze decided to march inside. Swoosh, 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 like 6 torches tossed into an abyss. The 6 crystal suits roared and broke into the rampant wind and the scattering stones. Hoo! Boom! Crack! The furious wind blowing through the entire canyon was carrying countless impurities and invisible spiritual energy turbulences. It used to be known as destructive wind to the ancient cultivators. Savaged by the destructive winds for hundreds of years, many rocks on the walls of the canyon had fallen down and floated in midair, before crashing into one another and forming a scattering stone belt that was as thick as several kilometers. The 6 crystal suits passed through the scattering stone belt carefully, taking care of both the rampant wind and the flying stones. Some stones, boosted by the spiritual energy turbulences, were almost at the speed of sound. With the exotic crystals inside the rocks, they could break through the spiritual shields easily. It wouldn't be fun if anyone was smashed by them. Thankfully, Captain Hong Tong was an expert in gravity manipulation. Controlled by his surging spiritual energy, an invisible defense shell seemed to have formed around the 6 of them. The stones rushing close to them all took a turn and brushed past them regardless of how short the distance was. Looking from the ground, the 6 crystal suits of Team Blue Bronze were glimmering like 6 light spots, gradually disappearing in the depths of the scattering stone belt. 10 minutes later, they were finally out of the stone belt. Other than Dummy Ba Weiqi, who was burdened by the clumsy crystal suit and had a few scratches on it, everyone was totally safe. The wind was still blowing hard. They glided downwards on a slant toward the endless, bottomless abyss. When they looked up, they noticed that the long and narrow sky was entirely blocked by the scattering stones. The last ray of light had already disappeared. They seemed to be in the stomach of a behemoth. As building foundation stage cultivators, they were all able to scan the environment with their spiritual threads. Loss of light did not influence them very much. But they did feel a little nervous about what was to come. The rocks in some places were as smooth as a mirror, whereas some other places were full of crevices. The crags were covered with bumps and hollows that had clearly been made on purpose. It was almost like some splendid buildings or even towns that once prospered on ultimacy had been buried thousands of meters underground before being torn apart by crustal movements. That was why the faults was multi-layered. Liao even discovered the faults that contained several giant bone fossils, however. Since the wind was too ferocious in this place, they didn't have the opportunity to stop and survey it thoroughly. They could only take photos of the weird faults with special feedback crystal cameras for future research. After gliding downward for almost 20 minutes, they still failed to see the bottom of the crevasse. They were now in the middle of a queer black smoke which swallowed the telepathic thoughts silently. The telepathic thought that the other star team sent out was from one side of the wall. After flying close and checking it out carefully, they discovered that the wall was full of crevices long and short leading deep underground. Beside the longest crevice, there was a man-made platform several thousand meters both in length and width, emitting a vague metallic aura. The platform was apparently supported by extremely solid metal structures. Judging from the scale, it could allow several small-scale crystal warships or dozens of crystal tanks to land at the same time. They had descended to more than 6,600 meters underground. To build a platform as enormous as a flying crystal arena was obviously too large a task for any of the other star teams to accomplish. Even the exploration squads from the Blood Demon sector wouldn't be able to make such a miracle. The only possible explanation was that it was the masterpiece of the previous adventurers. They landed on the platform. Liao took off the plate armor on his hand and touched the ground with his fingers. It was smooth like silk with barely any friction. The technology employed in the platform was far more advanced than he had imagined. The crevice in front of them was more than 10 meters wide at the narrowest part, with traces of human modification. It had been reconstructed into an irregular cylinder with certain arcs, making it look like a tunnel leading to the center of the planet. Very soon, Liao found a telepathic thought ball that had been disguised as a stone and left on the edge of the platform by another star team. A telepathic thought ball was a piece of round magical equipment the size of an apple. Similar to jade chips, it could read and output a huge amount of telepathic thoughts and information very quickly, 10 times faster than the jade chips did. Could be deemed as an upgraded version of jade chips. Liao activated the ball with his spiritual energy. Hundreds of intersecting lines appeared on the surface of the telepathic thought ball and constituted a complicated pattern. It was a barrier which would destroy the information that it stored and send a warning to its master who set it up if it was not decrypted within 5 seconds. Liao's hands moved up and down. Like a tangram, the pattern on the telepathic thought ball was adjusted to a different one that all the star teams had agreed on before. After a bow sound, the telepathic thought split into 2 halves from the middle. A sector of greenness scanned over the platform and connected to the crystal processors of the 6 of them. In a moment, a lot of information flooded into their crystal processors. The telepathic thought ball had been left by Team Tiger Deity, who was very fortunate to be teleported into the atmosphere of ultimacy with abundant spiritual energy left. Therefore, they were able to condense a thick spiritual shield to protect their star shuttle, allowing them to land in the rugged land of mountains and valleys. Team Tiger Deity was the first of the 5 star teams to start the exploration. But their attention had been attracted by the crags on the 2 sides of the valley, and they had spent a lot of time studying the different faults on the crags. Therefore, they didn't discover the black pillars and the bones of the strange beast. Instead, they found the platform and the tunnel leading deep underground where intense spiritual energy was popping up. Probing with spiritual waves, they had come to the conclusion that there was a spacious hollow concealed under ultimacy's surface. Towns and relics were hiding in the boundless dark world. The discovery corresponded to the environment on the surface of ultimacy. 81% of the surface of ultimacy was ocean, where tsunamis thousands of meters high could form out of nowhere at any time. It was hardly possible to survive on land. Even the strong sea beasts must be not particularly fond of the raging tides. Compared to the surface, the underground world was apparently much safer and more stable. Therefore, Team Tiger Deity had entered the underground area for exploration in advance. Shwa! A lot of maps and new information were added to their crystal processors, which were the preliminary findings of Team Tiger Deity. There was also a sophisticated map of the cave resembling the root of a tree. They were currently at the top of the cave, like 6 ants which were faced with a giant banyan covering dozens of square kilometers. Yet it was still only the tip of the iceberg. More unknown areas were still waiting to be explored. Other than that, Team Tiger Deity brought a piece of bad news. When they were still exploring the ground, they had received an intermittent telepathic thought from another star team named Shadow Moon. According to the incomplete telepathic thought, Team Shadow Moon was quite unlucky. They had been teleported to the middle of a space battlefield beyond the atmosphere of ultimacy, too. But the soul of one of their teammates was seriously shocked during the teleportation, resulting in his derangement. To make matters worse, the space battlefield that they were in was hundreds of times more tempestuous than the one Team Blue Bronze had arrived at. The Star Shuttle was blown to smithereens by the scraps very soon. The crystal suits of several orb patrollers were seriously damaged when they were trying to protect their wounded companion. After breaking into the atmosphere in their crystal suits, they saw a vast ocean. Because of the serious injuries of their companion, they landed on the ocean directly instead of looking for a land and prepared to treat their companion and repair their crystal suits first. Then they encountered a tsunami. The interference of the furious spiritual energy outbreak jammed the transmission of the telepathic thought. Therefore, Team Tiger Deity were not aware of the final outcome of Team Shadow Moon, nor were they able to locate the ill-fated orb patrollers precisely. They could only grit their teeth and carry on with their own exploration. This is why 5-star teams have been dispatched in separate ways. Let's double-check our crystal suits and have 1 minute of silence for our comrades. After that 1 minute, we will start the journey to the underground world. Only by excavating more heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the underground world and building the Star Glory Federation into a stronger nation can we honor the souls of the warriors who have sacrificed themselves 10,000 light-years away from their home. 6,600 meters under the ground, 6 members of Team Blue Bronze fell quiet. They unmasked their helmets. Roaring wind was freezing their faces, but there was not the slightest hint of discomfort. The flames in the depths of their eyes seemed to be illuminating the entire underground. A minute later, Liao inputted Team Blue Bronze's discoveries into the telepathic thought ball and reset the barrier, before disguising it as a stone and tossing it into a corner again. Team Blue Bronze marched toward the depths of the underground. The crevice gradually turned into wide pathway. There was a circle of lackluster bluish crystals on the wall of the cave every 1,000 meters. The crystals were also left by the previous adventurers. Judging from their brightness, they must have been established more than 5,000 years ago. The pathway had been built based on a natural cave with additional manual tunnels. Therefore, straight lines occurred every once in a while. It was quite convenient for their journey. After walking more than 70 kilometers, they finally reached the end of the pathway. In front of them was an enormous cave. No, it was inappropriate to call a space the size of several flying crystal arenas a cave. The place itself was a world. Thousands of meters above their heads, countless bright silver crystal stalagmites were growing and emitting endless light and heat. Looking from afar, they looked like blurry stars. On the wall and the ground of the underground world, all kinds of creatures were thriving. Liao noticed a lot of giant, bright gray fungi and ferns which looked like an odd primitive forest. Many vines were wriggling slowly on the walls. Hearing the noise of the newcomers, they were moving faster than before. Almost 100 lumps protruded from the messy vines and blossomed like a flower, revealing sharp teeth that looked like the fangs of a brutalist serpent. The underground world had its own unique biological system. The weirdest thing was the lake in the center of the underground world, which was bright silver and perfectly round. The silver lake was about 100 meters in diameter. It was transparent, and its edge was absolutely smooth without any flaws, as if a splendid silver gem had been embedded in the dark world 7,000 meters underground, and shrouded in an enticing air. Suddenly, a drop of silver liquid fell from the sky into the lake, raising layered ripples which spread out into dazzling stripes and didn't die down until half a minute later. Liao adjusted the resolution of a crystal camera for long-distance detection in the middle of his helmet at the cost of a huge amount of spiritual energy. He observed the dome and discovered that the silver stalagmites hanging from the dome all had drops of liquid on their tips. Although the speed of the gathering was quite slow, there were tens of thousands of stalagmites in this place. Therefore, a drop of liquid would fall down thousands of meters about every half a minute. In the underground world's air, a weird wind out of nowhere was raging, forming an invisible swirl in the shape of funnel. The silver liquid dripping from the stalagmites in the periphery was also sent precisely to the center of the lake in a helix. There was not a single drop on the shore. The lake was made up by the silver liquid after billions of years of accumulation. Natural paradises are indeed marvelous places. Liao was greatly amazed. He had never seen such a marvel in the heaven's origin sector. The mysterious world of cultivation had just been revealed to him even more. By preliminary analysis, the Silver Lake contains abundant spiritual energy, with a concentration higher than that of the most advanced strengthening drug produced in the heaven's origin sector. This is actually a lake of strengthening drug. I estimate that there are one or even more spiritual lodes with an amazing reserve of high-purity crystals that are rarely seen in the heaven's origin sector on the top of the dome. The silver liquid is a result of the chemical reaction. Under high pressure, it is naturally trying to find a way out. Over time, it gradually leaked out and formed this silver lake. As for the specific components of the lake water, I need to analyze the sample of the water. Wait a moment. The plants surrounding the lake, they are... Xianxia, the scout of the team, was wearing a crystal suit similar to the Mournful Mist battlesuit, which had been specially installed with the most advanced probe and stealth magical equipment in all the 6 crystal suits here. Almost 10 sensors extended from the gaps of her crystal suit, allowing her to examine the status of the Silver Lake, even if she was just under 1,000 meters away. At this moment, she was taking pictures of the plants near the Silver Lake and comparing them with the files stored in the database of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Hiss! Very soon, Xianxia's voice in the communication channel was so thrilled that it almost sounded like someone else. 2 kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures have been detected. One of them has features 99.8% identical to those of the flowing brightness grass, while the other is 99.9% similar to the heart-locking flower. It is safe to conclude that they are the rarely seen special heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the heaven's origin sector, flowing brightness grass and heart-locking flower. This trip is already very rewarding. Xianxia was talking loudly and rapidly. Every word was like a sparkle igniting the passion in everyone's eyes. Liao swallowed uncontrollably. Flowing brightness grass and heart-locking flower were both super heavenly materials and earthly treasures that ranked in the top 100 of the heaven's origin sector's rarest. Flowing brightness grass was not valuable by itself, but it was often rooted in a kind of super marrow crystal named flowing brightness stone. Flowing brightness stone was known as a marrow crystal of marrow crystals. The spiritual energy stored inside them was 10 times more powerful than that from common marrow crystals. The most distinguishing part was that the spiritual energy was extremely mild, making it one of the few marrow crystals that could be absorbed by the cultivators directly. Heart-locking flower, as its name suggested, could free the mind of a cultivator from foreign disturbances. It was very useful when the cultivator was practicing a tricky martial art or trying to make a major breakthrough. According to the calculation, after drinking the heart-locking liquid refined out of heart-locking flower, the odds of derangement of the cultivator over the following 72 hours would be reduced by more than 80%. For low-level cultivators, it might not be of much value. But for core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators who were approaching their limits, and on the verge of derangement whenever they wanted to move further, heart-locking flower was even more valuable than flowing brightness crystal. Priceless was not a proper word to describe the 2 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There was nowhere to buy them even if someone had offered a price. In the largest auctions of the heaven's origin sector, a flowing brightness crystal of mediocre quality or a broken heart-locking flower was already enough to serve as the ultimate treasure for bidding. Liao once saw the records of Occult Orbs Fellowship. In one of the occult orbs, to fight for 3 heart-locking flowers. 2 star teams were engaged with the exploration squad of the demon race in a fierce battle. Eventually, 2 orb patrollers perished in order to bring the heart-locking flowers back to the heaven's origin sector. Right now, there were more than 30 heart-locking flowers in this place and as much flowing brightness grass. This whole area was really tremendously valuable. Calm down, we must calm down. There's no reason such precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures would just grow here and wait to be picked so vulnerably. That's illogical. Liao bit his lips hard and refreshed his mind with the sharp pain. Captain Hong Tong said in the communication channel, "Don't be hasty, guys. I feel that something is wrong with the underground world. Look, there is a biological system on Ultimacy with multiple kinds of creatures. Even the ancient cultivators knew that heavenly materials and earthly treasures were often guarded by strong spiritual beasts. Those who are bewildered by the treasures will only end up as their food. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were guarded by strong spiritual beasts. It was not a superstition but a very simple fact. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were usually grown in the natural paradises where spiritual energy was abundant, which were often home to strong spiritual beasts, too. Even if the spiritual beasts were not strong, their body and blood would be significantly improved after feeding on heavenly materials and earthly treasures for generations or even hundreds of generations, even though their absorption efficiency may not be very impressive. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Silver Lake was higher than anyone could imagine. Even a flock of pigs would become war boars after drinking the lake water for hundreds of years. But right now, the underground world was entirely silent, except for the dripping sound of silver liquid. There was no trace of any strong spiritual beasts. It was so quiet that it was almost scary. Pondering for a moment, Liao said, "Let me have a try. The Silver Lake shouldn't be too dangerous. We were led to this place by Team Tiger Deity. If this place is unsafe, there would definitely be traces of a fight. They would have left messages for us even if they were forced to run away. But right now, there is nothing informative here, which means Team Tiger Deity passed by the lake without causing trouble. We should a safe distance from the lake." While he was talking, 2 bumps on the back of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit opened slowly, releasing 10 beast puppets that were no larger than bees toward the Silver Lake. Everyone adjusted the resolution of their crystal cameras to the highest and unlocked the safeties of their remote magical equipment. Then, the attack rune arrays were set to the supersensitive state and locked onto the Silver Lake, ready to be activated at any time. The 10 beast puppets flapped their transparent wings made up of crystals and reached the Silver Lake quickly. At first, they flew around the Silver Lake for a circle, and finding nothing abnormal, they moved toward the heart-locking flowers. The mini crystal cameras on the heads of the beast puppets captured 10 different pictures from different angels. Everything was peaceful. There seemed to be nothing. Ba Weiqi couldn't help but comment. Halfway through his sentence, abrupt changes took place. Of the 50 or so heart-locking flowers, 20 were trembling violently, while more than 20 black shadows dashed out from the earth under the heart-locking flowers. The black shadows were moving at a surprisingly high speed. They almost reached the speed of sound within a moment. Most crystal cameras were only displaying blurred shadows. Only several of the best crystal cameras were able to capture the image of the black shadows. They were spiritual reptiles that had bright gray skin much like the color of the earth. Covered by layered scales, they looked like 6-legged lizards. What Team Blue Bronze thought to be heart-locking flowers were actually the tongues of the 6-legged lizards. The 6-legged lizards were moving fast, but their tongues were rolling even faster. The heart-locking flowers on the tip of their tongues fragmented into 4 pieces momentarily, each piece with a sharp thorn protruding out. In the middle was an azure spicule. If the tongue were to lick the body of a living creature, a large part of the flesh would definitely be sliced away. Crack! Liao sent out telepathic thoughts immediately, but there was no time. The 10 beast puppets were pierced through by the tongues of the lizards and swallowed by them. It was indeed a trap. The lizard spiritual beasts living together with the heart-locking flowers had tongues duplicating the appearance of the flowers after thousands of years of evolution. Even the high-resolution crystal cameras had been deceived. Lying in wait among the real heart-locking flowers, they had been hiding themselves under the cover of the spiritual energy released by the flowers. Countless underground creatures must have been attracted by the false heart-locking flowers and killed by their sharp tongues miserably, even if they were just trying to drink some water from the lake. But it was not the end yet. Hardly had the six-legged lizards appeared when bubbles started popping up in the silver lake as if it were boiling. More than 10 limbs riddled with holes that looked both like tentacles and vines whipped at the lizards brutally, producing ear-splitting noises. The lizards shrieked and fled to the underground hurriedly. 2 of them were not fast enough and were snatched by the tentacles from the lake. A huge amount of green liquid was immediately sprayed out from the holes on the tentacles, which corroded the shells of the 6-legged lizards quickly. It seemed to be narcotic, too. The lizards that were struggling desperately a moment ago collapsed like 2 clusters of mud. Before the tentacles were able to pull the 2 preys back to the bottom of the lake, a third accident took place. An almost transparent silver brightness blinked in the midair. A tentacle was cut off and dragged to the sky by an invisible object. In the air above the silver lake, unseen predators were still lurking in the darkness. Cold sweat was trickling down Liao's back. It was within his expectations that strong predators might be hiding on the shore and inside the lake. But he didn't anticipate that there were invisible creatures in the air, too. A lot of green liquid spurted out from the fracture of the broken tentacle of the strange beast inside the lake. The broken tentacle quickly withered into something like a snake. Liao hurriedly activated all his probe magical equipment and released his telepathic thoughts, which rippled out and sensed what was there. Just now, his attention had been focused on the silver lake and its surroundings. The area above the lake had been overlooked by him. Since the beasts were floating in the air without any action, he hadn't noticed their existence at all. Now that the transparent beasts had launched their attacks, naturally, there were biological reactions in their bodies. The circulation of body liquid, the rhythm of muscle movement, and their breathing all left traces. Therefore, almost 10 shadows that looked like giant bats appeared on the light beams of the 6 crystal suits. The long, soft tails behind them were sucking the tentacle of the beast in the lake like a straw, while they spat silver lasers from their mouths which seemed as sharp as the swords and sabers of the cultivators. The strange beast in the lake had lost one of its tentacles, but it had secured one of the 6-legged lizard, too. It seemed to be in no mood to deal with the transparent bats, because its tentacles retreated to the bottom of the lake quickly. After a long series of bubbles, the lake went quiet again. After hovering for a while, the transparent bats flew to the crags and vanished among the vines. The 6-legged lizards were even faster them. They had camouflaged themselves and lurked under the earth again. At first glance, the underground world was as peaceful as half a minute ago. The vague stink of blood and acid in the air was the only proof that a soul-stirring hunt had taken place a moment ago. To hunt and to be hunted. Life underground seemed rather cruel. Captain Hong Tong frowned and said, "Let's just bypass the lake." The spiritual beasts here seemed to only be interested in the creatures coming close to the silver lake. There shouldn't be a problem if we keep a distance from them. Team Tiger Deity must have circumvented the place, too. More secret treasures are buried deep underground. We ought not waste our spiritual energy in this place. If we have no gains, we can always excavate the flowing brightness crystals and the heart-locking flowers on our way back. The proposal was very practical, but Liao disagreed. "I think we should excavate the flowing brightness crystals and the heart-locking flowers right now. First of all, the creatures in this underground world aren't morons. If faked heavenly materials and earthly treasures were everything in this place, there wouldn't be too many prey falling into their traps. Their trick would be seen through very quickly. The fact that the 6-legged lizards have tongues almost identical to the heart-locking flowers is evident enough that most of the flying brightness grass and heart-locking flowers here are real. It is the only motivation for the prey to risk coming to the lake, even if they know there might be ambushes. Therefore, there's no need to fear that we will get nothing after a fierce battle. In the meantime, the attack pattern and the damage of the 3 spiritual beasts that we saw just now, although weird, are still comprehensible. They can be blocked and resolved, too. Their intelligence seems not very high, Either, otherwise they wouldn't have gobbled up the beast puppets that I sent out without examining what they were. I feel that they are just spiritual beasts with strong instincts in hunting, but they haven't evolved to the level of demon beasts yet. Besides, in a monotonous biological system of an underground world, their methods of attack won't be very diversified. We should have seen most of their skills already. Considering the mess that they caused right now, stronger predators would have appeared if they existed, but they didn't. So, I assume that the spiritual beasts we saw were the strongest predators themselves. One bird in the hand is better than two in the bush. Our exploration has only just begun. Who knows what kind of weird situation we will be mired in later. Flowing brightness crystals can be absorbed directly to improve our strength. Heart-locking flowers can be taken at critical moments to soothe the soul and prevent us from derangement. They might be very useful for our journey to come. Right now, we can collect the heavenly materials and earthly treasures unhurriedly at our own pace, because the demons are not messing around. But if we are engaged with them in fierce battles, there is no guarantee that we can come back to this place and collect the flowing brightness flowers and the heart-locking flowers. Therefore, I suggest we clean up the underground spiritual beasts and take the treasures while we can. Li Yao's proposal was seconded by most people. The duller a biological system was, the fewer the attack skills of the spiritual beasts would be, because they would only have to deal with limited types of enemies. If they hadn't seen cultivators in their entire life, there would be no way that they would have a special skill to cope with cultivators. Everyone gathered around and studied the battle footage taken just now carefully by stopping at each frame. Very soon, they came up with a tactical plan. Vulture, your hands are the fastest of all, and you are more familiar with heavenly materials and earthly treasures than anyone else. You will be in charge of the collection. The rest of us will cover you up with firepower. Under the command of Captain Hong Tong, everyone activated their cosmos rings and summoned dozens of beast puppets from them. For this mission, every orb patroller had brought more than 10 beast puppets. Now that they were rallied, they seemed to have made a battalion. Let's move out. Covered by the dozens of beast puppets, the 6 crystal suits turned into 6 streaks of brilliance darting toward the Silver Lake. The beast puppets that they had most were tarantulas that Li Yao modified based on mystic wolves, a high-speed scouting beast. After being strengthened by multiple heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the tarantulas at this moment were much scarier and were particularly suitable for combat in underground environments. Before the two parties clashed, Ba Weiqi, who was at the end of the team, launched his first wave of mental attacks. The intense spiritual waves assaulted the invisible bats on the crags directly, forcing them to activate their brains to counteract. As a result, their strong brain waves exposed themselves like burning torches in the darkness. Their remarkable stealth abilities didn't work anymore. Ji, 6-legged lizards had never seen enemies who were wearing metal all over their bodies from which flames were jetting out. They fled out of the earth in consternation. What embraced them in the outside was a storm of bullets. 2 areas of the lizards' heads exploded into translucent clouds of blood. These critical parts had been found out by the 6 cultivators through studying the battle video. They had noticed that the 6-legged lizards had been protecting these parts judiciously, which should be their important sense organs. The light was extremely dim in the underground world. Their eyes were definitely not of much use despite the enormous size. However, in a world of quietness, even the weakest sound could carry a lot of information. Therefore, the hearing organs on the 2 sides of their heads that looked like ears were their biggest weakness. As it turned out, after their ears were blown to pieces by the shocking bullets, the 6-legged lizards started circling around like headless flies. In the meantime, the transparent bats had sprung from the crags and flew up toward the top of the cave in a panic. Faced with the mysterious enemies, the transparent bats, which had been entirely confused, decided to simply run away. But the Silver Lake was boiling again, with bubbles popping up non-stop. Dozens of tentacles protruded out and whipped at the 6 of them roaringly. The Silver Lake is only about 100 meters in diameter. It's impossible for super-large spiritual beasts to grow in this small pond. The combat ability of this strange beast is limited, however formidable it seems. Let's block it now so that Vulture can gather the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Captain Hong Tong bellowed and charged at 4 tentacles. Ding Ling Dang followed him closely. 3 dragons of flames in different colors craned up from her back and stabbed at the depths of the silver lake. She was brutal enough to attack the body of the strange beast inside the lake without bothering with the tentacles. Liao had no time to notice what everyone else was doing. The aura on his boiled blood wind slashing saber was extended to more than 5 meters and slashed a 6-legged lizard which was running dizzily into 2 halves. Then, it was lengthened further and chopped off one of the tentacles of the strange beast. In the next second, he set the tarantulas that he carried into the automatic mode to protect himself, before he sprayed out almost 100 beast puppets the size of a palm which looked like spiders. He didn't treat the spiders casually as he did with the tarantulas. Instead, he extended almost 100 spiritual threads out of his spiritual root and connected them to the crystal processors of the little spiders. With the calculation of the crystal processors and his own computational ability, he would be able to control the spiders directly. The little spiders had no combat ability, but they were of tremendous help for his gathering work. Liao's hands were moving as fast as the wind. Translucent blades as thin as the wings of a cicada stuck out from his fingertips to help him cut off the heart-locking flowers. The little spiders were not as fast as himself, but there were a whole lot of them. His collection efficiency was more than doubled with their help. Many 6-legged lizards nearby lunged at him, shrieking. Liao sent out a telepathic thought. Their bellies exploded one after another, before they collapsed to the ground, unable to move anymore. Liao was a lunatic bomber. How could they eat his magical equipment thoughtlessly? 1, 2, 19, 21 flowing brightness grasses in total, and 20 heart-locking flowers. 5 minutes later, all the flowing brightness grasses and the heart-locking flowers had been looted by Liao. Nice! Liao was more exhilarated than ever from collecting so many precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures all at once. But in the meantime, Team Blue Bronze had lost some 20 beast puppets. There were traces of corrosion on all their crystal suits. The main reason was that the strange beast inside the lake had a very unusual way of attacking. It had several different types of tentacles which could spurt acids and venom of different attributes. Some of the tentacles would even expand and explode when attacked, spewing super corrosive liquids. Gudu, 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 gudu. The number of bubbles covering the lake was increasing, as if a volcano under the lake was erupting. An intense spiritual wave soared up to the sky. It appeared that the strange beast inside the lake was ready to reveal itself and play with them for real. Let's go now. Since the heavenly materials and earthly treasures had all been accumulated, no one was interested in fighting this strange beast any longer. After a roar from Captain Hong Tong, the 6 of them activated all their remote magical equipment and bombarded the Silver Lake, while they fled quickly to the deeper part of the cave that had been marked on their map without looking back. Boom! 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 Savaged and brutalized by countless kinds of magical equipment, the underground world was wreathed in undying smoke. The temperature hundreds of degrees high vaporized a huge amount of lake water, raising clusters of silver mist above the lake. The strange beast inside the lake was squeaking angrily. Water pillars rose up and hit the crags. A lot of rocks were falling down. For a moment, the ground was trembling as if an earthquake was occurring. Liao and his teammates moved as quickly as they could as they dashed into a new crevice. The roars of the strange beast didn't die down until they were thousands of meters away from the Silver Lake. It's great that Vulture was fast enough to finish the collection of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures before the strange beast inside the lake revealed its true self. It's possible that the beast was seriously wounded or was shackled by some kind of barrier. That's why it didn't float up to fight us in the first place. Now that it has been irked and decided to swim up by force, it must have paid a terrible price. Our bombardment in the end only added to its injuries. If we come back the same way, we may even be able to try hunting it down. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures of immeasurable worth had been secured. The 6 of them were all very excited. Team Tiger Deity has left another telepathic thought ball. Their crystal processors picked up traces of a faint telepathic thought at the same time. According to the map, it was from an inconspicuous gap about 4 kilometers ahead of them. They were all refreshed. Liao performed some quick maintenance on everyone's crystal suits and replaced the plate armor that had been too seriously corroded. Then the team marched forward to the source of the telepathic thought. Half an hour later, they found themselves in a shabby cave that was devoid of any light. After scanning with mystic rays and telepathic thoughts, they discovered a skeleton at the end of the cave. It was 2 meters tall with bright gold bones. Complicated round stripes could be seen on its arms. A body practitioner. Ding Lingdang was greatly interested. Spiritual tattoos into the bones, bright gold body. This is a very advanced body practitioner. It must be no lower than the middle level of the core formation stage. How did it end up in this place? Why did Team Tiger Deity not bury it when they found it? Liao took a step forward and scanned the skeleton with mystic rays inch by inch. Soft cloths were scattering around the bright gold skeleton, which appeared to be some sort of protective clothing like a mustard suit. But the passage of time had rendered them ragged beyond recognition. From one of the scraps of cloth, a small part of red dragon swallowing the sun, the emblem of the Star Ocean Imperium, could be distinguished. It seemed that this was a cultivator from the Star Ocean Imperium. Liao withdrew his gaze and pondered for a while. Then he realized why Team Blue Bronze had left the skeleton in the open air. If the skeleton used to be a cultivator of the Star Ocean Imperium, it meant that the dead body had been decaying in this place for more than 7,000 years. Core formation stage cultivators had not reached the level of immortality. Even body practitioners who boasted amazing physical strength and body hardness would rot soon after they died. The skeleton in this place was already on the verge of dismemberment. With any foreign force, it would definitely crumble into powder. There was no way to absorb it into a cosmos ring. In a corner of the cave, Team Tiger Deity had left the second telepathic thought ball. The information contained in this ball was 10 times more detailed than the previous one. As it turned out, there had been a lot of magical equipment that was not entirely putrid near the dead body of the cultivator of the Star Ocean Imperium, including several jade chips. Team Tiger Deity had taken away all the functional items. But before they left, experts of Team Tiger Deity had decrypted the barrier of the jade chips and translated a lot of information contained inside. The Star Glory Federation was a succession of the Star Ocean Imperium. Although thousands of years had passed, their languages, cultures, and social forms were very similar. Team Tiger Deity had a rarely seen hybrid-type cultivator talented in both battle and research. Besides an orb patroller, he was also an anthropologist who specialized in the history of the Star Ocean Imperium, especially the barriers and encryption systems of the army at that time. A huge amount of information that he decrypted flooded into the crystal processors of Team Blue Bronze. The key words of the information stunned each and every one of them. What? The real name of Ultimacy is Boneyard, the residence of Skeleton Dragon, who was one of the 19 strongest demons in the early years of the Great Dark Age. The 6 of them were truly shocked. Skeleton Dragon? Search your crystal processors and your own brain and share all the information you find regarding Skeleton Dragon, ordered Captain Hong Tong hurriedly. Early years of the Great Dark Age meant almost 40,000 years ago. It was too far away from right now. Most of the files had been lost in the sea of stars as time went by. Most of them had buried the information deep inside their brains, even if they had read any books concerning it, and they definitely wouldn't waste their precious computational ability recalling it every once in a while. Everyone tried their best to dig out their memories. Finally, they found a thing or two about the monster. Together with the information provided by Team Tiger Deity, they had a basic understanding about what Skeleton Dragon was now. In the early years of the Great Dark Age, or rather, the twilight of the ancient Cultivation civilization, cultivators had bred billions of demon beasts to attack one another. After thousands of years of fierce battles, countless strong species had emerged among the demon beasts. In the strong species, many top experts were born. Led by the elite demon beasts, the demon race fought against the cultivators and liberated themselves. However, the demon race consisted of merely man-made creatures. The disparity within the race was far more severe than that of mankind. Many demons were natural nemesis themselves, and there was no way that they would listen to their enemy's command. Therefore, although the Demon Union, an alliance formed by the 19 strongest demon species, waged war against the ancient cultivators and pioneered the Great Dark Age where the ancient world of cultivation fell apart and human civilization became subservient to the demon civilization, the alliance quickly collapsed when they lost the mutual adversary. Leaders of the 19 demon species all hoped to be the sole emperor reigning over the entire sea of stars. Hence, cruel civil wars began. Skeleton Dragon was one of the leaders. As of now, the files depicting the wars in the early years of the Great Dark Age were mostly lost. But one thing that everybody knew was that Skeleton Dragon was not the winner who laughed to the end. Considering the cruelty and brutality of the demon race, it was not hard to fathom what became of the losers. And the very planet that they were standing on was Skeleton Dragon's residence. As the saying went, clever hares have multiple burrows. Top ancient demons such as Skeleton Dragon apparently wouldn't have only one place to live in. This might be a base for the preparation of his counterattack or maybe a villa of seclusion to treat his injuries. But one way or another, abundant secrets must have been buried in this place. Pondering for a while, Liao realized something. In the early years of the Great Dark Age, expert demons such as Skeleton Dragon must have annihilated countless ancient sects while leading their army of billions of demon beasts. The demon race did not have its own civilization. The training pattern in its beginning phase was rooted in the same paradigm as the ancient world of cultivation. Therefore, Skeleton Dragon must have looted a lot of cultivation arts and secret treasures in order to improve his own species and strengthen his relatives and descendants. These treasures might have been buried somewhere in Skeleton Dragon's residence. The logic was quite simple. Therefore, when the Star Ocean Imperium thrived, and the last Demon Beast dynasty was on the verge of destruction at the epilogue of the Great Dark Age, the two parties both sent an expedition team when they discovered Boneyard by accident. The cultivator who had bright gold bones and spiritual tattoos on his arms must have been a member of the expedition team back then. The enormous platform that Liao saw at the bottom of the canyon and the channel almost 10,000 meters long leading to the center of the planet were apparently the work of their predecessors from the Star Ocean Imperium. According to the journal left in the ancient jade chips, the expedition team of the Star Ocean Imperium had slain countless spiritual beasts while they were marching forward. There had been 4 strong spiritual beasts inside the Silver Lake, but they had been wiped out by the expedition team. No wonder our trip so far has been easy and smooth, and the spiritual beasts near the heart-locking flowers and the flowing brightness grasses are so weak. It is because the real strong guardians were killed a long time ago. That was almost everything useful contained inside the ancient jade chips. There was much more additional information that had been locked behind sophisticated barriers. The expert from Team Tiger Deity had failed to crack it due to the lack of time. According to the journal, the expedition team of the Star Ocean Imperium had come across several exploration teams of the Demon Beast Empire. They'd fought several times with casualties on both sides. The bones of the body practitioner were intact without being damaged at all. There was no sign that the ancient cultivator had been killed by an expert demon. No one could tell what kind of accidents occurred to the expedition team later, or the outcome of the competition between it and the exploration teams of the Demon Beast Empire. However, it did not matter who had won and who had lost. Thousands of years had passed. Both the Demon Beast Empire and the Star Ocean Imperium were long gone like dry leaves shattered in a storm. This place is the residence of one of the top demons from 40,000 years ago. Even if it is just a temporary house, countless treasures must be lying under the ground. We're definitely going to get rich. It is very fortunate of us. Our capability is not enough to allow us to explore the residence of the ancient demon 7,000 meters under the ground. But the predecessors of the Star Ocean Imperium have already paved a way for us. Maybe this is a blessing for the human civilization. The 6 members of Team Blue Bronze stood up straight and paid homage to the ancient cultivators 7,000 years ago as followers from the Star Glory Federation. Right then, their crystal processors received a signal from an independent communication network at the same time. Perhaps blocked by the underground stratums, the signal was sporadic. They tried many times but still failed to connect the signal to their communication channel. However, they did hear somebody shouting, "Mayday!" A distress call from Team Tiger Deity. Their faces all paled instantly. They took action without delay. Xianxia activated the probe magical equipment on her crystal suit to search for the source of the signal. Half a minute later, she locked onto something 9,500 meters below them. "Let's go!" To rescue their companions, and for the residents of Skeleton Dragon, they would march downwards even if it was 10,000 meters below the ground. The deeper they went, the more rugged the tunnel became. Most of the tunnel had been blocked by rubble. Team Tiger Deity had dug out holes that allowed one person to pass through with all fours at a time. In the endless darkness, the feeble brightness leaked out from the tiny gaps near the tunnel now and then, as if thousands of narrow and long eyes were observing the intruders without blinking. Liao and his teammates rapidly proceeded through the tunnel. Half an hour later, they arrived at the end of the tunnel 9,500 meters below the ground. Although they'd been prepared for unusual things to happen, the splendid scene they were welcomed by still shocked them. At the end of the narrow tunnel was a boundless underground world that was at least 100 times larger than the previous one they had been in. They could not see the end of it. Everything was enveloped in darkness. The fact that there was such a large hollow almost 10,000 meters underground had surpassed the limits of their imaginations. They even doubted that they might have arrived at a new world fragment without them knowing anything. What was most startling was that the bottom of the underground hollow was filled with silver liquid which had gathered to form an enormous ocean. Yes, an ocean. It was a lake about 100 meters in diameter in the first underground world, and it was a boundless silver ocean in front of them right now. Raging wind was blowing from the darkness nearby, raising surging waves on the surface of the ocean. It even led to unique microclimates above the ocean where clusters of silver mist resembling clouds had formed. But there was no hint of any living creatures at all. No heavenly materials and earthly treasures. No spiritual beasts, and no fungi. Nothing interesting at all. A surging ocean 10,000 meters below the ground. The scene was already mind-blowing just thinking of it. Team Tiger Deity's distress call had come from the depths of the silver ocean. Everyone looked at one another. They could feel their companions' uneasiness despite the thick helmets covering their faces. The spiritual waves here are hundreds of times more intense what we sensed on the ground. This should be one of the places where spiritual energy is the most abundant on this planet. If there is a residence of Skeleton Dragon here, it is very likely to be in the depths of the Silver Ocean. But look, the Silver Lake from earlier is much smaller, yet flowing brightness grasses, heart-locking flowers, and spiritual beasts have been living around it. The Silver Ocean we are seeing right now is hundreds of times larger. But we can't feel the existence of any heavenly materials and earthly treasures at all. There are only two possibilities. Either someone arrived earlier and took all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures away, or some formidable being in the depths of the ocean consumed all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and spiritual beasts nearby. Xianxia's analysis made everyone put on a grave expression. Captain Hong Tong said calmly, "There are no other choices. We have to go down and find out what is hiding inside the ocean, not to mention that we need to rescue Team Tiger Deity. Otherwise, if the exploration squads of the Blood Demon sector get access to the residence of Skeleton Dragon and receive the ancient demon heritage, the capability of the Blood Demon sector will definitely soar. The Heaven's Origin sector will be doomed forever. With valiance comes victory. The Federation spent all the resources available to send us here, not to let us go back empty-handed as losers. Even if strong spiritual beasts are lurking in the Silver Ocean, we will just slay 'em all. Vulture, it's your time." Liao nodded his head. He took out hundreds of components from his Cosmos ring and started modifying his teammates' crystal suits. Soon, the arms, legs, and backs of the 6 crystal suits had undersea combat accessories that looked like fins affixed to them. In the meantime, Xianxia had collected sample liquid from the Silver Ocean and run a preliminary analysis, concluding that the ocean water was not just harmless but also beneficial for human bodies. Data regarding the silver liquid was transmitted to everyone's crystal processor. Let's move out. Under the command of Captain Hong Tong, all the 6 orb patrollers dived into the underground silver ocean. The density of the silver liquid was higher than that of common seawater. Swimming inside, it was like swimming in sticky glue. Crystal cameras almost lost all functionality in the silver liquid. They could only send out telepathic thoughts and sound waves and picture the territories with the feedback in their minds. Beep, 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 beep. The telepathic thought and sound wave probe system was letting out dull sounds while they were inspecting the undersea terrain. The 6 of them dived deeper and deeper. Very soon, they had descended to more than 10,000 meters below the ground. Yet, the bottom of the ocean was still thousands of meters away. The undersea terrain that their crystal processors drew dazed everyone. In the middle of the continuous mountains, there were quite a few vast undersea basins. Countless vintage houses and pavilions were standing in some of the basins. There were even several splendid buildings that looked like ancient castles. The tallest one of all looked like a cone-shaped tower that looked to be more than 1,000 meters tall. An ocean 10,000 meters below the ground. A city thousands of meters below the ocean. But had the city been originally built in the underground ocean? Or was the city drowned by the ocean due to crustal movements? The architecture style of the underground town has distinctive features of the ancient cultivation civilization 40,000 years ago, if not with additional barbarianism and bloodthirst. There are also several giant buildings whose purposes are unknown to us. This doesn't seem like a place the ancient cultivators dwelled. The only explanation is that these are the remnants of the city where Skeleton Dragon and his tribe once lived. The demon civilization was a man-made civilization. In the early years of the Great Dark Age, it did not have its own culture and history at all. Therefore, the cities that the demon race built in the beginning were all duplicates of the counterparts in the human world. Sometimes they simply pulled the headquarters and buildings of cultivation sects apart and transported them to their own dens. After 30,000 years of development, demon culture with idiosyncratic characteristics had thrived. The style of the demon's buildings, weapons, and magical equipment was entirely different from that of the cultivators. Therefore, by studying the architecture design of the demon households, it was not hard to infer the period when the ancient town had been established. The cone tower in the center is more than 1,700 meters tall, with a pedestal more than 500 meters in diameter. It must be the core of the city, if not the residence of Skeleton Dragon. Wait, the spiritual waves above the undersea city are quite chaotic. A fierce battle seems to be taking place. It's Team Tiger Deity. Yen Yangtian had located the position of Team Tiger Deity. However, the other team seemed to be in a bad condition. Their crystal suits were seriously damaged. Together with the interference of the mysterious silver liquid, Team Blue Bronze failed to connect to their communication channel after multiple tries. Let's go there. The metal fins on their hands and feet waved gently while they marched close to the undersea city like 6 swift sharks. Beep, 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 beep. The feedback that their probe magical equipment received was getting more and more intense, indicating that there was one or even more beings in front of them that contained enormous spiritual energy. Their spiritual threads depicted the outlines of the objects quickly. There were 3 beasts in total. They looked very similar to the strange beast inside the lake that Team Blue Bronze had met previously, because every one of them had hundreds of tentacles that resembled serpents. But they were at least 5 times larger than the previous one. Their tentacles were more than half a meter in diameter, even thicker than Li Yao's thigh. The undersea beasts were more than 100 meters long. Their tentacles were connected to a giant cone-shaped shell that looked like freshwater snail. The shell was riddled with holes, from which they could absorb or squirt water to move themselves. Although their bodies were quite slow, their tentacles were extremely deft, which were waving and whacking like hundreds of sea snakes, stirring the undersea world into utter chaos. Li Yao searched for a long time, before he finally sensed the 5 orb patrollers of Team Tiger Deity through the gaps of the hundreds of tentacles. They seemed to have been seriously wounded. Their spiritual waves were quite weak while they were struggling. Help them! Faced with the net of tentacles constituted by 3 unknown undersea beasts, Team Blue Bronze sprang forward without any hesitation. Li Yao was charging at the beast on the left. The boiled blood wind-slashing saber had an aura of more than 10 meters, while Liao slashed it down and hit one of the tentacles. The tentacle of this beast was apparently much more tensile than that of the beast in the lake. It was extremely slippery, with nowhere that one could exert strength on. Liao clutched the handle of his saber. With all his might, and the assistance of the crystal suit, he dragged the saber brutally and chopped off the tentacle. A large cluster of acid spurted out and spread into a green mist in the seawater. In the meantime, he was hit by another tentacle. Almost 100 tiny holes the size of the tips of needles appeared on the surface of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. The tentacle that had been chopped off didn't die immediately. Instead, it wriggled forward and lunged at him like an earthworm. Liao raised his eyebrow and was greatly surprised. The tentacles of the beast can still attack when they are disconnected to the body? It appears that this is the ultimate form of the beast. The one living inside the silver lake must have been undernourished due to the limited growing environment. Then let's see if you can still attack after I mince you into pieces. Gritting his teeth, Liao waved his saber and raised an unstoppable swirl against the hindrance of the silver liquid, which tore the squirming tentacle apart momentarily. Then he rushed forward, passing through the gaps of 4 tentacles at a close distance, before he charged at the body of the undersea beast. 5 brilliant talon auras were formed by the purple electric blue fire claw art, which hit the shell of the undersea beast precisely together with unstoppable primordial strength. Crack! Dozens of miniature cracks appeared on the shell of the undersea beast. But very soon, ivory gel leaked out of the cracks and cured the shell like glue. What a remarkable self-recovery ability. These beasts are indeed impressive. Liao frowned, having no idea how to deal with them. His 5 teammates were also engaged in fierce fights. The attackability and defensibility of the 3 undersea beasts were both incredibly high. Their tentacles were still aggressive even if they were chopped off. It was going to take forever to clean up the mess. But in the meantime, countless pairs of bloodthirsty eyes were focused on the battle in the depths of the silver ocean. Idiotic cultivators. How dare you trespass onto Boneyard when you don't know the first thing about it? For 3 years, the Blood Demon sector has studied the heritage of an ancient demon who once traveled to Boneyard before we made up our mind to explore and excavate in this place. Fine then. Boneyard will be your tomb where the so-called strongest building foundation stage cultivators will be buried 10,000 light-years away from your home. In the bed of the underground silver ocean, under the cover of mud and sand, the gargantuan body of a beast was hiding. The beast was more than 3,000 meters long and looked like a mix of a blue whale and a plesiosaur, with countless lumps and wrinkles on its surface and a row of bone spurs protruding out of its back. There couldn't be a creature scarier than it. Inside the body of the beast was a row of spacious chambers. The biggest chamber was in the middle front part of the body, like the cockpit of a warship. At this moment, a demon squad from the Blood Demon sector was hiding inside the chamber and observing the fierce battle in the silver ocean coldly. The one leading the squad was none other than Wang Ji, the prince of the kingdom of lion butchers. Wang Ji was floating in the midair. Several bloody tentacles extended out of the walls of the chamber and connected to the back of his head. In such a way, he would be able to monitor the entire battlefield with the demonic warship refined out of the corpse of an enormous beast. Ha! The traces of a mystic skeleton battlesuit have been detected? There is only one orb patroller who wears the mystic skeleton battlesuit. As I expected, Vulture Liao, you really are here. But you've come for your own death. You just don't know it yet. The Blood Demon sector has been planning the exploration of Boneyard for 3 years. From the heritage of the ancient demon, we got a detailed map of the world underneath Boneyard's surface and the locations of several secret teleportation arrays that could transport us from the surface of the planet into the underground world. We even found a wrecked demonic warship. This demonic warship was a superweapon crafted at the end of the Demon Beast Empire 10,000 years ago, filled with amazing demonic technology. Even though it is a terrible state of disrepair, it is still not something that you can deal with. Everything is within my control. Let's see what you can do this time. Right then, 2 demons floated over to Wang Ji and respectfully said, Super green acid cannon is ready. Biochemical beasts are ready. Strength meant everything in the blood demon sector. The kingdom of lion butchers was among the most powerful nations, and Elder Bloodrobe, Wang Ji's master, was one of the strongest demon emperors. Therefore, Wang Ji had been chosen to lead the demon squad. Excellent. Wang Ji smiled hideously. I didn't expect that the underground Silver Ocean would boast such abundant spiritual energy. The demonic warship from thousands of years ago is not entirely rotten yet. A super green acid cannon and powerful biochemical beasts breeding pools are still functional. Wang Ji, together with another 15 demons, walked to another giant chamber. Some 20 meatballs more than 10 meters in diameter were dangling from the ceiling. Glistening nerves and veins could be found on the surfaces of the meatballs. Liquid was flowing in the veins. The membrane was stretched out to the extent that it seemed to be transparent, revealing more than 10 extremely ugly beasts in the shape of fetuses inside. Voila! After a tremble, the meatballs all split in half from the middle. Stinky liquid was running everywhere. The eccentric beasts fell off and woke up one after another. Some of the beasts were wearing solid plate armor with sharp bone spurs on it. Some of the beasts were like lizards but countless times larger, with bloody stripes covering them. Still, some other beasts were completely indistinguishable. They looked like a mix of the most terrible body parts of the most horrible creatures in the worst nightmares. Even the deepest level of hell wouldn't bear such nasty beings. All the beasts were alive, but they were entirely still except for their breathing. For the beasts with eyes, their eyeballs seemed to be mere decoration. They were stiff and had no hint of wisdom that belonged to intellectual creatures. They were like machines, a bunch of killing machines fleshed out with hide and blood, as expected of the biochemical beasts created by the demon beast empire 10,000 years ago. They are formidable. Compared to them, the biochemical beasts that we brought are nothing but crabs and shrimps. The biochemical beasts will improve our strength by 2 or even 3 levels. Destroying the crystal suits of the cultivators will be more than easy. All the demons were exultant while they danced and laughed. Glancing around, Wang Ji's eyes stopped on a black beast. The beast was relatively smaller in size, less than 6 meters in length. His body was slippery, like a mix of black metal and flesh. Its head was disproportionately long and covered by a curved shell which blocked its eyes. A mouthpart with sharp, helical teeth could be seen through the half-open bloody mouth. The limbs were long and slim, with black bone spurs all around. In the back of the beast was a bone tail 10 meters long, concluded by a 3-edged sharp blade embedded with thorns. Wang Ji felt enormous strength, and even more enormous lust for killing, from the beast. Crack, 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 crack. Below the stomach of the beast, the black ribs opened one by one, unveiling a giant empty chamber inside. Wang Ji strode forward and crawled into the beast. Then, the ribs closed without leaving the tiniest gap. Hiss! The black beast stood up. The rigid robot a moment ago seemed to have turned into the most brutal predator. The air in front of it was torn apart and twisted after a casual snatch. Acids more corrosive than vitriol were streaming out of its mouth, which dribbled to the ground and produced burning noises. Transformed by the beast, Wang Ji's voice was extremely twisted and high. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Such invincible strength. With this biochemical beast, I can wield the strength of a demon king. Hurry up and pick a biochemical beast most suitable for you. Prepare the super green acid cannon. Let the hunting begin. Deep inside the Silver Ocean, the fierce battle was ongoing. Liao roared and slashed off a 26th tentacle. But his left hand felt off for a moment, causing him to temporarily halt the purple electric blue fire claw art. The tentacle was not smashed into pieces. It hit himself heavily. Despite the protection of his crystal processor, he felt that somebody had hammered him right in the chest after a dull thunder-like noise. Thankfully, Ding Ling Dang came in time and burnt the tentacle to a crisp with a blazing dragon. Under the pressure of the silver seawater, her nona-colored fire was suppressed. Her capability was seriously undermined. After fighting for such a long time, she was breathing heavily, too. Something is not right. For some reason, Liao felt uneasy, as if somebody was peeping at him in the bottom of the ocean. The undersea beasts are not trying to eliminate us. They are trying to keep us here. Liao noticed that, pressed by the hundreds of vigorous tentacles of the undersea beasts, the 6 members of Team Blue Bronze were drawing closer and closer, and the remaining orb patrollers of Team Tiger Deity were assembling, too. Liao couldn't help but ask in the communication channel, "Yanzi, do you feel that something odd is watching us from the bottom of the ocean?" As a scout, Xianxia's senses were the sharpest of all. Something is indeed not right. I have goosebumps all over my back. Xianxia gnashed her teeth. I feel the same way, too. Take care, everybody. Brace for new enemies. Before Captain Hong Tong finished his sentence, abrupt changes took place. A streak of greenness was shot from the depths of the Silver Ocean, darted at Team Tiger Deity, and suddenly exploded into a cluster of green fog when it was dozens of meters away from Team Tiger Deity. The cluster of green fog seemed to be alive. It danced, expanded, and lunged at Team Tiger Deity. The 5 orb patrollers of Team Tiger Deity sensed that a great danger was coming and prepared to run away. But they were delayed for a second by the tentacles of the undersea beasts. In that 1 second, the cluster of green fog tangled the 5 orb patrollers. The green fog split into many green lines which crawled into gaps of the crystal suits like miniature worms. A lot of bubbles appeared on the surface of the crystal suits while they were corroded and decomposed. Eventually, shocking holes were taking shape. Through the holes, the green lines crowded into the inside of the crystal suits and started corroding the bodies of the orb patrollers. The orb patrollers struggled to resist the deterioration of their spiritual energy. But they could spare no attention to deal with the undersea beasts now, which snatched them easily with their tentacles one by one. Team Blue Bronze was completely dumbfounded, especially Liao, who was more shocked than everyone else. He was quite familiar with the crystal suits that Team Tiger Deity wore. They were the most advanced models of the Heaven's Origin sector, manually strengthened by the most experienced Armadominuses. In the war against the Heaven's Origin sector, the crystal suits had often survived hours in a battlefield without being damaged by anything. But right now, the acids in the shape of green lines that looked like weird worms had ruined the crystal suits within several seconds. What kind of acid is this? Before Liao was back to himself, he had a terrible feeling. Without input from his brain, his body had swum up toward the surface of the ocean. "There's no time. Hide behind the undersea beasts," roared Liao. The 6 members of Team Blue Bronze dashed behind an undersea beast. The second streak of greenness appeared and exploded 100 meters below them, but it hit the monolithic undersea beast first. The undersea beast seemed to be shrieking desperately, indicated by the violently jumping oscillograph, although they didn't hear anything. Its tentacles were cramping crazily, before turning into ichor one by one. The undersea beasts could spurt out acid themselves, which meant that their bodies should have had resistance against acids. But it was utterly pointless faced with the weird green acid. The solid cone-shaped shell didn't last long, either. Despite the ivory, sticky serum, it turned mottled after a short moment. Much ichor that used to be the body tissue jetted out. Half a minute later, the 100 meters long undersea beast became an empty, broken shell floating and soaking in the seawater. The other 2 undersea beasts were greatly appalled. They fled without a moment's delay. Liao and his teammates took the opportunity to dash hundreds of meters upward during the precious half a minute. However, the streak of greenness transmitted extremely fast inside the seawater when it exploded. Although the 6 of them used the undersea beast as a shield, a bit of the green fog still splashed on their bodies. The bits of acid turned into green lines, which tied up everyone's crystal suits and looked for the gaps in the crystal suits madly. "Not good. My leg joint has been corroded. What kind of acid are they? The anti-corrosion layer on our crystal suits is completely useless against them. They seem to be living creatures under manipulation of someone. Ah, they've dug a hole on my crystal suit and are crawling into my body." Exclamations echoed non-stop in the communication channel. Cold sweat was appearing on Liao's forehead. His mystic skeleton battlesuit was smeared by several green lines, too, which were corroding the surface of the crystal suit at a crazy speed. Furbished and polished by him repetitively, the mystic skeleton battlesuit was extremely solid. Its speed of corrosion was much lower than that of other crystal suits. But if he were to simply leave it alone, the weird green lines were bound to drill several holes on his crystal suit eventually. Once the green lines entered his body, he would have to resist them with his spiritual energy, which would be a terrible nuisance. 10 ultra-thin blades stuck out of Liao's fingertips. His hands moved as fast as wind and cut a layer of metal off the surface of his crystal suit. Then he threw it away into the deep ocean together with the green lines on it. 12 green lines were cleaned up quickly, but 2 of the green lines had dug into the crystal suit deeply. Liao simply pulled off the entire piece of plate armor and tossed it away. After all, with the amazing framework of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, the loss of 1 or 2 pieces of plate armor did not affect its functionality very much. But his teammates were not as quick as him. In a flurry, many of them dismantled too many corroded components to maintain the performance of their crystal suits. But Weiqi and Lung Ziming both grunted in the communication channel. 2 green lines had penetrated through their crystal suits and crawled into their bodies. The green line is like a weird worm. Not only does it corrupt my flesh and blood, it is also crawling deeper into my body through my spiritual veins. My spiritual energy circulation has been seriously jammed, Ba Weiqi rasped. I have to activate my spiritual energy to maximum just in order to resist it, but as a result, 40% of my spiritual energy will be wasted. My combat ability will be greatly undermined. My situation is even worse, Lung Ziming said quickly. The green line is crawling into my brain. I have to focus more than half of my attention to cope with it. I can't carry out my gunfighting skills as I should. We can't stay here. Let's go. Captain Hong Tong made the decision immediately. Ding Lingdang and Yen Yongtian swam over and seized the 2 wounded companions. But as they were going to flee to the surface of the ocean, a huge amount of bubbles popped up around them as if the seawater was boiling. Almost 20 invisible killing scents had locked onto the 6 of them hard and sure. Team Tiger Deity is staying in this place. Why are you in such a hurry to go? Team Blue Bronze. It was difficult to hear voice clearly in the rolling seawater. But they all heard a weird sound wave from the depths of the ocean. Almost 20 black shadows swam up rapidly from the bottom of the ocean at an unimaginable speed. They surpassed the 6 of them very soon and stopped ahead of them. Biochemical beasts. What kind of biochemical beasts are these? They are only less than 20 meters long. Yet their terrifying oppression is multiple times stronger than the kraken we killed last time. Since when did the blood demon sector procreate such formidable biochemical beasts? And why have we never seen them before? Liao's pupils constricted violently as he stared at the hideous, rampant biochemical beasts carefully. 5 of the biochemical beasts were carrying 5 cultivators whose crystal suits were on the verge of destruction. They were the 5 orb patrollers from Team Tiger Deity. A black beast in the lead had a sharp bone tail which pierced through the back of a cultivator out of his chest. Dozens of thorns extended from the bone tail and stabbed into the acupoints all around the cultivator's body, making him struggle in agony and unable to summon his spiritual energy. Vulture Liao. We meet for the 3rd time. Satisfied laughter burst out from the black beast, while it waved its tail and pushed forward the thorns on the tail. The cultivator of Team Tiger Deity was torn to pieces immediately. A mist of blood was flowing in the silver ocean. Crack! Liao's eyes were bulging so much and he was biting his teeth so hard that it seemed like they might break apart at any moment. He had recognized the voice of the demon inside the black beast. It belonged to Wang Ji, the disciple of Elder Bloodrobe and the crown prince of the kingdom of Lion Butchers. At the same time, the other 4 orb patrollers of Team Tiger Deity were slain mercilessly by the biochemical beasts one after another. Team Tiger Deity was wiped out. Swoosh! Without further ado, Wang Ji reined the black beast and charged at Liao in a streak of brightness. The high-intensity silver water had no hindrance on the black beast at all. It appeared right in front of Liao's face within a moment. The bone tail, which was stained with blood, speared forward faster than many flying swords. The intense killing scent was almost a real thing and penetrated into Liao's heart like a needle. Liao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He dashed backwards while he slashed up with his boiled blood wind slashing saber brutally. Yet, the boil tail grabbed his saber precisely and would have snatched it away if he hadn't reacted quickly enough. So fast. So dominating. Wang Ji is at least 5 times stronger than when I last met him now that he has entered this biochemical beast. Liao cursed silently. He had been no match for Wang Ji in the first place. Last time the two of them encountered, he was lucky enough to disrupt Wang Ji's teleportation halfway through it. That was why he could defeat Wang Ji. But right now, Wang Ji's capability seemed to have fully recovered. He had even found so many formidable biochemical beasts somewhere. Liao had no chance of winning at all. The primary color of the mystic skeleton battlesuit was also black. Therefore, 2 streaks of blackness were colliding brutally against each other inside the silver ocean. The match seemed to be even. But the crystal processor of the mystic skeleton battlesuit was sending out warnings crazily. More and more units were overloading. Several components were bordering on fatigue fracture. In another 3 to 5 minutes, the crystal suit would collapse. Wang Ji was clearly at ease. His scorn penetrated through the seawater and rubbed the soundwave perception unit of the crystal suit like sharp blades. Vulture Liao, it was you who sabotaged my endeavor in the Thunderous Sound Mountain. It was you who disrupted my teleportation in Red Lotus City. And it was still you who stole my blood saber. As a building foundation stage cultivator, you are remarkable. Too remarkable. Wang Ji laughed. It will be a shame to kill such a remarkable cultivator as yourself easily, won't it? I will dig out your brain and transplant it into the dirtiest swine. Yours shall be the most wretched soul in the world. Then, I will capture all the family and friends you have and torture them to death right in front of your face. I have all your files. I know everything about your family and friends, too. The girl running the Nona-colored fire behind you is Ding Lingdang, your girlfriend. Isn't she? She will be a start. This is your inevitable destiny when you chose to be my enemy. I will make you a pig crouching beside my feet. Screaming cry, ah. Liao chewed his lips so hard that they were bleeding. His life fire was burning furiously. His spiritual energy cast flames in the color of blood that were almost real out of his boiled blood wind slashing saber. At the cost of a heavy blow in his chest, he separated 2 talons of the black beast from its claw. After Wang Ji entered the biochemical beast, their senses had melted into one. The excruciating pain of his fingers being cut off made him scream desperately. Liao roared. His fighting will had never been higher. Every word that Wang Ji said was a bucket of hot oil that had been poured into his wrathfully burning brain, making his each and every brain cell expand and explode. You threaten me with my family and friends? Good. I will not allow you to step out of Boneyard even if I have to be blown to pieces. This place will be your grave. Wang Ji didn't expect Liao to advance so much within several months. He was so pissed off that he was actually laughing. Remarkable, truly remarkable. As expected of the strongest newcomer of Occult Orbs Fellowship, Vulture Liao. But how much can your own remarkableness do? Look behind you. Liao didn't need to turn back to know that the situation there must be bad. With the enhancement of the powerful biochemical beasts, every silver blood demon had overwhelming strength against the cultivators, not to mention that the number was in their favor, too. There were 16 of them in total. For Team Blue Bronze, Ba Weiqi and Lung Ziming couldn't carry out their full strength because of the scourge of the weird green lines. There were in effect only 4.5 of them. Wang Ji kept Liao occupied. The remaining 15 demons were challenging his teammates, which meant every 3 of them versus 1 cultivator. The advantage couldn't be more obvious. As the maintainer of the team, the information from the 6 crystal suits was all transmitted to the crystal processor of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit via the local area spiritual nexus. In the 3D light beam, the 6 translucent figures that represented the status of the 6 crystal suits turned from green to yellow, from yellow to red, and from red to black, eventually one piece after another. It meant that more and more units of the crystal suits had been completely wrecked. The specifications of the crystal suits were all unstable and dropping. 3 of my main power rune arrays are having problems. 1 is out of control. The joint on my left leg has been hit. 12% of agility lost. I have run out of my flying swords. Bastards. You think you can annihilate Team Blue Bronze so easily? Enjoy this. Dummy, Ba Weiqi and Shell, Lang Ziming bellowed in the communication channel at the same time. Their unstoppable posture immediately informed Liao of what they were going to do. A moment later, the crystal processor of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit acknowledged 2 extremely intense spiritual waves which were bursting out like volcano eruptions. Bo! The Silver Ocean was raging. Wind and thunder were thriving. Ba Weiqi and Lang Ziming, 2 building foundation stage cultivators, entered the seed explosion state without bothering with anything else and fully activated the spiritual seeds that the nascent soul stage cultivators had bestowed upon them. In a moment, hundreds of gold stripes spurted out of Lang Ziming's body. The biochemical beast closest to him was minced into pieces together with the demon inside of it. Ba Weiqi was holding the enormous helmet of his crystal suit with both of his hands. His mental attack formed real circular waves in the seawater which charged at a biochemical beast in front of him that was the largest of all with a body length of almost 20 meters. The head of the biochemical beast quickly expanded and exploded. Out of the chamber jumped a demon, but he struggled on his feet for a long time as if he were drunk. Suddenly, his eyes bulged, and blood flooded out from all the holes on his face. He couldn't be more dead. Within a moment, 2 expert demons had been slain. It was not the end of it. The hundreds of gold bullets triggered by Lang Ziming, after blowing a biochemical beast and the demon inside into pieces, spread out in unexpected arcs. Ba Weiqi's mental attack also dispersed and rippled out in full coverage of the battlefield. This is seed explosion. Get out of their way. These cultivators are in the seed explosion state. Through the vibration organs on the throat of the biochemical beast, Wang Ji sent out weird sound waves which were transmitted clearly to every demon's hearing organ despite the high-density seawater. The demons were all experienced fighters. Without him saying anything, they had already realized that something was not right. They ran away quickly, shrieking, at almost the exact same time as the 2 demons were slain just a moment ago. The gold bullets turned into lasers and hit 3 demons. Their biochemical beasts exploded in a blood-red mist. The circular mental waves caught up to 4 demons, 2, who screamed miserably with their heads in their hands. However, seed explosion state faded away quickly like the shining falling star in a night sky. Ba Weiqi and Lang Ziming activated their spiritual seeds when they were seriously wounded by the corrosion of the weird green lines, and therefore failed to enter the perfect seed explosion state. They carried out only 30% of the capability of a nascent soul state cultivator for merely 1 second. In the meantime, the biochemical beasts maneuvered by the demon race were unimaginably sturdy. Under the strike that was almost 30% the strength of a nascent soul state cultivator, they were only seriously injured and didn't get killed. Ba Weiqi and Lang Ziming, on the other hand, couldn't bear the spiritual energy consumption of the nascent soul state because of their overexhausted vitality. After a moment of brilliance, they both vomited blood and became lethargic. Liao's heart suddenly turned heavy. Seed explosion state was a double-edged sword. It could endow a cultivator with dominating damage for a moment, but the recovery after overexhaustion could be very long and hard. Ba Weiqi and Lang Ziming would have barely any combat ability for the time being. Before they set off for the mission, they had run a lot of simulations. In the seed explosion state, they had killed 3 to 5 demons with 1 attack even if the demons were inside biochemical beasts. But right now, the invincibility of the real-life biochemical beasts was beyond their expectation. 2 exploded seeds in exchange for 2 kills. It was hardly a good deal. Wang Ji and the other demons fled hundreds of meters away. Several biochemical beasts unleashed an extremely brutal scent, seemingly so brutal that it pushed the silver seawater away. A lot of bubbles were popping up, demon blood boiling. There was a technique among the demons similar to the seed explosion of the cultivators named demon blood boiling. It was performed by melting the blood of the great demons no lower than demon emperors into the body of the low-level demons with secret arts. Once the foreign blood was triggered, it could improve the strength of the acceptant briefly, too. Compared with spiritual seed explosion, the levels that demon blood boiling could upgrade were much fewer, but its duration was much longer. In most cases, demon blood boiling could last more than 30 seconds. Unprecedentedly strong biochemical beasts, with 30 seconds of demon blood boiling, were too much for Team Blue Bronze to deal with at this moment. "Let's go! Let's go!" Li Yao and Captain Hong Tong exclaimed almost simultaneously in the communication channel. Shwa! Li Yao waved his hands and threw out almost 20 frigid prison grenades which froze the seawater between Team Blue Bronze and the demon squad into a silver wall. He dragged Shell Lung Ziming. Ding Ling Dang dragged Dummy Ba Weiqi. And Captain Hong Tong altered the gravity nearby constantly. The team ran away to the depths of the silver ocean. Boom! Crack! The frigid prison grenades didn't stop the demons for long. Ear-splitting noises burst out behind them very soon. The ice wall had been broken through, but what followed was a second weird wave that froze the seawater hundreds of square meters around again. His lips curling, Li Yao sniffed. He had launched 12 frigid prison grenades in total. Only 6 of them exploded in the beginning. The triggering condition of the remaining 6 had been reset, and they would only explode when they were heavily shaken. As a result, when the demon squad blew the first ice wall up, they were immediately sealed by the second wave of frigid prison grenades on the spot. But even the double freezing didn't hold back the demon squad for long. A moment later, Wang Ji and the other 14 demons rushed close and caught up to Team Blue Bronze, who had been burdened by the wounded companions. However, when attacked by them, the 6 members of Team Blue Bronze turned into 6 smoke-like phantoms, which gradually twisted and dispersed. What was left were 6 pieces of shining, round magical equipment in the cores of the phantoms. Fakes? We've been fooled. They didn't go up to the surface of the ocean. In the meantime, Team Blue Bronze was rushing to the depths of the ocean. At our current speed, there's no way that we can escape from the hunting of the demons if we run to the surface of the ocean. Moreover, this place is apparently a long-prepared trap. Maybe there are even more dangerous setups waiting for us on the surface of the ocean. Therefore, it's a better choice to run to the bottom of the ocean. The bottom of the ocean is boundless. I don't believe that the demons have explored every inch of it. Let's run to the ocean floor before we find a way to ascend and contact the other star teams. Hurry up, everyone. Scan the terrain and look for a suitable place to hide. Beep, 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 beep. The 6 members of Team Blue Bronze dived to the bottom of the ocean thousands of meters deep. Invisible mystic rays scanned the bed of the ocean non-stop, unveiling undersea mountains and trenches one after another. The pressure in this place was enormous. Their crystal suits had been ragged in the first place, and now with the heavy pressure, screeching, blood-freezing noises were coming from them, as if they would explode at any second. Hiss! This is... Yen Yangtian cried out in the communication channel. In front of them was a bottomless trench that looked like an abyss leading to the center of the planet. A huge centripetal force was taking effect and pulling them in. Even their mystic rays couldn't reach the bottom of the trench. Behind them, the demon squad was drawing close. Countless blood-red light spots were raging on their light beams. They had no other choice except to dive into the abyss. Pulled by the absorption force of the abyss, their speed was even higher. It was as if they had jumped off an cliff. Creak, creak. The seawater pressure was huger and huger. On Li Yao's light beam, the translucent phantoms that represented the status of the 6 crystal suits had almost all turned into deep red now. In a moment, they would be pressed into a meat sandwich. We can't go down any further. Check the 2 sides of the trench and see if there's any crevice that we can hide in, Captain Hong Tong shouted. The crags on the 2 sides of the trench were not intact, but full of cracks through which countless undersea spiritual beasts were crawling in and out while they gazed at the unannounced guests in a daze with their big yet useless eyes. This crevice is zigzagged and has a lot of branches. It's a perfect place to hide in. Ha! Weird. I sensed a vague spiritual wave coming from the depths of the crevice, and positive metal reaction. The feedback of the metal is quite strange. It seems not a natural mother lode, but some sort of man-made alloy, Xianxia exclaimed. Then this crevice it is. Let's go inside, roared Captain Hong Tong. At this moment, the demons were less than a kilometer from them. The crevice on the crags of the trench was more than 30 meters wide and 4 meters tall. It looked like a long, deep, narrow eye, or a half-open mouth through which one could see the interconnecting fangs. Liao and his teammates entered the crevice one by one and swam forward. A moment later, they noticed that something was wrong. Glancing around, they saw no trace of Captain Hong Tong. Their captain was still outside the crevice. Captain! Liao, Ding Lingdang, Yan Yangtian, Ba Weiqi and Leng Ziming shouted at the same time. They knew what their captain was going to do. Captain Hong Tong didn't say anything. There was nothing but his heavy breath in the communication channel. He merely waved his hands toward everyone and gestured them to run forward faster. Then, he exerted his strength and punched the entrance of the crevice. For a moment, the earth was shaking, and the rocks were falling. The entrance of the crevice was entirely blocked, and so was the communication between Captain Hong Tong and them. In the last second before the communication was cut off, everyone heard Captain Hong Tong's furious roars when he detonated his spiritual seed, as if he was incarnated by a god. His life was burning to maximum like the eruption of an undersea volcano. Seawater billions of tons was not enough to extinguish it. No gallant words. The roars were the swan song of mountain monster Hong Tong, the second captain of Team Blue Bronze. Captain! The eyes of Liao and the rest of the team were red. They bit their lips so hard that blood was streaming out. But they did not waste any time swimming to the depths of the crevice. The shaking inside the crevice, however, got more and more violent, as if an undersea earthquake was taking place. Cracks were appearing on the crags around them. Bizarre stones with sharp edges were falling down nonstop, brushing past them narrowly. It's been more than half a minute. Captain's seed explosion state should have ended long ago. There is no way that he can persist so long. Maybe he has perished already. But why is the shaking continuing and getting more intense? Not good. The demons are savaging the rock stratum in the outside. They are trying to collapse the rock stratum and bury us inside alive. Liao's blood was almost frozen when he realized what the demons were doing. If it were hundreds of meters below the ground, being buried alive was not a big deal. They could dig their way up in their crystal suits easily. But they were now 10,000 meters below the ground and thousands of meters below an ocean. The pressure they were faced with was tremendous. If a cultivator at the refinement stage were to appear in this place without a crystal suit, he would have been crushed into a piece of paper immediately. Their crystal suits were all seriously damaged and nearing their limits. If they were buried here alive, the odds that they would survive were less than 1%. Walla! Walla! More and more stones were falling down over their heads. They seemed to be in the middle of a storm. The space inside the crevice was too limited for any dodging movements. However hard they tried to avoid the rocks, some of the big ones still hit them precisely. Their spiritual shields were functioning crazily, mincing the giant rocks into pieces. But the hardness of their spiritual shields was dropping rapidly, too. Hurry up and look for the positive metal reaction that Yan Zi talked about. It's our only chance. The crystal processor automatically scanned the surroundings and generated a map, guiding them the way. Liao and Ding Lingdang was in the lead, blowing the rocks in their way into smithereens, while Yan Yangtian was gritting her teeth, dragging the two wounded teammates. Behind them, the undercurrent was raging, and the crevice was collapsing. The sea sand and tiny stones were chasing them closely like a ferocious animal. Half a minute later, they finally arrived at the source of the metal reaction. But in front of them, there was nothing but an undersea rock stratum that was as smooth as a mirror. It was a dead end. I sensed very strong spiritual waves and intense metal reactions. Something has got to be hiding inside the rock stratum, Yan Yangtian shouted in the communication channel. Liao also felt a very familiar wave behind the rock stratum which was as smooth as a mirror. It was itself a very odd phenomenon that such a flawless rock stratum should appear in a canyon in the deep ocean. Hurry and blow up this rock stratum. We cannot give up hope, no matter how slim it is. Gritting his teeth, Liao summoned floating Vulcan machine guns and crystal cannons. Almost 10 lines of burning bullets rained upon the rock stratum. Deep purple flames surged out of Ding Lingdong's body, which pushed away seawater and hit the rock stratum. Yan Yangtian, Ba Weiqi, and Lang Ziming all exerted whatever was left of their spiritual energy and bombarded the rock stratum. Crack! Crack! The rock stratum was not thick. Very soon, cracks resembling spider nets were appearing on it, making it look like a dam that was going to collapse. However, the rocks falling off above everyone's heads were more numerous and larger, too. One of the rocks would have hit Yan Yangtian precisely if Ding Lingdang hadn't pulled her away in time. Our attack has accelerated the collapse of the crevice. According to my calculation, this undersea crevice is going to collapse and bury us completely within 1 minute. We have no other choice except to increase our firepower and dig out the metal object hiding inside the rock stratum, with rocks falling on their heads from above and more than 10 demons lurking outside. Team Blue Bronze barraged with all their might. 10 seconds later, the thin rock stratum finally exploded. A lackluster silver brightness glittered in the darkness. In front of everyone was a remnant of a crystal warship which was riddled with holes but not plagued by rust. Silver brightness was flowing all over its body. The crystal warship was not very large. It was less than 200 meters and streamlined. One could describe its style as unrestrained. It gave the feeling that it came from an ancient painting drawn with ink in freestyle. On the ragged shell of the warship was engraved with a red dragon swallowing the sun emblem, indicating that this was a crystal warship from the Star Ocean Imperium. Maybe it had been left by the previous expedition team who explored Boneyard thousands of years ago. Everyone was overjoyed with hope at first, but later, their hope turned into endless desperation while their hearts became heavier than ever. They had found a crystal warship. But how could they enter it? A crystal warship from the Star Ocean Imperium wouldn't be opened easily. Half a minute later, they would be buried forever, 10,000 meters below the surface of Boneyard together with the warship. The only exception was Liao. His eyes were bulging, and his mouth was stretched wide, because he found it hard to acknowledge what was happening. No wonder he had felt a familiar wave just now. The crystal warship in front of his eyes, despite the crap-like appearance, was exactly the same as his Neltharion. Neltharion was a piece of training magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium which he had retrieved together with his Cosmos Ring. He had speculated that the item was meant to train warship pilots. Over the past year, he had been training with Neltharion all the time and learnt the basic driving skills. He was not familiar with every detail of the warship yet, but he could fly it without much trouble. As for the operation pattern, internal structure, weapon system, he had learnt a thing or two about them too. If the training magical equipment that was Neltharion corresponded to the very crystal warship in front of his eyes, it meant, "Don't give up yet. There's still hope. Lingdang, help me block the rocks. Give me 30 seconds. Liao turned into a streak of blackness and dashed at the crystal warship. He twisted and dodged countless raging rocks like a loach. Stomping on a giant stone, he accelerated again and landed on the shell of the crystal warship. Behind him, Ding Lingdang grunted. Thousands of shackles seemed to be broken at the same time as she entered the seed explosion state. Boom! 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 1, 2, 3. 7 dragons of flame in different colors roared and rushed out of her body. They circled her and chased each other. All the falling rocks coming close were blown to pieces immediately. Liao's speed was extremely high, but his mind was more tranquil than ever. His eyes turned into the most precise crystal cameras. Stable, effective, and utterly devoid of feelings. He had dashed to the back of the remnant crystal warship. He was well aware of Neltharion's complicated structure. There were 4 doors for the crew and 6 projection platforms for crystal suits, but they were all heavily protected without the slightest gap. It would be impossible to open them without the pertinent spiritual passwords. Besides, these entrances were all controlled by rune arrays. It was doubtful that the rune arrays were still functional after thousands of years of deterioration. However, on the left side of the end of the warship, there was an entrance for maintenance staff that could be opened from the outside, so that it would be easier for the staff to get their job done. The most exciting point about the entrance was that it was controlled by complicated mechanical structure. Since the crystal warship had been forged by more than 5,000 kinds of different alloys, and the silver seawater seemed not very corrosive, it could still be working. Soon, Liao found the maintenance entrance. Beside the round control panel, there were 7 holes in different shapes. The panel could only be opened by inserting 7 different tools together at the same time. A silver metal ball appeared in Liao's right hand, which flowed slowly like glue, crawled into the 7 holes and coagulated at his telepathic thought. Crack! The control panel was opened, revealing a sophisticated, spider-net-like mechanical structure. Liao's brain was functioning fast. The silver metal ball inside his palm turned into 4 different tools, while he handled the delicate mechanical structure quickly. Just like a pianist who was fully focused on the instrument in front of him, Liao dwelled in his world, forgetting that he was in a cave that was about to collapse. In the communication channel, Ding Lingdong's breathing was becoming heavier and heavier. Yet, she didn't urge him at all because she totally believed in Liao, and if Liao said he needed 30 seconds, he would definitely give everyone a miracle 30 seconds later. 24 seconds. 25 seconds. Boom! The flame dragons surrounding Ding Lingdang had almost lost all color, but they were as stubborn as their master. They roared out and smashed incoming rocks time and time again. However, the overwhelming storm of rocks was beyond the capability of any human being. Her actions were slower and slower. Countless smaller rocks escaped the hunting and hit her body heavily. 28 seconds. 29 seconds. Crack! Beside Liao, the seemingly intact shell suddenly glided open. A cabin door that could allow one person to come through at a time appeared and opened. Inside the cabin door, there was an ivory brightness that stopped the seawater from flooding in. I made it! Come in now! Liao roared, but he didn't crawl into the cabin immediately. Instead, he stomped on the shell of the boat and rushed backwards to Ding Lingdang like a shooting arrow. Ding Lingdang stayed in the seed explosion state for more than 10 seconds. Her soul and spiritual energy were almost drained. She was merely carrying on with the last bit of perseverance inside her body. Liao's arrival eased her. She collapsed in Liao's arms in great relief. 30 seconds. Nailed it! Ding Lingdang wanted to laugh, but what came through the communication channel were chesty coughs. Liao could feel that her body was shaking even with the block of the thick crystal suits. Of course, you are a human-shaped tyrannosaur. What can those pebbles do to you? Liao smiled drily. He dragged Ding Lingdang toward the crystal warship. One rock after another bashed his back, but he bit his lips and didn't utter any sound. The 5 of them entered into the maintenance channel, half rolling and half crawling. When Liao was shutting the cabin door, a giant rock weighing almost 100 tons knocked the shell of the warship, raising such a loud yet dull noise that their eardrums were almost torn apart. Boom! 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 The world seemed to be swirling. The undersea crevice finally collapsed. Team Blue Bronze had been locked into an iron coffin 10,000 meters underground. Out of the crevice, in the bottomless trench, 14 demons were cruising inside the pervading sea sand. But they couldn't sense the existence of any cultivators. Smashed by billions of tons of rocks, the 5 building foundation stage cultivators are dead for sure. One of the demons grinned hideously. Yet Wang Ji's face was gloomy. The voice that he gnashed through his teeth spread out clearly. Vulture Liao, such a way of death is too much of a bargain for you. My hatred won't be gone until I skin you, burn you, crush your bones, and throw away your ashes. All right, let me get down to my business for now. I will look for you dead body later after I dig out the secret treasures left by Skeleton Dragon. Wang Ji waved his bone tail. The 14 demons turned around at the same time toward the undersea town relics that belonged to Skeleton Dragon's tribe. In the darkness, Ding Lingdang, Ba Weiqi, and Lung Ziming were overexhausted after entering the seed explosion state. They were moaning in excruciating agony. Liao took out 3 flowing brightness grasses and 3 heart-locking flowers from his cosmos ring. Yanzi, the 3 of them have run out of strength. Separate the flowing brightness crystals from the roots of the flowing brightness grasses. Crumble them into powder. Mix the number 14 strengthening drug and the No. 21 recovery drug with a ratio of 3:1, and then pour the power into the mixed drug with half a minute of stirring. Half will be taken orally, and half will be injected into their veins. As for the heart-locking flowers, squeeze out its sap and mix it with the number 6 strengthening drug. Smear some of it on their temples and below their nose. The remaining part should be taken orally, too. The flowing brightness crystal can help them recover their spiritual energy. The heart-locking flowers will prevent them from becoming deranged. You know the rest of the treating procedures. Don't take off your crystal suits right now. The air here is terrible and unsuitable for the wounded. While he was talking, Liao crawled deeper into the maintenance duct. Wait, where are you going? The question was posed by Ding Lingdang and Yen Yangtian at the same time. Liao's heart suddenly shrank. Ding Lingdang's voice was extremely frail due to her bad body conditions. The scared little girl in the city besieged by demon beasts seemed to be back. He crawled back and groped for Ding Lingdang's hand. He held it tight and said, "Believe in me. I will be back soon. I'm going to find a way of survival for us, and a way to hell for the scumbags of the demon race." While he was talking, he turned around again and crawled into the darkness, never to look back. Liao put away all irrelevant thoughts. Translucent, complicated structure designs popped up inside his brain, which had all been learnt from his Neltharion. He was going to the cockpit and control center of the warship. Although he didn't know whether the crystal warship which had hibernated in the depths of Boneyard for thousands of years was functional or not, the fact that the seawater resistance rune arrays on the cabin door were still working gave him a sliver of hope. Even the chance was only 1%, he would not give up. He would make it happen with 10,000% of his effort. Wang Ji. Liao's eyes were cold, his killing sense soaring. At the end of the maintenance duct, Liao opened a cover below his body and jumped down. The cabin was entirely dark, without the vaguest ray of light. But inside his brain, countless structure designs overlapped and constituted a complicated 3D map. Liao's eyes were gleaming. He saw everything around him clearly as if his eyes were penetrative. If this crystal warship is indeed the training target of Neltharion, their internal structures shouldn't be very different. Maybe it has undergone modification, but key facilities such as the cockpit must still be in their original place. My current location should be the engine compartment. Liao's spiritual waves rippled out in the air and touched every inch of the cabin wall. As he expected, he found a lot of magical equipment that could only be found in the engine compartment. Like a silent cannonball, Liao rushed at his full speed in the darkness. The cabin door, which was driven by spiritual energy, had been locked, but there was a mechanical device nearby for emergency. After 10 seconds of trying, the cabin door squeaked and partly opened slowly. Shwa! 3 glimmering green lights suddenly jumped out in front of him. There seemed to be 3 invisible rays that pierced through his brain and his body and scanned everything inside. Liao suddenly felt extremely terrified. Countless pieces of attack magical equipment seemed ready to fire upon him in the darkness. The glimmering green lights blinked for a moment. Then a green glow as mild as water appeared on the walls, outlining a narrow and long path and showing him the way. Liao was overjoyed and thought to himself, "This must be the screening magical equipment of the crystal warship. It is now automatically open to me after making sure that I'm a human being." It seems that the crystal warship is not entirely broken yet despite the shabby appearance. Many key components are still functional. Besides, the previous master of the crystal warship must have hoped that a human being could find the crystal warship someday. That's why he set the defense rune arrays to be fully friendly upon the detection of a human being before he left or passed away. If a demon snuck inside, it would have been killed already. Liao moved forward without any hesitation. Through the med bay, crew living area, cafeteria, arsenal, crystal chamber, and 2 training rooms, He finally arrived at the cockpit, the control center of the warship. He didn't find any corpses on his way. There was not much debris or scraps either. Somebody seemed to have cleaned everything up. Chi! The red dragon swallowing the sun emblem carved on the cabin door stretched out like a blossoming flower. The cabin door glided open quietly, unleashing an intense smell of metal that could only belong to the large-scale crystal processors. Liao swallowed and tiptoed in lightly while holding his breath. The surroundings of the cockpit were almost identical to the simulation of Neltharion when his telepathic thoughts crowded into it. The operation dashboard was right in front of him. Suddenly, a beep sound came from the corner of the darkness. A strong wind was blowing at him. Liao felt a shiver run down his spine. He retreated immediately and crouched, his right hand grabbing the handle of his boiled blood wind-slashing saber while activating the flash vibration claw on his left hand at the same time. In the darkness, two clusters of dim, dying redness were blinking non-stop. A hoarse and sluggish voice was uttered. It took almost 10 seconds for a single word to be spoken. The same dull syllables were repeated. Trap, 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 trap. Liao finally made clear that it was a hunched metal puppet in front of him that looked like a deformed skeleton because of the huge loss of components. Many units had been exposed to the air and seriously rusted. It had only one arm. Its legs were intact, but one of them was longer and the other shorter. It stumbled close while its only arm was trembling. Trap, 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 trap. Its crystal processor seemed to have been wrecked, with 99.9% of its computational ability lost. The word was the only thing that it could articulate. While it was talking, it moved its sole remaining arm and dug into its own chest, as if it was trying to take something out of its chest. Liao observed for a while and then exclaimed in bewilderment after a shiver. He realized something unbelievable, that the object in front of him was not a metal puppet but a spectral cultivator. Although both of them relied on mechanical structures as their bodies, metal puppets were non-living creatures driven by crystal processors, while spectral cultivators were cultivators in a different life form. The latter were alive, and the former were not. Their structures, as well as the metal materials that made up their bodies, was not exactly the same. Liao could even sense a fading yet still flickering soul inside the incomplete metal skull, just like a candle which was burning up in the middle of a heavy storm. How could it be? The era of Star Ocean Imperium was more than 7,000 years ago. Even this crystal warship belonged to the last batch of Imperial fleets after the Armageddon Rebellion. It was still 6,000 years ago. No spectral cultivator could live such a long time. What kind of formidable being was this cultivator? Crack, crack. However formidable the spectral cultivator had been when he was alive, his thinking ability had deteriorated after thousands of years. He was merely pulling the metal cover on his chest. Something seems to be buried inside his chest, and he is planning to give it to me. Taking a deep breath, Liao tried to extend his hand. The spectral cultivator didn't object. He pushed out his chest. Liao found a gap on his chest and pressed it. A green line suddenly appeared and spread out into a square hollow, lifting up a jade chip inside the chest. Who? An exhausted and yet fulfilled moan sounded in the metal throat of the spectral cultivator. Just like a soldier who had accomplished his mission, he fell to the ground with the heavy burden on his shoulders relieved. The red glow from his eyes gradually dimmed and was entirely gone 3 seconds later. The spectral cultivator had perished. Liao was stunned. The fire of life of the spectral cultivator has no reason to burn for thousands of years. He should have died a long time ago, but he simply persisted with some sort of secret art to wait for the arrival of a human being and pass the jade chip on. An eternal life might not be a bliss. Living for thousands of years inside a metal body in a lightless crystal warship buried by billions of tons of rocks 10,000 meters below the ground? Liao was frightened just thinking of the idea. Life was totally more miserable than death in such an environment. The senior spectral cultivator endured the sufferings in the darkness for thousands of years in order to pass the jade chip on to a human being. What kind of things are recorded inside? He had lost all his memories. Even his self-awareness was gone. But he kept repeating trap, What exactly is this trap and who is it targeting? Although he didn't know what had happened to the deceased spectral cultivator, the guy's doings gave him a very strong sentimental feeling. He laid the metal body of the spectral cultivator in a corner, posed it properly, and paid his respect before he finally got down to the jade chip. Jade chips were universally applicable in the military of the Star Ocean Imperium. They were also one of the most solid artifacts. Therefore, many of them had been found in the Heaven's Origin sector. The jade chip scrap that Yuan Manchio found, which contained the files about the mystic skeleton battlesuit, was of the same type as the one in Liao's hand. Therefore, although the interface of the jade chip was different from the standard interface of the Star Glory Federation's jade chips, Liao managed to build up a small commutator with the materials inside his cosmos ring. He inserted the jade chip to the commutator, and then connected the commutator to a port on the back of his helmet. The crystal processor immediately hummed and started working, but it was not until 5 minutes later that the scanning was completed. Liao was quite surprised. The crystal processor of the mystic skeleton battlesuit had been modified multiple times by him with the most advanced components. It was even installed with a cooling system retrieved from an occult orb. Although it was only the size of a fist, its computational ability was as good as many large-scale crystal processors. But it had taken the crystal processor 5 minutes to scan the jade chip. The information stored inside the jade chip must be tremendous. Finally, the scanning was over, but his crystal processor reminded him that most of the files recorded in the jade chip had been saved in a very mysterious structure and were unavailable at this moment, and that only a small proportion of data and images could be read. What appeared first on his light beam was a giant red dragon swallowing the sun emblem. It gradually faded away, replaced slowly by the information of the owner of the jade chip. Liao finally knew that the owner of the jade chip was named Xianxia, who had been a core formation stage cultivator as well as the chief gunner of the crystal warship. Also, the name of the crystal warship was Sparkle. What followed was Xianxia's personal combat and training journal. Information streams flooded into Liao's brain one wave after another, telling a tear-triggering story of valiance and sacrifice that happened thousands of years ago, 10,000 meters below the surface of Boneyard. July 23rd, year 899 in the Star Ocean calendar. We just finished clearing Phantom Moon constellation. There are no organized demon troops in this area anymore. Only demon bandits are still running away. I'm told that we have secured many victories in the front line too. 3 major fleets of the demon race had been annihilated. Our expedition army is marching toward Demon's Realm, the last base of the demon race. The demon beast empire will be demolished in no time. Liao suddenly thought of something. Year 899 in the Star Ocean calendar was already toward the end of the Star Ocean Imperium. Later, when 100 million light-year expedition was about to succeed, the notorious event of Armageddon Rebellion took place. The Blood God, supreme commander of the expedition army, was corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils and turned into Mad Armageddon, a demonic cultivator. The Second War of the Cultivation world began soon after, which eventually led to the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium. No wonder the crystal warship had been buried in this place without being found by anyone. It was most likely that, when the universe was caught in a chaotic civil war, the military of the Star Ocean Imperium had been too occupied to look for it. July 29th, year 899 in the Star Ocean calendar. Today, our captain has brought us a piece of good news. We're going to carry out a new mission and explore a planet named Boneyard. It is said that the demon race has been secretly active on the planet. Our target is to find out the truth and destroy the demons. Clearing Phantom Moon constellation was too boring a task. I feel that my bones are getting rusty. It is said that the new mission will be extremely dangerous. How marvelous! August 12, year 899 of the Star Ocean calendar. Since this mission dictates that we enter into the depths of Boneyard, Sparkle has to receive tremendous modification in the maintenance base orbiting the planet of Hazy God. Stealth modules for underground engagement and strengthened shell against high temperature and high pressure are going to be added. But the most irritating part is that the Sky Dragon, the main gun of Sparkle, is going to be transformed into a super large optical rock mincer, or a big drill made of mystic rays, if you will. Sparkle will dig into the underground with the drill of mystic rays that has been transformed from the main gun. Sparkle is the most advanced multipurpose assault warship and entails the possibility of endless modifications. Many warships of the same model have been modified into a mess before. I used to laugh at the comrades on those warships. Never did I expect that I would be a joke myself someday. Before, I was an awesome chief main gunner. With a full-strength strike from the Sky Dragon, I can blow a demon emperor into pieces if I'm lucky. But today, I have to learn how to maneuver a drill to make the warship wriggle in the underground like an earthworm. I would have rooted for staying in the Phantom Star constellation if I had seen this coming. August 15, year 899 in the Star Ocean calendar. This mission is very urgent. We just finished the modifications and didn't even run a full test yet. But now we have performed a space jump and reached the gravity sphere of Boneyard. The Great Expedition has claimed the best refiners of the Imperium. Those left behind are all rookies, who have modified Sparkle into a pile of garbage. The few underground stealth modules that they added are in serious conflict with the space jump system. Many crew members are suffering from the sequela of space jump. They are troubled by nausea and diarrhea. More serious patients are even mentally deranged. Thankfully, such a sequela is a common disease in a battlefield, and there are standard procedures to treat it. After staying in orbit for half a day, our combat ability has all been restored. According to our intelligence, the planet in front of us could be one of the residences of Skeleton Dragon, the top demon in the early years of the Great Dark Age 30,000 years ago. It appears that, since the demon remnants have run into a dead end, they are of a mind to dig out treasures from their ancestor. But how can we allow them to do what they want? August 16, year 899 in the Star Ocean calendar. We encountered an unprecedented tsunami on Boneyard. A previously unseen terrifying spiritual beast almost 1,000 meters long is living inside the ocean. It seems to be a hybrid of a crustacean and a mollusk. Even their huge tentacles are covered by thick armor. Our main gun has been transformed into a drill with 0 firepower now. The attacks of the secondary cannons were merely scratching the beast. The tide out there was too furious. We only had limited members on board. The captain didn't want to release the crystal suits to fight the beast face to face. The big operation later might be jeopardized if several exos were injured or killed. In the end, I figured out a way. The captain steered Sparkle toward the bastard, while I activated the drill of mystic rays the moment of the collision, which dug a giant hole more than 50 meters in diameter on the body of the bastard. Then we fired the secondary guns upon its internal organs. It was put down very quickly. Ha! The Sky Dragon is just as dominating as before, even if it is now just a drill. Nice! We cut off samples of the body tissues of the giant sea beast for analysis. Its cell structure and the flowing route of the demonic energy are quite different from those of the demons nowadays, but similar to those of the ancient demons 30,000 years ago. According to our analysis, it should be an instance of a demon species that Skeleton Dragon brought back to the planet 30,000 years ago. When Skeleton Dragon perished, its wisdom declined, and it became a spiritual beast with nothing but survival instincts. If so, the likelihood that the residence of Skeleton Dragon exists on this planet has greatly increased. August 17, year 899 in the Star Ocean calendar. We have found a tremendous relic, in which a gargantuan corpse of a demon beast was bound to countless high pillars that almost reached the sky. It should be an ancient barrier. Perhaps it was the place where Skeleton Dragon's tribe tortured their enemy and traitors. Not far away from the relic, there is a great canyon leading to 10,000 meters below the ground. In order to save the spiritual energy, we flew Sparkle to the bottom of the canyon. Then we built a temporary platform on the crags and started digging down in a slope from there. The surface of Boneyard is sterile, but the underground world is unimaginably fertile. The spiritual lodes of the planet are mostly in the form of liquid. They formed undercurrents and even oceans in the underground, where countless exotic beasts and heavenly materials and earthly treasures are flourishing. In the afternoon, we were engaged with a demon squad and we captured a fugitive after a brief battle. After hundreds of years of war, the demons nowadays are far less proud and ruthless than their compatriots living in the peak of the demon beast empire. We elicited a lot of intelligence from their mouth without too much trouble. Our analysis is correct. They were the lucky dogs who got away from the battle in the Phantom Moon constellation. Discovering the residence inside Boneyard by accident, and because all the constellations nearby are stationed with nowhere to run to, they made up their minds to take a chance in this place. August 18, year 899 in the Star Ocean calendar. The demon remnants have almost lost all their fighting will. We crushed them very easily. Their last demonic warship was wrecked and sank down, too. We also discovered an extremely spacious underground world, and an undersea ocean that boasts limitless spiritual energy. The vastness of the underground world is beyond the limits of any tectonic structure. It should have been supported by some sort of ancient secret art. The world of cultivation is indeed intriguing. So many secret arts and technologies from the ancient times are waiting to be excavated by us. I kind of like the feeling of driving a huge drill forward in the underground now. The den of Skeleton Dragon is in the center of the underground ocean. A vintage town is lying there. The giant cone-shaped building in the middle must be Skeleton Dragon's residence. We are voyaging toward it and ready to conduct the most thorough research. August 19, year 899 in the Star Ocean calendar. We are totally wrong. This is a trap. A lethal trap. August 23, year 899 in the Star Ocean calendar. We are doomed. The total damage of Sparkle has increased to 83%. Most of the key components have been worn out in the fierce battles. Right now, it is no better than an empty shell. 95% of the mainframe crystal processor has been damaged, 91% for the space jump system, and 93% for the interstellar communication system. 22 of the 24 main power rune arrays have exploded. We are now stranded on a seabed, utterly trapped in the depths of Boneyard. We can't even send a signal to the nearest base, let alone shattering the void to perform a space jump. 7 crew members have died. The survivors are all seriously wounded, including me. There's no way that we can escape by ourselves without the crystal warship. The captain, the chief mate, and the stargazer, 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, have all perished. Even if we manage to repair the steering system miraculously, no one will be able to fly it without 3 to 6 months of training in the tiny spiritual ship. The crystal processor is almost destroyed. We've lost the stargazer, too. There's no way that we can locate the star beacons precisely. If we repair the space jump system and carry out a space jump aimlessly, God knows where we will be teleported to. However, without the sacrifices of the 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, I'm afraid we would have been killed long ago, or come to an even more miserable ending. Of the survivors, I'm the highest in cultivation and military rank. According to the rules of the Imperial Armed Forces, I am the acting captain now. Thankfully, we made a deal with our base previously that we would communicate with each other every 5 days. If the base fails to receive our signal twice, new crystal warships will be deployed to search for us. The deal somehow makes me less nervous. I sent more men to repair Sparkle and reflected on our adventure. There's no doubt now that the so-called residence inside Boneyard is an out-and-out scam. This is not a residence of Skeleton Dragon, but his tomb. No, this is the place of his resurrection, a home in which he has been sleeping for tens of thousands of years waiting to be woken up. Based on the intelligence we gathered and everything we've been through, the following is the whole story that I have inferred. 30,000 years ago, in the last years of the Great Dark Age, more than 10 top elites of the demon race had fought against each other in order to unite and reign the Sea of Stars alone. Skeleton Dragon's tribe was among the losers. Skeleton Dragon himself must have been seriously injured and bordering on death. He did not wish to die just like that. Therefore, he placed himself into the Moor's putative estate with his secret art and treated himself with the abundant spiritual energy contained in the underground ocean slowly for tens of thousands of years. But it was a long time ago after all. A lot of files are missing, and we are not sure about the details of Skeleton Dragon. Maybe he can only be resurrected to revisit the Sea of Stars by possessing some intelligent creatures. Soul possession was a very popular technique in the ancient cultivation world. Since Skeleton Demon was one of the top experts in that era, he must have been very familiar with the evil art. Anyways, he has been locked underground and is unable to break free with his own strength. So, he could only resort to foreign forces to crash the barrier. The demon remnants and we the fools have all been lured to this place on purpose. Although the demon remnants were cleaned up in time, we have fractured the barrier in our idiocy and freed Skeleton Dragon. If the fearsome demon 30,000 years ago returns to his peak state, it may eventually lead to dire consequences. Right now, more than 70% of the Imperial Armed Forces are engaged in the 100 million light-years expedition. The troops left behind are all mediocre reserves. If Skeleton Dragon were to roam for a year and a half in the dozens of constellations within the Imperium, how much chaos and casualty will be caused? We don't even dare to think about it. Thankfully, the captain discovered the strange phenomenon inside the residence in time and launched deadly attacks with his all-might halfway through Skeleton Dragon's escape. The demon has been hibernating for 30,000 years after all. His capability might be only 1% of what it was supposed to be. He was beaten up with serious wounds and bound by the barriers again. This time, it will take at least another 10,000 years before he could stir trouble again. But he won't have a second chance. The time when the rescue team comes is the time of his doom. August 26, year 899 in the Star Ocean calendar. We are now caught in the worst situation. The fierce battle between Sparkle and Skeleton Dragon might have disturbed the spiritual energy balance underground. An appalling undersea volcano eruption took place in the depths of the Silver Ocean. The rock stratum in the bottom of the ocean was torn apart. A super trench tens of thousands of meters deep that seems to be leading to the center of the planet has been created. Our Sparkle was stranded right beside the trench and was under the influence of the great undersea volcano eruption. Magma, swirls, earthquake, undercurrents. They are coming at us like thousands of ferocious animals. Magma thousands of degrees high mixed with all kinds of corrosive impurities surrounded Sparkle. Crazy spiritual waves and radiation pierced through the shell of the warship and went on a rampage inside the cabins and pathways. Most of the survivors were killed instantly. Only those who were above the high level of the building foundation stage narrowly escaped death. But our capability hit rock bottom, too. My spiritual root and veins have been seriously wounded. The best I can do right now is to summon spiritual energy that befits the cultivators in the beginning level of the building foundation stage. But my conditions are the best of all the remaining 5 survivors. Sparkle has been seriously damaged in the undersea volcanic eruption, and we've lost almost all supplies and maintenance materials. It is buried in the deeper undersea rock stratums by the movement of magma and rocks right now. The silver lining is that we didn't fall into the trench directly. Otherwise, we would have been crushed long ago. The 5 of us are all seriously wounded, with no food or medication. I don't know how long we can persist. But we can't waste a single second, and we won't give up hope when it is still out there. In the Imperial Armed Forces, Sparkle is a multipurpose quick exploration warship. Its designing purpose is to allow a tactical squad to explore an unfamiliar constellation. Therefore, although its firepower is not very impressive, its survival limits and self-recovery abilities are even better than those of many main force starships. In the shell of Sparkle are countless pieces of mustard-level maintainers that are only 1,000th the size of a grain. With enough spiritual energy, they can absorb the materials nearby and transform them into useful ingredients for maintenance automatically. Other than them, 2 automatic maintenance puppets are still functional. However, our spiritual energy has run dry. Blocked by the rock stratums, it is hard to absorb the necessary spiritual energy from the Silver Ocean. According to the current speed of repair, it will take at least 1,000 years before Sparkle returns to the minimum usable state. We don't have too much time to bother about any of that. Setting Sparkle into automatic maintenance mode, we wait for the arrival of the rescue team patiently. Separate. 26. Year 899 in the Star Ocean calendar. Odd. It is just too odd. We've been trapped in the undersea rock stratums for a month, but there is no sign of the rescue teams at all. This is absolutely impossible. Unless the military bases in the few constellations around have been demolished at the same time, how could they forget their comrades on Boneyard? Is there something terrible happening outside? The thought is haunting every survivor like a wraith inside the bleak cabin. Over the past month, our physical injuries have been getting better, but due to the lack of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and source of spiritual energy, our cultivation levels have failed to recover, if not dropping constantly. With our current capability, it is impossible for us to escape. During the last month, we have modified the only piece of probe magical equipment on Sparkle that is not too damaged into a large pinger. It can send out special spiritual waves to the outside world penetrating through the rock stratums. I hope someone outside can pick up the signal soon. November 15, year 899 in the Star Ocean calendar. I'm already dead. The undersea volcano erupted again. Maybe it was just an aftershock of the previous earthquake, but Sparkle was too ragged to resist the rampant spiritual waves at all. Although the shell was intact, the spiritual waves swept over like a storm. Not only did they completely wreck the mainframe crystal processor, all the remaining survivors were murdered, too. Of course, we were likely to die very soon even without the volcano eruption. We'd used up all the food one day earlier. As cultivators, we can wield the strength hundreds of times larger than that of ordinary people, but we have to absorb hundreds of times more food and energy too. Without sufficient spiritual energy and food, we will retrograde into ordinary beings quickly, or even worse. After all, our brains, body tissues, and cells are used to running rapidly due to abundant spiritual energy. If the brakes are slammed down abruptly, it is very likely that they will collapse all of a sudden. Compared with starvation, being killed by a volcano eruption is clean and comfortable. I only hope that the volcano eruption can be even more furious and perhaps destroy Skeleton Dragon's undersea residence once and for all. But surprisingly, my fire of life didn't die out, even though every cell inside my body stopped functioning, and it turned into a weird, different form. I became a spectral cultivator. It is not unusual that cultivators turn into spectral cultivators in a battlefield that is often packed with victims. There are 10 puppets on Sparkle for spectral cultivators in case some crew members die and turn into one. Luckily, although 9 of the puppets were broken, the 10th one was still usable. Controlling my fire of life for a leap of faith, I was back to life again. I pondered the situation I was in, sitting in the darkness. It was unquestionable that some unexpected changes which involved a large number of troops had taken place in the outside world. That was why the military didn't send any starships over. Ghost is an extremely unstable form of life. Besides, the puppet body that I resided myself in had been damaged in the first place. Therefore, I can only complete the most basic movements like walking, sitting, or lying. But there is no way that I can get out of Sparkle with this wretched body. What I can do is to collect the spiritual energy leaking through the gaps between the rocks and try to recover Sparkle with it. Also, I keep sending warnings to the outside world for the possible new explorers that have come to the underground ocean. I really hope that the mess outside can be cleaned up and somebody is sent to pick me up soon. December 30, year 999 in the Star Ocean calendar. 100 years have passed. It is quite odd that, when I was trapped in an iron coffin 10,000 meters below the ground faced with a future of darkness, every second was as miserable as hell. I was almost mentally deranged several times and nearly killed myself. But when I reminisce about my past, I feel that time is flying and the past 100 years have gone in the blink of an eye. Since my only source of spiritual energy is the seawater from the Silver Ocean that leaks inside through the gaps between the rocks, and most of the little spiritual energy has to be used to supply the mustard-level maintainers, the leftovers for me are far from enough to drive the puppet body to do any activity too intense. Therefore, over the past 100 years, the one thing that I have done most was to meditate in a corner quietly. Out of pure boredom, I have contemplated and calculated a lot of things. Gunfighting skills was one of them. In the military, I was sort of a gunfighting expert among the core formation stage cultivators. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been chosen to serve as the chief gunner of Sparkle. However, I am only mediocre compared with the real gunfighting experts who were participating in the 100 million light-years expedition. In the past, I was never fully convinced and thought that they were just luckier than me. But over the 100 years, I have reflected on every battle that I was ever engaged in and every mission video of the experts that I ever watched billions of times. I have even calculated the trajectory of every bullet that was shot. The gap between them and me is all clear to me now. After billions of calculations, my gunfighting theories are getting more and more thorough and delicate. I can declare positively that even the gunfighting experts at the nascent soul stage in the Imperial Armed Forces may not have as deep an understanding about the art of gunfighting as I do. Because it is impossible for them to do nothing but to explore the mysteries of gunfighting wholeheartedly for 100 years uninterruptedly. But what's the use of that? Theories are just theories. I don't have enough spiritual energy or a powerful body to put the theories into practice. Moreover, since the rescue team hasn't arrived after such a long time, I have come to a heartbreaking conclusion. A world-overturning event that involved countless constellations must have happened outside. It is even doubtful that the Star Ocean Imperium exists anymore. The idea made me lose all hope. I was preparing to end my own life and the infinite desperation tomorrow, on January 1st of year 1000 in the Star Ocean calendar. But as a soldier, my last mission hasn't been completed yet. Skeleton Dragon is still hibernating outside. Maybe soon enough, he will wake up again and send temptations to the outside world. If new exploration teams come, I have to warn them. Therefore, I can't die for now because I need to keep the normal functioning of Sparkle and the signal pinger, while hoping that the new exploration teams notice the odd spiritual waves undersea first instead of the residents of Skeleton Dragon. Then, I will tell them the truth and destroy Skeleton Dragon together with them. May 5th, year 1121 in the Star Ocean calendar. I've lived alone in the darkness for another 100 years. This time, my life is really coming to an end. The fire of life will fade out very soon. A spectral cultivator as a life form is extremely fragile in the first place and is prone to the scourge of radiations and spiritual waves. It is not unusual for a spectral cultivator to die abruptly without a good reason. I've already reached my limit after struggling to stay alive for more than 200 years under the protection of the underground Silver Ocean. I'm not scared of death. After living by myself for more than 200 years in complete darkness 10,000 meters below an uninhabited planet, even hell looks as bright and splendid as heaven for me. I'm wandering on the border of mental derangement every second, planning to end my own life. For years, I've been very, very, very jealous of the repair puppet, because it will sleep forever as long as its rune arrays are turned off. But my fire of life can only stay calm for several hours, before it resumes restlessly dancing once again. Under the fury that was very close to mental derangement, I smashed the repair puppet into smithereens. Right now, the mustard-level maintainers are all there is to fix Sparkle, and I'm afraid it will take 10,000 years for the work to complete. After I pass away, who will inform the next explorers of the truth and stop them from opening the residence of Skeleton Dragon recklessly? Is there any way that I can keep my fire of life burning for 10,000 years together with Sparkle? May 10th, year 1121 in the Star Ocean calendar. Immortality is the hilarious pursuit of the idiotic, selfish ancient cultivators 30,000 years ago. For us, the modern cultivators, we believe in the sufficient burning of a short life. One can die peacefully at dusk if he has learnt the great Tao in the morning. But right now, I'm starting to chase an eternal life like those ludicrous ancient cultivators once did. For 5 days, I've been pondering how I can live longer, until a moment ago something stuck me. As a cultivator, my fire of life burns too intensely. It is impossible for my current soul power to support my fire of life to burn 100% for a couple of more years. But what if I keep it crackling slowly in 1% or even 0.1% efficiency? In such cases, my remaining soul can provide enough fuel for it to burn for a long time. After all, it is only a message that I want to pass on. With 0.01% of my fire of life and a tiny bit of computational ability, I will be able to achieve the purpose and accomplish my final mission, which doesn't even require my thinking ability or self-awareness. Feelings, memories, computational ability, thinking ability, they are all redundant. I can erase them all so that the consumption of my fire of life will be reduced to minimum. Yes, this is my choice. I'm going to destroy my own spiritual root and erase myself. May 20th, year 1121 in the Star Ocean calendar. I spent 10 days taking care of everything on the warship. I switched Sparkle into the hibernation mode. The mustard level maintainers are the only part of the warship that is functioning normally now. In the next thousands of years, it will absorb the spiritual energy leaked in through the gaps and turn the rocks into useful materials that can repair the damage to the warship, perhaps at the speed of a snail. In the end, I issued a command as the acting captain of the warship to the mainframe crystal processor, whose repair progress has reached 1%. The first human cultivator to enter Sparkle will be granted all permissions. Right now, I will summon my spiritual energy and prepare to expunge myself with my fire of life. I will completely obliterate my memories, thinking ability, and self-awareness, so that they will no longer consume the power of my soul. The first thing to be deleted are the memories related to cultivation. Growing up in a shadowy, stinky gutter, adopted by an expert of the rebellion army, and embarking on the path of cultivation, slaying a demon for the first time, defection and destruction, escape and counterattack, everything will be erased once and for all. The memories and telepathic thoughts to be erased have been copied in advance to the Jade chip. If someone gets it in the future, just consider it to be a special gift of mine. May 21st, year 1121 in the Star Ocean calendar. After an entire day of erasing yesterday, my computational ability has been suppressed to 70%. My mind is much slower than before. My head feels dizzy and I can't seem to recall anything. It also feels that somebody has stuck a lot of sticky stuff inside. Everything is a total mess. Oh, I almost forgot. I don't have a head at all. Today, I'm going to erase most of my memories, including those about the Imperium and the military. More than 200 years have passed. No one has visited Boneyard. Maybe the Star Ocean Imperium is really gone. But it still hurts so much to remove the memories about it as well as the pride as a human being. I was born in the Coiling Mountain sector. My homeland was ruled by the demon race before I was 12. Soldiers of the rebellion army who stood against the tyranny were hiding everywhere like rats. There was a time when I hadn't seen the sun for a whole year. It was not until the cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium appeared and liberated the Coiling Mountain sector that I learnt the power of the human civilization and the glory of mankind. After joining the Imperial Armed Forces, I finally realized that human beings were not supposed to be rats living in the darkness. We are the best warriors in the entire universe. None shall stop us from marching forward. Maybe the Star Ocean Imperium has perished, but I believe that the flames of the human civilization will dance forever. 1,000 years, 10,000 years later, a second or a third Star Ocean Imperium is definitely going to arise. Let me cheer one last time as a cultivator and a guardian of the human civilization. Long live humanity. Long live the human civilization. November 36, year 11211 in the Star Ocean calendar. Computability and thinkability loss forgets me a lot of things. A day has I spent write these words. I revised hundreds of times, but I still felt something was wrong. Memories and self-awareness are deleted basic. The only thing left consuming my power soul be my feelings. What came next was no longer words, but a twisted image. In a beautiful maple forest, gold leaves had covered the paths inside. A short, plain-looking officer and a plump woman in pure white nurse uniform were holding their hands and walking slowly. The officer was holding a greenish-orange in his other hand. Tossing it up and down, he and the woman talked and laughed and drew close to the camera. Two lovely children, a boy and a girl, were following them. Their hands were covered in mud, indicating that they must have been playing in the forest for a while. They bounded toward their parents, shouting about something. Too bad that it was only a picture without any sound. like a dreamy mummery. Below the picture, words reappeared. Darling, Xiao Gua, Pang Pang, I love you, I love you, I love you, I've you. The words that followed turned into a cluster of messy twisted lines and breakpoints. In the chaotic graffiti, a new word gradually revealed and repeated itself. Trap, 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 trap. And the journal came to an end. There were a lot of telepathic thoughts and other information, including the activation methods of the key components on Sparkle with their corresponding spiritual codes, the summary of this Officer Gao Xing's life of war, and tremendous notes on gunfighting that he came up with during the long, dull 200 years. Yet, Li Yao didn't even glimpse at them, because he had been truly shocked by Gao Xing's journal. So, the reason we could sense the weird metal reaction and spiritual waves was because Gao Xingsa had been sending the signal out actively. In order to keep sending out the signal and the warning, Senior Gao Xingsa chose to erase his own computational ability, thinking ability, and even all his feelings, turning himself into a living dead, just so that his flickering fire of life could burn a tiny bit longer. And a tiny bit longer. The broken puppet lying in the corner was thin and small. But in Li Yao's eyes, it was high and mighty like a god. The Star Ocean Imperium is truly the peak of the modern cultivation civilization. Even an officer in the rear that didn't join the expedition army already boasted such resolution, courage, and perseverance. I wonder how marvelous the heroes of the expedition army were. They are the role models of the cultivators in our time. Li Yao was greatly touched. He walked to Gao Xing's body again and bowed 3 times respectfully. The senior's actions had truly earned his admiration. But the words in his journal got Li Yao thinking. Before Gao Xingsa erased himself, he had reset the mainframe crystal processor of Sparkle, which would be fully open to the next cultivator to enter it. Did that mean he would have the opportunity to pilot a real warship from the Star Ocean Imperium? The thought stirred tides thousands of meters high in Li Yao's heart. A drop of sweat was appearing on the tip of his nose. That's right. Only after we repair Sparkle and make use of the giant drills of mystic rays can we expect to dig a hole to the surface. It's been almost 10,000 years since Sparkle was stranded here. Skeleton Dragon has hibernated for the same time. Maybe it has regained its destructive ability. The demon race discovered Boneyard not early, not late, but precisely at a time when Skeleton Dragon is most likely to be refreshed. Besides, neither us nor the demon exploration squads encountered too many obstacles on our way here, despite the unexpected accidents. Both parties located his residence effortlessly. The smooth progress feels very odd. Maybe this is all the scheme of Skeleton Dragon. Both us and the demons such as Wang Ji are chess pieces that have been led here by Skeleton Dragon. No. Senior Gao Xingsa paid such a great price just to pass on the message and Sparkle to me. I have to honor his last wish and destroy Skeleton Dragon completely. Li Yao was well aware that the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector were the 2 worlds closest to Boneyard. Many creatures from the 2 worlds were wandering on Boneyard at this very moment. In 1 month, star shuttles from the Heaven's Origin Sector would show up. If Skeleton Dragon truly freed himself from the barrier and was desperate to restore his strength, he would definitely go to the Heaven's Origin Sector. The Heaven's Origin Sector would become a living hell. The outcome would be even more horrible than the invasion of the Blood Demon Sector. Sparkle is our only chance. Li Yao took a deep breath, his eyes brighter than ever. He spoke to the broken puppet in the corner softly. Senior Gao Xingsa, although I'm not a citizen of the Star Ocean Imperium, I'm part of the human civilization. The Star Glory Federation has always deemed itself as a successor of the Star Ocean Imperium, too. Therefore, your glory is my glory, and your destiny is my destiny. If your soul is watching over me, then let's just fight side by side. While he was talking, he extended his spiritual thread into the hollowed chest of the broken puppet. Soon, he pulled out a cylinder that was as transparent as a crystal, but with a spark dancing vigorously in the middle, emitting endless redness. The mainframe crystal processor could be activated with this piece of magical equipment. Li Yao focused his full attention while he recalled the simulations inside Neltharion. He walked to the dashboard and groped below it for a panel carved with the runes. After transmitting a telepathic thought into it, Liao found the panel gliding open, revealing a round hollow. Then, Liao inserted the red crystal-like cylinder into it. Beep, beep, beep. Weak noises of spiritual energy flowing around could be heard inside the dashboard. Although the lights were still off, Liao still sensed that a mysterious power was gradually waking up inside the mainframe crystal processor. His fingertips suddenly ached. The end of the cylinder had released a scarlet mystic ray and pierced his fingertip, through which it absorbed a drop of his blood. In the meantime, he felt that his brain was itching, as if a feather was sweeping past his every brain cell gently. He knew that the mainframe crystal processor of Sparkle was identifying him and making sure that he was a human being. A moment later, crimson mystic rays were shot out from the 108 holes on the dashboard. They formed scattered sparks in the midair. Then the sparks were connected together, constituting a large light beam that seemed to be both right in front of him and embedded on his retina and brain. It was the operation menu of Sparkle, manifested in the way of half-step Great Illusionary Land. Liao had seen it countless times in the training sessions with Neltharion. He did not find it strange at all. Shwa! The intimidating red dragon swallowing the sun appeared again, which immediately turned into thousands of lasers, each representing an information stream, and flooded into Liao's brain. Human being identified. Cultivator identified. Granting full permissions of Sparkle. Progress: 24%, 53%, 87%. According to Wartime Regulations number 17 of the Star Ocean Imperium, the military is entitled to enlist all human beings, especially cultivators, to defend our civilization in emergencies. As per the rule, the ownership of Sparkle, Lone Star Level Multipurpose Exploration Ship number 244-34552, is now temporarily transferred to you. You will be the acting captain of Sparkle, and you shall transfer the ownership of the warship to the regular army after the crisis is resolved. Please enter your identification information and your spiritual fingerprint. Liao hurriedly typed in his identification information with his telepathic thoughts, including several videos that recorded his battles against the demons, in order to prove his stance and strength. However, Liao hesitated for a while about the field of sect. In the Star Ocean Imperium, all the cultivators belonged to the 20 guilds of provenance. There were few unaffiliated cultivators. But Liao did not belong to any sect at this moment. The Grand Desolate Institute was not a sect in a traditional sense. He was sort of an unaffiliated cultivator. Pondering for a moment, Liao finally made up his mind and inputted the sect name as Heaven's Origin, Liao. The redness surged. Streams of enormous information turned into thousands of swirls with a higher and higher speed. Identification information saved. Cell feature saved. Spiritual fingerprint locked. Liao of the Heaven's Origin, you are now the new captain of Sparkle. Please strive forward. Liao was biting his teeth so hard that they were squeaking. His blood was seething in exultation. He almost lost control and danced in the darkness. Captain, this was not a training model like Neltharion but an authentic warship from the Star Ocean Imperium and one of the greatest inventions in the history of mankind. Liao wasn't bothered by the fact that he was merely the acting captain of the warship. According to the mainframe crystal processor, he did not have to hand out the ownership of the warship until he met a regular troop of the Star Ocean Imperium. But the Star Ocean Imperium had been demolished for thousands of years. Where could he possibly run into a regular troop from it? Therefore, this warship would be his for all eternity. As a crazy fan of magical equipment, Liao felt that his entire body seemed to be melding with Sparkle into one. Shwa! 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 The streams of information were still crowding into his brain, including the basic introductions to Sparkle. For the warships of the Star Ocean Imperium, Sparkle was one of the smallest. But it played a very important role. It was an instance of Lone Star Level Multipurpose Exploration Warship, a model co-produced by Star Wolf Sect and High Peak Pavilion, two of the guilds of provenance, with consideration of the usages of orbital assault warships, extreme exploration warships, and even the science study starships. It was designed with the exploration of unfamiliar constellations in mind. When necessary, it could also be deployed for missions behind enemy lines. Its performances in scouting, guerrilla warfare, and bandit clearing were quite satisfactory, too. It boasted amazing self-recovery ability, survival and isolation ability, and research analysis ability, with a very low demand on the captain as well the crew. It could travel by itself in a foreign constellation for a long time while supplying itself with the spiritual energy and materials from other planets. Therefore, it was known as a Lone Star-level warship. In short, this was a model born for adventures. "I'm really a lucky dog," Liao mumbled to himself. Sparkle was perhaps the best warship for him possible. If it were a super warship tens of thousands of meters long, naturally, it would boast much more advanced technology and fierce firepower. But the difficulty of steering would definitely soar, too. Chances were that it would require nascent soul stage cultivators or even divinity transformation stage cultivators as captains to make it work normally, not to mention a large dock as a base to ensure the logistics and countless well-training cultivators as backup crew. What good could such a warship do to him even if he had one? But Sparkle was different. As a multipurpose exploration warship designed for adventures in foreign planets, it had taken into consideration the harshest, the most unfavorable environments. Not only was it ultra-solid and able to repair itself, the difficulty of steering was very low, too. Liao was just a cultivator at the building foundation stage. But he was already able to get it moving after training with Neltharion for a year and a half. More importantly, for the exploration of unknown areas, Sparkle had been installed with a space jump system made up by 64 magical equipment units that far exceeded its level. It was almost like a super teleportation array had been set up inside the warship. With enough spiritual energy, it could shatter the void and cruise the sea of stars at any time. Does that mean I can jump to the center of the universe and explore other worlds with the help of Sparkle? Liao's interest was greatly aroused. The Heaven's Origin sector was at the periphery of the Sea of Stars. It was a world that was relatively bleak and barren. The strongest cultivators were merely at the nascent soul stage. The cultivation civilization here was still underdeveloped. In the center of the cosmos, billions of stars were burning furiously, constituting a surging nebula of stars in which countless worlds with abundant spiritual energy and resources existed. These worlds were the inland and the most prosperous parts of the Star Ocean Imperium and the Demon Beast Empire. Although many worlds had been bulldozed by protracted warfare over thousands of years, the remaining worlds must have much more advanced cultivation civilizations than the Heaven's Origin sector had right now, with much more powerful magical equipment and cultivation arts. If he could reach those worlds and retrieve several treasures, the scumbags of the Blood Demon sector would certainly be cleared in no time after he returned to the Heaven's Origin sector. Liao was in delirium. He envisioned coming back from the center of the cosmos together with an invincible interstellar fleet, leading countless top experts in supreme crystal suits, and crushing the Blood Demon sector brutally. Shaking his head, Liao bit the tip of his tongue and kicked away the alluring idea. The picture was immaculate, if not imaginary. Liao did not have a star map or a stargazer on board, which meant he couldn't locate any star beacons. Not to mention that the space jump system had been completely wrecked. Where could he possibly jump to? The universe was a large place, 99.99% of which was endless void and darkness. Of thousands of the constellations that had been discovered, few had enough spiritual energy and materials that were mandatory for the survival of life and the training of cultivators. Most of the space in the universe was occupied by dangerous radiation, stardust storms, and spiritual energy turbulences. The safe routes were limited. Also, many other worlds were still reigned by demons, demonic cultivators, and other species in the Sea of Stars. A reckless space jump without a star map was like voyaging through a surging, perilous ocean on a sampan without a compass or experienced sailors. Those who tried to find an island where there was food and water without a compass on a boundless ocean were not adventurous but suicidal. It appears that I'll have to figure out a way to drag it back to the Heaven's Origin sector. Although Sparkle is not a planetary weapon, the magical equipment and the technology that it carries are very powerful too. If they can be fully analyzed, Our trip to Boneyard won't have been a waste of time. Liao sighed and held back the desire to march into the depths of the Sea of Stars. First of all, I need to overcome the crisis at hand. Let me examine the status of Sparkle first. One of Liao's telepathic thoughts was extended to the mainframe crystal processor, which analyzed and enhanced it to every corner of Sparkle, testing all the units available. It was a very mysterious feeling, similar to the feeling when he put on a crystal suit for the first time. He was added with countless extra organs, and he seemed to have become Sparkle itself. He was caught in a special inward-looking state. Endless information was pouring down. The situation is bad. The spiritual energy leaking through the rock stratum is too weak, resulting to the slow repair progress of the mustard-level maintainers. The warship hasn't been fully fixed, although thousands of years have passed. The drill of mystic rays is mostly fixed up. The power rune arrays are restored by 29%. The space jump system, 55%, only enough for 1 or 2 jumps. As for the weapon system, only a secondary cannon is ready to use. The ecstasy of owning a warship was gone. Liao frowned. The damage that Sparkle had suffered was beyond his expectations. After self-recovering for thousands of years, it was still barely functional with obvious deficiencies. Spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. All is because of lack of spiritual energy. Both the drill of mystic rays and Sparkle itself require a huge amount of spiritual energy, even if they are to be triggered at the minimum level. Without spiritual energy, we will still be trapped in this place despite the marvelous vehicle. Team Blue Bronze had planned to stay for 1 month on Boneyard, or even 3 to 5 months should the mission demand. Therefore, they'd all carried a lot of crystals inside their cosmos rings. But they were far from enough to provide impetus for a warship from the Star Ocean Imperium, let alone the drill of mystic rays, the cannons, and the space jump system. Liao thought hard for a long time. Then he suddenly realized something and bumped his fists in joy. Of course, there were the flowing brightness crystals inside his cosmos ring. The marrow crystals that came into being after billions of years of high temperature and high pressure in the underground were captured by the roots of the flowing brightness grasses, and through esoteric chemical reactions, such super marrow crystals which contained enormous spiritual energy were born. Even in the notes of the predecessors of the 100 Smelting Clan, flowing brightness crystals had been treated with great importance and deemed as one of the ultimate treasures. As a multipurpose exploration warship, Sparkle must have a very adaptive crystal reactor which can absorb crystals of various kinds as its energy source. Also, flowing brightness crystals are extremely condensed and stable with barely any impurities. Even a human body can absorb it directly, so a crystal reactor should be fine. Yes, the flowing brightness crystals shall be the source of spiritual energy. Although flowing brightness crystals were invaluable items in the Heaven's Origin sector, Liao had made up his mind that he wouldn't hesitate to pour all the flowing brightness crystals he had found into the warship if it was a must to survive and to kill Skeleton Dragon. Haha! Skeleton Dragon has fallen victim to his own scheme this time, sneered Liao. According to his estimation, the abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the first underground world they saw should be part of the evil plan of Skeleton Dragon, who had somehow spread a bit of his strength and manipulated the underground creatures to modify the environment into one that was more favorable for the invaluable treasures. The purpose of the plan was simple: to lure the explorers deeper underground. The explorers would naturally conclude from the fact that there were so many treasures in the periphery that more precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures must be buried in Skeleton Dragon's residence in the depths of the endless underground ocean. In such a way, the explorers would be too greedy to notice the anomalies on their way forward, until they opened Skeleton Dragon's residence in the end. But right now, Liao had received Gao Xing's warning. He could use the flowing brightness crystals, the bait of Skeleton Dragon, to destroy the small fries such as Wang Ji and the unparalleled deadly beast that was Skeleton Dragon himself. Liao extended his telepathic thoughts through the crystal wires, toward the engine compartment in the rear of Sparkle, and into the main crystal reactor. The crystal reactor on a warship was much larger than that used in a crystal suit. Its structure was hundreds of times more complicated, too. Liao's telepathic thought wandered inside the delicately made crystal reactor and studied its design meticulously. As he expected, although the efficiency of the crystal reactor was not very impressive, it could accept spiritual energy from extensive sources. For magical equipment, units inside of it could automatically refine the raw crystals with more than 70% of impurities before they were transformed into spiritual energy. Super marrow crystals such as flowing brightness crystals would definitely work well enough. The crystal reactor was the heart of a warship. It was the most heavily protected component. It had suffered the least damage from the fierce battles and was the first item that the mustard-level maintainers repaired. After thousands of years of maintenance, it was almost brand new. 85% of it had been fully fixed, guaranteeing normal functions. Excellent. With a few flowing brightness crystals, the crystal reactor will be able to generate sufficient spiritual energy to wake up Sparkle and improve the speed of the mustard-level maintainers by hundreds of times. Many simple components can even be manually repaired by me. In a couple of days, Sparkle will be able to voyage again. While thinking to himself, Liao scanned the weapon system of Sparkle with his telepathic thought. The main gun of Sparkle had been modified into a drill of mystic rays. All the secondary cannons and air defense cannons were too seriously damaged in the fierce battles thousands of years ago to be renewed. After such a long time, only an air defense cannon was close to completion. Liao laughed out aloud the moment he saw the holograph of the air defense cannon. The air defense cannon, named Rogue Meteorite, had an axis surrounded by 8 cylindrical crystal rails. At first glance, it was a 6-barreled Vulcan machine gun enlarged dozens of times. The trigger and manipulation methods were very similar, too. This is a weapon that is destined for me. Liao's blood was boiling into scorching steam surging out from his nostrils. His hands were shivering, as he couldn't wait to control the Rogue Meteorite in person. For him, an air defense cannon was a weapon even better than the main gun. The main gun of the warship was designed to deal with the hostile warships, star fortresses, and orbital defense. Its speed of reloading was slow, its spiritual energy consumption extremely high, and it had a high demanding on the user. Xianxia was a core formation stage cultivator. It was his qualification as the chief gunner of Sparkle to wield the Sky Dragon, the main gun. On the other hand, air defense cannons targeted the hostile experts who were approaching the warship. It had a high shooting frequency, with remarkable precision and a low requirement for the expertise of the user. Building foundation stage cultivators were more than capable for the task. What Liao was going to deal with were the demons such as Wang Ji. Air defense cannons would serve the purpose better than the main gun. The Rogue Meteorite will consume the spiritual energy very quickly. Let me deeply modify it so that it can directly utilize the flowing brightness crystals as a source of spiritual energy. One attack will be enough to blow the biochemical beasts together with the demons inside into smithereens. Other than the Rogue Meteorite, there were no other usable weapons on board. Most of them had been dismantled into maintenance materials. In a corner of the arsenal, however, Liao found a metal statue that had been sealed by barriers and protected carefully. This is a whole set of strengthening plugins, the Ares extension, Liao exclaimed in disbelief. The Sea of Stars was an unpredictable place. The conditions of many worlds were the opposite of each other. A crystal suit wouldn't be applicable for all battlefields. Therefore, it was not unusual for a crystal suit to be added with a lot of strengthening plugins before it was deployed to a battlefield. For example, before Team Blue Bronze dived into the Silver Ocean, Liao had installed undersea combat plugins that resembled fins to all the crystal suits in the team. Some of the strengthening plugins had been manufactured as sets, with a lot of powerful yet high-consumption rune arrays which would also impose heavy blast upon the materials and the human body. The activation of the rune arrays could improve one's combat ability instantly, but it would also result in the serious erosion of the materials and the immense backfire to the body and soul of the exo. Therefore, it was not suitable to carve the rune arrays on a crystal suit. Such strengthening plugins manufactured as sets were like an intensified shell covering the crystal suit. Since erosion was no longer an issue, all kinds of crazy, detrimental rune arrays could be carved on it as far as one's imagination went. The strengthening plugins produced as set were known as Ares extensions. Ares extensions were the top confidential magical equipment of the Star Ocean Imperium. Since they would become total loss after being used for once, the Heaven's origin sector had never discovered any of them before, except for some scraps. Even Liao had only read files about them before. Right now, a legendary Ares extension was standing right in front of him. Liao's eyes were beaming with joy, his heart pounding. Rogue meteorite plus an Ares extension. I'm definitely going to have a nice talk with the scumbags of the demon race, such as Wang Ji. Liao scanned Sparkle from head to tail again. Then he jumped up and ran off to the engine compartment at the rear of the warship. In the engine compartment, Liao retrieved 10 flowing brightness grasses from his cosmos ring. His hands were moving so fast that they turned into a cluster of gray mist, while he sorted out the thousands of roots tangling the flowing brightness crystals and separated them. The roots were like the veins of the flowing brightness crystals. They couldn't be torn off by force, or the quality of the flowing brightness crystals would be undermined. 10 minutes later, pure round crystals that looked like pearls were rolling inside his palm. The intriguing aura was flowing around him like water, putting his mind more at ease than ever. 2 brooks were running through his palm into his body and circulated slowly among his internal organs. A moment later, Liao was wreathed in a small cloud cluster. Brilliance was being emitted from the center of the cloud cluster. No wonder it is called flowing brightness crystals. The brilliance it unleashed is in the liquid state like water. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the cultivation world are truly unbelievable. Phew! There are bound to be even more exotic and entertaining heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the center of the universe where there are the most shining stars. It's a shame that I don't have an opportunity to go there this time. If I can dig out a detailed star map in the future, I'm definitely going to explore the depths of the sea of stars. While he was thinking, Liao tossed the flowing brightness crystals into the crystal reactor and set the operation pattern of the crystal reactor on the mainframe crystal processor with his telepathic thoughts remotely. At his command, spiritual energy surged out, and the crystal reactor was successfully activated. Centered at the crystal reactor, rounds of scarlet brightness rippled out and evolved into a raging sea. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into an unstoppable, boundless ocean. Countless runes were illuminated one by one. Virtual runes enveloped in gold. Octagonal brightness appeared in midair and surrounded Liao, dancing to the brisk sounds of metal. The crystal reactor was like a ferocious animal which had been starved for thousands of years. It was working at the highest efficiency and gulped the flowing brightness crystals hungrily. They were transformed into the purest spiritual energy by countless rune arrays, which was then transmitted to every corner of Sparkle through the spiritual energy tubes. Innumerable pieces of magical equipment were woken up simultaneously. Their hums didn't die down for quite a long time. Outside, on the smooth shell of Sparkle, thousands of gold lines suddenly popped up. They connected and extended, and very soon, the entire body of the warship was caught in a net of gold brightness. Then, the shell of the warship split and stood up, like a dragon whose scales had gone erect. Brutality and bloodthirstiness were added to the originally meek-looking warship. The information flooding into Liao's brain was 10 times as much as before. He involuntarily grunted even though he had been training with Neltharion for a long time. Inside his brain, the lackluster holograph of Sparkle suddenly bounced, before it was lit from the back to the front gradually, until it was bathing in splendid radiance in the end. Sparkle had been fully awakened. Inside the maintenance duct, Ding Lingdang and the other 2 wounded teammates were sitting cross-legged. A water-like mist of brightness flowed slowly from their ears, eyes, nostrils, and mouths and surrounded their bodies at a stable speed, until in the end, it penetrated into their bodies again through the pores, nourished their internal organs, and reached the skull again, finishing the entire circulation. They had all absorbed a lot of flowing brightness crystals. With the immense spiritual energy stored inside, their injuries were finally suppressed. Right then, the warship shivered, and they were suddenly enveloped in brightness. Ivory lights on the walls of the maintenance duct were turned on, illuminating the previously dark duct. "You can get down now." Liao's calm voice came through the communication channel, while a map of the maintenance duct was sent to their crystal processors. What is going on exactly? Is this a warship from the Star Ocean Imperium? Standing in the middle of the engine compartment, the four of them observed their surroundings for a long time and finally realized something. Correct. Liao smiled. This multipurpose exploration warship is named Sparkle. It's our salvation today. But, dummy, Ba Weiqi shook his head and said worriedly. Not necessarily. The skills required to steer a starship can be very complicated, and they are by no means readily learnable. The starship is to us what a shuttle is to the primitive barbarians. We are equally unintelligent in this regard. Vulture, you've been in Occult Orbs Fellowship for too short a time to know this. Before, Occult Orbs Fellowship has excavated a lot of magical equipment, armed shuttles, and even remnants of small starships of the Star Ocean Imperium. However, most of the items were so delicate that it took the experts and researchers several years to study them before the mechanism was grasped, and it took another several years to learn how to activate and manipulate them. Even though this starship is intact, where can we find a qualified pilot to maneuver it? I'm afraid nobody in the entire Heaven's Origin sector is able to do that. Even the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stage cultivators can't do anything about it. Now that we are trapped in this place, it's barely possible to get out even though we are lucky enough not to have been squashed by the giant rocks. True that. Lung Ziming and Yen Yongtian both nodded and sighed. They were all experienced orb patrollers and had excavated countless kinds of magical equipment. They knew better than anyone else the difficulty of controlling a piece of magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium. But Ding Lingdang was still staring at Liao in delight. For some reason, she saw very strong confidence on Liao's face. Liao scratched his hair and said casually, "That is not going to be a problem. I've spent a whole year studying how to maneuver starships of this particular model." What? The three of them who were sighing gloomily were all dumbfounded, as if they'd been hit by lightning. They gazed at Liao in such a strange way that he seemed to be a demon beast with 3 heads and 6 arms instead of a human being. Spending an entire year studying how to maneuver a starship? That couldn't be right. Controlling a starship was not controlling a flying sword. Even if he wanted to learn it, who would teach him that, and how would he train himself? Besides, who would be so foolish as to study such a powerful yet utterly useless skill? What had you been doing before you joined Occult Orbs Fellowship, Vulture Liao? Staring at Liao for a long time, they turned their suspicious and surprised eyes to Ding Lingdang. Hey, what was the background of your boyfriend? Why was he able to steer a starship from the Star Ocean Imperium? It was just unbelievable. Ding Lingdang took a breath and said with a smile, "Don't look at me. We never poked around in regard to each other's cultivation. I don't know how many skills he has either. However, even if he told me that he could manipulate a piece of stellar magical equipment, I would believe him without the slightest doubt. Because that's what my man, Vulture Liao, does." Everyone was rendered speechless. But very soon they were excited again. Correct. It didn't matter how Liao grasped such a skill. What mattered was that they had hope now. Led by Liao, the 5 of them went to the cockpit. On the way, Liao told them of Gao Xingxi's last words and his theories about the current situation. It was not until then that everyone learnt that such a scandalous scheme was brewing in Boneyard, and that a vexing struggle had been going on in the Silver Ocean 10,000 meters below the ground for thousands of years. Senior Gao Xingxia was indeed a role model of all cultivators. From his doings, I understand why the Star Ocean Imperium could overthrow the demon race's 30,000-year reign within 1,000 years and become the dominators of the Sea of Stars. Inside the cockpit, Ding Lingdang, Ba Weiqi, Lung Ziming, and Yen Yongtian were all greatly moved. They bowed to Gao Xing's body 3 times in respect. If that is the case, something that has been haunting me is solved now, Leng Ziming observed calmly. Since we landed on Boneyard, I've always been ill at ease and felt that things were going too well. Hardly had we reached the underground when we discovered so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Also, Skeleton Dragon's residence was not protected by any traps or barriers. Even cultivators at the refinement stage wouldn't find it troublesome at all to get inside, let alone us. It did not look like the base of an ancient deadly demon at all. Did it? Skeleton Dragon has lured us to this place on purpose, just so that we can break the barrier and let him loose. Not good. The Demon Exploration Squad is still out there. They are definitely going to break the barrier at any cost. We have to get out of here and stop them as soon as possible. Vulture. How long will it take for Sparkle to be fully activated? Liao's telepathic thoughts had been docked to the mainframe crystal processor of Sparkle. A huge amount of data and graphs were flooding into his brain every second. Liao brought his computational ability to maximum. His eyeballs were twitching violently, his face flushed, while steam was popping up non-stop from his messy hair. Breathing heavily for a moment, he replied, "We need to repair at least 10 groups of power rune arrays and 4 groups of anti-gravity rune arrays in order to carry out operations in the lowest standard. Other than that, the drill of mystic rays has to be further maintained to dig through the rock stratum burying us. The rogue meteorite has to be modified and strengthened, too. We won't be able to fight the demons without a proper weapon. Moreover, our crystal suits are mostly damaged right now. We have to spare some time to fix them. All things considered, it will take at least 65 hours and 48 minutes. Lung Ziming frowned. 65 hours. That's almost 3 days. It's too long. There will be many new changes during the time. Yen Yongtian commented. There indeed will be. But 3 days is not entirely unacceptable. Don't forget that 2 other star teams are still traveling outside, including Team Thundersoul, which has the highest combat ability of all. If I were to walk in the demon's shoes, I would certainly not risk opening Skeleton Dragon's residence when the star teams are not cleared up yet. By common sense, a lot of traps and barriers must be installed inside the residence of the ancient deadly demon. Chances are that one has to pay a bloody price in order to retrieve the secret treasures stored inside. There will be a lot of casualties. If I were to open the residence when my enemy had not been annihilated, it's very likely that my enemy would claim the fruits when my team suffered setbacks. Why would the selfish demons do something stupid like this? Therefore, I estimate that the demons will explore the undersea town and clean up the periphery first while setting up tons of pitfalls, waiting for the star teams to step in. They will not open the residence until all the threats are removed. In 3 days, we will still have an opportunity. Liao said, I agree with you. Besides, the 3 of you have not recovered from your injuries yet. We won't be able to do anything even if we rush out right now. It's better that you treat your wounds first for 3 days. I wonder, how are you doing right now? The 3 of us activated our spiritual seeds by force. Although we unleashed the strength of a nascent soul stage cultivator, our bodies were also seriously wounded and are still extremely weak right now. But thankfully, none of us were mentally deranged. Also, after the blast of the spiritual seeds, our veins and internal organs have been greatly widened. Now that we are taking the flowing brightness crystals as nourishments, our cultivation will definitely soar after we are recovered. A phoenix does not die but rises from ashes again. As long as Team Blue Bronze can make it to the end, I'm confident that we will all enter into the core formation stage in 10 or even 5 years. However, we are only certain that we can try our best to return to the building foundation stage within 3 days. It's impossible for us to resume our peak capability, said Ding Ling Dang. In the seed explosion state, the potential of a cultivator was triggered infinitely. The immense strength that was levels beyond their own was often unbearable for their body. The side effects were inevitable. Ding Ling Dang and her teammates were just weakened and in the middle of a temporary capability decline. Neither were they mentally deranged nor did they suffer irreversible internal injuries. They were already unbelievably lucky. It would be too harsh to ask them to return to the peak state within several days. All right, if so, the Ares extension and the rogue meteorite will be in my custody. You will try to cultivate for the time being and restore your capability as much as possible. 3 days later, we shall avenge our captain. 65 hours to let the starship that had hibernated for thousands of years bare its fangs again. The intense maintenance work was begun. In order to save time, Liao fully scanned Sparkle, dismantled most of the magical equipment and components that were not of use at this moment, and used them to fill the places in desperate need of repairing with the help of the mustard-level maintainers. After all, he didn't need sparkle to sail for 10,000 years. He only required it to burst out the most dazzling brilliance one time 3 days later. His attitude toward the rogue meteorite was the same. There were some 20 other cannons, large and small, on board. Although they were wrecked, some of their components were still functional. Liao tore them all down and added them to the rogue meteorite after modifying and upgrading within the maintenance cabin on Sparkle. The air defense cannon was not very advanced. The technology it employed was essentially the same as what the crystal cannons of the Heaven's Origin sector had been using, only much more precise and delicate. Liao did not have any requirements as to longevity or stability. He just ensured that the cannon was good enough to survive one battle. Therefore, many parts of the cannon were completely overlooked when he was modifying it insanely. He even forced the weapon to work by utilizing the ancient refining methods of the 100 Smelting clan 40,000 years ago. After a day of modification, a bizarre-shaped 6-barreled revolving crystal cannon, added with countless accessories and tangled in hundreds of thick crystal wires, which looked like a ferocious animal whose arteries were bulging, was born. This rogue meteorite was not particularly special. The only thing unusual about it was that its crystal barrels and activation arrays had been strengthened with the 1000 tempering 100 refining technique, because it was probably the sole crystal cannon in the entire universe that took flowing brightness crystals as its spiritual energy source. Flowing brightness crystal, the invaluable super marrow crystal that other cultivators would be crazy about, became one-time ammunition. Firing a cannon with flowing brightness crystals was like slapping someone with cash. It was simple, vulgar, and completely irrational. If the nascent soul stage cultivators in the Heaven's Origin sector learn that I'm firing a cannon with flowing brightness crystals, they might pass out in shock. It's too extravagant. But this is the only enjoyable way. As his telepathic thoughts slowly traversed the 6 crystal barrels of the rogue meteorite, Liao was greatly satisfied. The pores all over his body were constricting beyond his control. Then, there were still the drill of mystic rays and the power system. Other than that, he would need to repair the mystic skeleton battlesuit and connect the Ares extension to it. After a day of high-intensity modification work, Liao's fire of life had been burning so brightly that his soul power reached its limit, and he was somewhat tired. But he had his secret weapon. Liao raised his hand. A dose of strengthening drug appeared in his palm, in which the powder of half a flowing brightness crystal in the coagulation state was stored. It looked like a transparent jelly unleashing the enjoyable aroma of grass. One would feel that their mind was soothed just by smelling it. In the Heaven's Origin sector, even the nascent soul stage cultivators would find it extremely difficult to get a flowing brightness crystal. When they did get one, they would certainly make thorough plans in order to refine it in the most scientific way, so that they would be able to absorb 100% of the spiritual energy contained inside. In comparison, Liao was like the wasteful son of a rich family. He simply crumbled it into powder, melded it into the strengthening drug, and chugged all the liquid. The absorption efficiency was definitely not as high. But the good point was that it was straightforward and would take effect immediately. Hardly had Liao licked the last drop of the flowing brightness crystal liquid on his lips when his eyes suddenly bulged with indescribable brilliance beaming out. Flowing brightness crystal was much more miraculous than any heavenly materials and earthly treasures and strengthening drugs that he had ever taken before. Immense spiritual energy was contained inside, yet it did not bring any feeling of uneasiness or repulsion. He felt that a fountain that was spurting spiritual liquid unstoppably had appeared in his stomach. Coolness was spreading from there to all his internal organs and limbs. It was like his every cell was being soaked in a refreshing stream. He couldn't be more comfortable. Liao moaned in great contentment. When the coolness crowded into his brain, the brain cells that had somewhat shrunk before quickly expanded like dry tea leaves which were put into hot water. The brilliance in Liao's eyes grew more and more intense. Streams of brightness flowed out of his nostrils, ears, and mouth and were then absorbed by the pores on his body, forming an immaculate circulation. Flowing brightness crystal is indeed a super marrow crystal. My every cell has been refilled like pomegranate seeds that are full of juice. I feel that I've touched the boundary of the middle level of the building foundation stage. Maybe after a couple days of training with a few more flowing brightness crystals, I will be able to advance into the high level of the building foundation stage. Crack, crack. A series of clattering noises burst out from Liao's bones and ankles as he stretched out. After each noise, warm brightness would blink on his skin like the reflection of the jade. After thousands of cracks, although he was as tall as he used to be, the spiritual waves surrounding him were 10 times stronger than before, casting a halo around him. The air was twisted by the surging spiritual energy. The figure that was enveloped in the halo became unpredictable and mysterious. It was the best example of what the ancient cultivators described a great Taoist to be like. Shua, 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 shua. The mainframe crystal processor projected thousands of complicated structure designs and spiritual energy flowcharts in front of Liao momentarily, many of which were even overlapping. Nourished by the flowing brightness crystal, Liao's brain had an exponentially increasing computational ability. He split hundreds of spiritual threads from his spiritual root and operated on the structure designs as fast as lightning. While he contemplated different maintenance plans, Liao dwelled in the world of magical equipment maintenance. And without him knowing anything, 2 days had passed. 2 days later, inside the cockpit, Ding Lingdang, Ba Weiqi and the other 2 teammates were staring at Liao anxiously. In the middle of the cockpit was a round cover 2 meters in diameter. Thousands of stripes were carved on it, making it like the most complex maze. Shua! The round cover split open like a blossoming flower. From the opening, a seat on which countless calligraphic rune arrays had been engraved was raised up. It was the captain's seat, as well as the core of the entire starship. Liao took a deep breath. Unfaltering belief gleamed out of his eyes. He strode forward and sat down without any hesitation. Senior Gao Xianxia, you've passed on the position to me, and I will certainly not disappoint you. Someday, the name of Sparkle will reverberate in the entire sea of stars. Now get back to work, Sparkle. In a moment, all the rune arrays on the captain's sea were illuminated. Colorful electric arcs danced among the rune arrays and flooded into Liao's body, before they sprang to his brain along his veins and nerves and tangled with his very soul. Almost 100 overlapping light beams appeared in front of them. Spinning and blinking, they displayed every detail of Sparkle. Crystal reaction is being activated at LV. 2 efficiency. Power rune arrays are being activated. 1, 2, 5 successes. Drill of mystic rays launch. Liao's telepathic thoughts were spread in countless directions. But the thickest of all crowded into the sky dragon which was in the front of the warship. The immense spiritual energy transformed from the flowing brightness crystals was transmitted into the cannon like a raging ocean. Spurred by his telepathic thought, the cannon uttered a soul-stirring roar, releasing an overwhelming electromagnetic blast. Because of the full modification that the Sky Dragon had received, the electromagnetic blast was not pushed out of the barrel. It was restrained by rune arrays at the front end of the barrel and spread out into 9 boa-like streams of brightness. The streams of brightness revolved rapidly in midair and intertwined with each other. The front half of Sparkle was wreathed in their brilliance. Then, they suddenly expanded and condensed into an extremely splendid drill of mystic rays. The high-intensity drill of mystic rays was almost a real existence and as transparent as jade. Emitting endless warmth and light, it stared revolving. The ultrasolid rock stratums were shattered immediately. Liao gritted his teeth. His eyes were bulging so wide that his eyeballs seemed to be squeezed out. The corners of his eyes were torn apart. 2 lines of blood were dripping down like tears. He was merely at the middle level of the building foundation stage after all. Steering Sparkle and the drill of mystic rays was still too much a burden for him. But according to the reminder on the light beam, the specifications of Sparkle right now was only 9% of its limits. However, Liao was already at his limits. Hiss! Liao raised his head and chugged another dose of strengthening drug that had been mixed with flowing brightness crystal. Real flames seemed to be surging out of Liao's body. The temperature of the cockpit increased by more than 5 degrees. Ding Ling Dang and the rest of the teammates seemed able to hear the cells inside Liao's body exploding one after another. Move forward, Sparkle. Liao smashed his fists down. Countless telepathic thoughts were let loose from the depths of his brain. The data and information on the light beams in front of him were altering at an unbelievable speed, while figures and runes were dancing crazily. After a hum, the cockpit shivered. The four of them could feel that the floor had turned into a slope. Sparkle was perforating the rocks and moving forward and upward. We made it! The drill of mystic rays is working well. 2 power rune arrays are too hot. Activate the cooling units right now. We detected a black gold rock area that is extremely solid ahead of us. Resetting the route and bypassing it. Maintain the current speed. Pay attention to the spiritual energy supply of the drill. We must keep it stable. Forward, forward, forward. Finally, after half an hour of thrilling drilling, everyone suddenly felt that their body was light, because the obstruction blocking them was gone. The seabed that had just been stabilized for a while sprayed out a lot of mud at first. Then countless scattered stones jetted up like a volcanic eruption, forming countless furious swirls of stones. Boom! Like a hidden dragon in an abyss which broke free from the manacles, seals, and barriers that had been constraining it for a lifetime. Sparkle jumped out from the bottom of the ocean and soared into the sky. Dozens of kilometers away, above the undersea town of Skeleton Dragon, savaging spiritual energy formed countless swirls and turbulences. A group of cultivators and a group of demons were confronting each other. There were only 8 cultivators, in crystal suits that were ragged, riddled with holes, and ready to be shattered. They were like the anxious animals that had fallen into a trap. They were surrounded by 40 demons, most of whom were reigning biochemical beasts. Some of the biochemical beasts were more than 10 meters long with bizarre, hideous appearances, further reinforcing the desperation and helplessness of the cultivators. Although some of the demons were obviously injured, the few elite demons at the edge of the circle were totally fine. They were clearly on the winning side. The situation was extremely unfavorable for the cultivators. Large areas of blood were floating in the seawater nearby. The dead bodies of 2 cultivators and more than 10 demons and their broken limbs were the best interpreters of the gory battle. Yan Jun, captain of Team Thunder Soul, the best star team in Occult Orbs Fellowship, was breathing heavily. His skin was sweltering as if it were being scorched, but his eyes were as indifferent as ice. However, there was a hint of fury and vulnerability in the depths of the frozen eyes, leaking the nervousness in his heart. Captain, this is a trap. We only launched an attack because we thought that the demons had opened Skeleton Dragon's residence recklessly and suffered tremendous losses because they triggered the barriers inside. But as it turned out, they didn't open the residence at all. The dead bodies we saw were all faked just in order to fool us. Wang Ji, Prince of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers. Yu Laikong, young master of Castle Grey Falcon. Qi Mingzhu, young leader of Jade Cicada Island. As well-known elite demons on the Deadly Demons list, they are all beyond the high level of Demon General and are very close to the level of Demon King. More than half of the 2 teams have detonated our spiritual seeds. But the defense ability of the weird biochemical beasts is inconceivable. Only less than 20 of the demons have been killed. We are too outnumbered. They can simply swarm and crush us. The members of Team Thunder Soul were exclaiming in the communication channel. Yan Jun was speechless. The scar on his left eye was bouncing and almost torn apart by his fury. But faced with the siege of dozens of demons, there was nothing he could do except gnash his teeth. The proud child of Occult Orbs, the strongest cultivator in the Occult Orbs Fellowship that never admitted failure, was finally grabbed by desperation. Sensing the declining fighting will on the cultivator's side, the demons grew more and more excited. The strongest star teams of Occult Orbs Fellowship, and the eminent children of Occult Orbs including Yan Jun, have been all fished up by this prince. Ha 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 ha. Such tremendous credits, such remarkable achievements. Fabulous. It is indeed fabulous. Wait until I tear all the cultivators into pieces and receive the heritage of the great demon from 30,000 years ago in the residence of Skeleton Dragon. By then, I will be the strongest of the younger generation in the blood demon sector. Not just the kingdom of lion butchers, the few demon kingdoms, demon valleys, and demon islands nearby will all have to listen to my command. If I'm lucky enough to accept the true enlightenment of Skeleton Dragon in his residence, Elder Blood Robe and the rest of the old farts will be nothing at all. Today, I bow to you in courtesy. Tomorrow, I will be the ruler of the entire blood demon sector. Those pretentious demon emperors will be my dogs. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Wang Ji burst out in laughter. The biochemical beast in the form of Black Mantis twitched accordingly. Its bone tail suddenly slashed forward like a guillotine that had been dropped down. Kill them all. After all the cultivators are cleared, we will open the residence and excavate the treasures of Skeleton Dragon. Stimulated by his words, the auras of the demons became multiple times more bloodthirsty than before. Their biochemical beasts expanded in size, while vicious laughter and screams resounded in them. The undersea would become a hell. The slaughter would begin in 5 seconds. Right then, 20 kilometers away, the seawater was boiling, and the undercurrent was surging. Sparkle was marching forward at the top speed like a silent killer whale, followed by a brilliant dragon of water that was several kilometers long. Sitting in the captain's seat, Liao was fully concentrating. The spiritual waves and the dancing electric arcs made his messy hair all stand up. Deep purple brightness mixed with cruelness was beaming out of his eyes. 2. The other 4 orb patrollers, including Ding Lingdang, had been armed to the teeth with the brand-new, fully upgraded crystal suits, waiting in the assault cabin ready to act. Liao's telepathic thoughts were extended into the mainframe crystal processor and projected to tens of kilometers away with the enhancement of the probe magical equipment. The battlefield above the undersea town was scanned clearly by him. Excellent. Skeleton Dragon's residence hasn't been opened yet. We've come right in time. 2-star teams are fighting the demons. They seem to be besieged and in a terrible situation. Liao scowled. The killing scent inside his eyes was savaging like a cold front. The rogue meteorite, lock, in the attack magical equipment platform protruding in the front of Sparkle. An asterisk-shaped hollow was opened, spitting countless bubbles. Then, a dominating 6-barreled revolving crystal cannon was pushed out straightforwardly. In the bottoms of the 6 barrels, a small ball of light appeared at the same time. They were wreathed in dazzling electric arcs and expanding constantly in crazy revolutions. Very soon, they were even bigger than a skull. The raging seawater was vaporized momentarily into countless bubbles, which floated to the surface of the ocean like a series of balloons. The probe magical equipment of Sparkle was activated to its maximum. Countless streams of information were fed back. The outlines and positions of the dozens of demons immediately appeared inside Liao's brain. Possible trajectories, weapon specifications, dodging odds, best shooting routes, and other information popped up, which were analyzed and combined with his amazing computational ability. Super perceptive state. Brain cell activity, 300%. Liao squinted to the extent that his eyes became 2 narrow lines. But the surging brightness inside the 2 narrow lines were like 2 Milky Ways. He had entered the super perceptive state. Within 3 seconds, he had calculated the best shooting trajectory and attack plan. More than 10 targets were locked onto by him at the same time. Nasty pests. Embrace your death. Liao smiled cruelly. His lips curled, revealing his sharp teeth, while he issued the decree. The rogue meteorite was driven by 5 flowing brightness crystals in total. It was an unprecedented expenditure in the history of the Heaven's Origin sector. Spurred by such a crazy amount of spiritual energy, the rogue meteorite was reloaded very soon. It had far exceeded the standard of the cannon and was bordering on the limits of the components inside. In the reminder light beam of the mainframe crystal processor, the holograph representing the rogue meteorite had become dangerously red, indicating that the magical equipment had been filled with too much spiritual energy and that it could turn into a total wreck at any moment because of the plummeting stability if it was kept in the state for too long. Liao was yearning to kill too much to bother with any of that. He opened his palm and waved it in the air as if it were a saber, while his telepathic thoughts crowded into the triggering rune arrays and exploded there. Now begins the slaughter. The Rouge meteorite was activated. Sparkle trembled violently. Tremendous spiritual waves that were the recoil of the attack crashed toward the back of the warship. The force was so immense that even the hundreds of light beams that the mainframe crystal processor displayed were blinking. At the same time, 10 light balls that were nearly transparent slid out of the crystal barrels. The countless airy electric arcs and runes contained in them were pushing them forward glamorously and crazily. The obstruction of the seawater seemed to be non-existent, because they surpassed 3 times the speed of sound instantly and roared toward their respective targets some 20 kilometers away. The first batch of light balls had barely been shot out when new brightness was brewing at the bottom of the crystal barrels. Half a second later, the new batch of light balls were already as large as tires and were fired again. In 10 seconds, more than 100 light balls had constituted a turbulence of destruction in the depths of the silver ocean like a shoal of glittering fish. At 3 times the speed of sound, the distance in between was covered in no time. The demons who didn't know what was coming were still wearing cruel and malicious smiles. Yet their hearts were suddenly grabbed by freezing coldness at the same time. All the demons couldn't help but shiver. Some high-level demon generals who were relatively stronger had already started dodging or preparing defenses due to their natural instincts, although their consciousness was not able to react yet. Many of the demons were princes of a kingdom or young masters of the demon congregations in the blood demon sector. They'd all come from noble backgrounds and carried a lot of life-saving treasures with them. Now, many of the treasures were automatically triggered, some forming protective halos or blood fog around them, and some stimulating their nerves directly to increase their speed by multiple times instantly. However, the efforts of the treasures proved in vain faced with a rogue meteorite from the Star Ocean Imperium. Incoming attack! There are still more ambushes. Not good. Not good. The demons, who had thought themselves to be sure winners a moment ago, all freaked out in panic upon sensing that a catastrophic attack beyond their imagination was coming at them. Swoosh! 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 There was no need for Wang Ji to issue any command. All the demons dispersed and fled in various directions. You want to get away from my locking? Not that easy. Today, you are all going to die. Liao's eyes were like ice pitons. The brightness beaming out from them crossed more than 10 kilometers and pinned the escaping demons on the light beam one by one. At this time, the 6 light balls that were fired in the beginning had reached the battlefield. But instead of attacking any demons, they simply stopped on the different directions of the battlefield. Triggered by his telepathic thought, the 6 light balls exploded abruptly, raising chaotic waves and thousands of streams of brightness that darted toward the demons like a storm of arrows. The demons who were running away crazily were either pushed back by the blast or blocked by the storm of brightness. The 6 light balls had gridlocked the routes of escape for most demons. Explode! 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 The ice pitons in Liao's eyes suddenly exploded into thousands of stars, all of which were burning furiously, dyeing his eyes into passionate crimson. The light balls that followed rushed into the crowd of the demons in the blink of an eye and exploded one after another. Thousands of streams of brightness interweaved into a giant net and countless splendid arrows rained down upon the demons ruthlessly. No! A high-level demon general reigning a biochemical beast in the form of a giant crab cried desperately. Hit precisely by one of the light balls, the seemingly solid bright gold shell was as vulnerable as crust. A hole more than 1 meter in diameter appeared on the abdomen of the biochemical beast. The upper body of the high-level demon generals that had been hiding inside was blown into a bloody mist immediately. The despairing screams came to an abrupt end. Ah! A high-level demon general controlling a biochemical beast in the form of a 7-starred sea snake was dodging swiftly through the gaps of the giant net, only to be swept over by a stream of brightness. As if it had been slashed by the sharpest blade in the universe, the 7-starred sea snake was cut in half down the middle, resulting in its plunging speed. It was soon hit by the arrows and rendered into a sieve together with the demon residing inside. What is this magical equipment and why is it so formidable? Has some nascent soul stage cultivator arrived in person? Ah damn, my heart has been blown up. 5 seconds until I die. My lower half body is gone. It has been wrecked. Help me. I'm too valuable to die in this place. Yu Likong, young master of Castle Grey Falcon, has been shot in the head. Deceased. Qi Mingzhu, young leader of Jade Cicada Island, has lost his 4 arms. His upper body has been deformed, too. He won't last long. Wang Ji. It was you who said that this is a risk-free, fatal trap, and that as long as we took down the 2 star teams, we would be able to open Skeleton Dragon's residence with nobody messing around. But why are we being butchered like pigs? Why? Who is it that is attacking us? Who is it? The remaining demons had lost all formations. They were fleeing and struggling under the barrage of the rain of arrows. Now and then, a demon would be captured by the arrows and, after a brief moment of the blood-stirring noise of fleshing being minced, die on the spot. Colorful mists of blood were slowly drifting above the undersea town. Cries, screams, heavy breaths, and callous berating drowned Wang Ji. Wang Ji was completely lost and had no idea what had happened. He was biting his teeth so hard that they were cracking, but he failed to utter any words, just like Yan Jun a moment ago. Controlling the black biochemical beast, Wang Ji was dodging hastily in the middle of the arrows. But his mind was a mess, and he was about to burst out a cry. How? How did everything come to this? My assumption can't be wrong. The Heaven's origin sector is absolutely incapable of projecting so many core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators to Boneyard. If they were going to teleport the nascent soul stage cultivators, there would be no need to plant the spiritual seeds into the bodies of those building foundation stage cultivators in the first place. I was so close to victory. Again. Who is it that sabotaged my business? I'm going to cut out your living guts. While Wang Ji was rushing here and there in hatred and confusion, a starship that looked like a ferocious dragon from the abyss suddenly dashed out from the depths of the ocean. Wang Ji pupils shrank to the size of needles. Every one of his nerve endings was twitching uncontrollably because he couldn't believe his eyes. Awesome, dominating, brutal, bloodthirsty, and unstoppable. Faced with such a powerful starship beyond his wildest imagination, Wang Ji, although maintaining a furious face, had a frozen heart. Every one of his cells started trembling uncontrollably. Why is there such a powerful starship hiding in the depths of the Silver Ocean? Judging from the appearance, it looks like a warship from the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. But why on earth would a warship thousands of years ago end up here, and why is it still drivable? And who is it that is steering it? Both shocked and exasperated, Wang Ji couldn't help but scream to suppress the deepest fear in his heart. In the meantime, the 8 surviving orb patrollers, including Yan Jun, were also stunned at the starship that had come from nowhere and were speechless for quite a long time. They had thought that they would be dead for sure today. No one had anticipated a fortuitous twist at the end of the episode. The moment the powerful yet mysterious starship appeared, almost 20 demons were already blown to smithereens, their blood dyeing the Silver Ocean red. Incredible! Incredible! The bombardment is even more destructive than the triplicate main gun of the main force warships of the Federal Army. Who is the captain of the starship? Is there a senior cultivator living a hermit life in the underground of Boneyard? It is approaching. The demons freaked out, while the cultivators were exuberant. All their eyes were glued to Sparkle. Holding their breath, the dozens of creatures here waited for its arrival silently. Right then, an intense explosion suddenly took place on the above of Sparkle. A cluster of orange brightness pushed away seawater and expanded while it flowed toward the surface of the ocean. The rain of arrows came to an abrupt halt. A moment later, the assault cabin at the bottom of Sparkle was opened, from which 4 streamlined thick cannonballs were ejected and tossed into the battlefield in a moment while slashing the seawater in their way. The cannonballs exploded, unveiling 4 impressive crystal suits. The 4 orb patrollers of Team Blue Bronze joined the battlefield, So it was you, the ants. Wang Ji was dazed for a moment. He glanced over the four of them while his dim, yellow eyeballs rolled over and over. His eyes turned from hesitation to ecstasy and eventually brutality. The horror in his heart was entirely gone. Confidence was flowing crazily inside his veins again. Wang Ji burst out in laughter, because he had figured out what had happened. I didn't expect that you would be as robust as cockroaches. Not only did the collapsing rocks fail to bury you, you even discovered a warship from the Star Ocean Imperium. Your vitality is really impressive. However, I'm afraid that you haven't got through all the technologies on the warship, and you are merely swaggering around just based on the only usable cannon on board. A warship from the Star Ocean Imperium can't be readily drivable. The only cannon has been wrecked by you. That's why you can only rush out and fight face to face. You have taken down almost 20 demons of our side in a breath. But so what? We still have more than 20 left. You are still totally outnumbered. And we have the assistance of powerful biochemical beasts. There are only 12 cultivators in total. We will have backup even if we are to attack each of you with 2 of us. You are doomed to die after all. Wang Ji was greatly reassured. As powerful as the warship was, it must be unavailable for the moment. Otherwise, the orb patrollers of Team Blue Bronze wouldn't have any reason to go out and fight them in person. The logic was simple. He even began to secretly feel happy about it. Of all the demons teleported to Boneyard, he was among the noblest ones. But there were quite a few other princes and young masters who were of similar position and capability to him. It was because he concocted the trap plan and proposed it that everyone listened to his command temporarily. Once the residence of Skeleton Dragon was opened, those demons would be too selfish to allow him to loot everything inside first. But right now, after the bombardment a moment ago, many princes and young masters had been blown to pieces. On the other hand, he was barely injured with the help of the weird black biochemical beast. He was almost the one who boasted the highest capability from the noblest background among the surviving demons now. Nice kill. Really nice killing. After you take down each and every one of them, Skeleton Dragon's heritage will all be mine. Team Blue Bronze, I cannot thank you enough. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Wang Ji grinned hideously. His eyes were brimming with cruelness. A weird sound wave spread out quickly in the seawater through the throat of the biochemical beast. Don't panic. Their cannon has gone dead. They have to come and fight us in person. 12 badly injured cultivators versus 30 demons. What's there to be scared of? Au contraire. This is a tremendous windfall. Not only are we getting a residence of Skeleton Dragon, we are also getting a warship from the Star Ocean Imperium. Kill. 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 The demons were not all slow-witted. Seeing the explosion on Sparkle, the sudden dumb fire of the cannon and Team Blue Bronze which was charging close, they realized what was going on without too much trouble. Their morale, which had hit rock bottom a moment ago, was immediately boosted to its maximum. The bloodthirst in their bones was entirely triggered. Their fright a moment ago turned into savageness and viciousness, while they bared their fangs, waved their claws, and screamed horrifyingly. Yan Jun and his teammates had only just felt relieved when their hearts skipped a beat again. They were both dumbfounded and frustrated. The starship is being steered by Team Blue Bronze? Where did they find such a powerful vehicle? And how did they activate it? Not good. The only piece of attack magical equipment on the starship seems to be broken now. They have to come out and fight face to face. 12 of us against almost 30 of them. We barely stand any chance. However, the outside world orb patrollers of Team Blue Bronze indeed have guts. They are charging close to reinforce us, knowing that they are terribly outnumbered. Starry brilliance was consolidating again in the bottom of Yan Jun's eyes. The scar through his left eye was glittering, like a dragon which was stretching its wings. Good, good. Team Blue Bronze, if you are audacious enough to fight until the last breath, Team Thunder Soul and the rest of the children of occult orbs will not shy away. Either. What's the big deal with death? Let's see who slays more demon scumbags before we die. On Sparkle, Liao's telepathic thoughts were switching at the top speed among hundreds of light beams, while he operated rapidly to set Spark into automatic cruise mode. The breakdown of the rogue meteorite was within his expectations. Such an air defense cannon was not designed to provide tremendous damage after all. The side effect of bringing up its damage with the flowing brightness crystals by force was that the components inside the weapon would degrade hundreds of times faster. As it turned out, the crystal barrels twisted and fractured in the end, leading to the big explosion. But he didn't have an issue with that. If he hadn't brought up its damage by force, he wouldn't have been able to blow more than 10 demons into smithereens as if they were chickens within a breath. The rogue meteorite had fulfilled its destiny. There were only some 20 demons left now. The capability difference between the two sides was not irreversible now. You think we're going to just wait to be killed now that we've lost the cannon? Liao scoffed. Finishing the cruise mode setup, he leapt up and retrieved the mystic skeleton battlesuit from his cosmos ring. In the meantime, inside the magical equipment warehouse, a giant metal box was sliding quickly on the rails. 2. Ares extension prepared. A moment later, Liao reached the assault cabin and dived out of Sparkle in the mystic skeleton battlesuit. A silver, streamlined cannonball that looked like a dolphin glided at the top speed for several kilometers before it exploded and revealed Liao, who stood on the above the battlefield and stared at the demons below him coldly from a high stance. It was you. Wang Ji was more than enraged. He finally realized that it was the dangerous vulture who had sabotaged his endeavor again when he was one step away from victory. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. In the thunderous Sound Mountain in Red Lotus City, and on Boneyard you have meddled with my affairs time and time again. Rat. This time, I'm going to capture you and soak you in the blood pool. I'm going to skin you, pull out your nerves, and cut your flesh off your bones 3 times a day, and when you are cured, I will do that to you again. 10 years, 100 years later, you will beg me to kill you. The black biochemical beast that Wang Ji was reigning, simulated by his fury, had bloody stripes on the mantis-like shell, making it appear more terrifying than ever. The bone tail of the biochemical beast waved, as Wang Ji was preparing to lunge forward. But he suddenly felt that something was wrong and came to a sudden halt, while he gazed at Liao's back in suspicion. A new cannonball was rushing close toward Liao's back. It was more thick and brilliant than the previous manned cannonballs. Surrounded by rounds of runes, it was wreathed in a dazzling splendor. Boom! The streamlined cannonball exploded, releasing countless glamorous runes which were emitting octagonal brightness at first. Then, a myriad of strengthening components appeared around the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Hand strengthening component, chest strengthening component, helmet strengthening component and spiritual energy enhancing system, leg strengthening component and brand new power rune system, unbelievably powerful one-time remote attack system and fully upgraded melee combat system, and also more than 300 ancillary components to increase manipulability. All the strengthening components were bright green. Countless interweaving gold threads were covering their surface. At first look, they were the most awe-inspiring dragon scales. Hiss, hiss. Bright green electric arcs were triggered by the strengthening components. Attracted and pulled by the electric arcs, they drew close quickly, assembled and combined, and stuck to the mystic skeleton battlesuit one by one. Ka, 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 ka. While the strengthening components were loaded one after another, the size of the mystic skeleton battlesuit grew larger and larger. The intimidating aura that it let out soared exponentially, too. A moment later, all the strengthening components had been pinned to the mystic skeleton battlesuit by the electric arcs and magnetic field. The crystal suit which had been strengthened was almost 4 meters tall, with stabbing horns and unparalleled dominance, like a ferocious green dragon. Unfathomably sharp-edged fins stood erect on the arms and legs and behind the back. Bone spurs refined out of super alloys were beaming out bloodthirsty brilliance. The most eye-catching part was the chest, where a strike cannon in the shape of a dragon head was crouching. Its bloody mouth was wide open, keeping a dazzling, rapidly revolving, green light ball surrounded by dancing electric arcs inside. A scent of extreme danger could be felt from it. The Ares extension had been fully loaded. This was an Ares extension designed for undersea usage named Dragon Scale. With the Dragon Scale extension added, Liao was standing in the water like an unstoppable god of war. Shua! Every auxiliary fin on the Dragon Scale extension was trembling rapidly, while Liao turned into a streak of greenness and pierced toward the demons. What is this crystal suit? Why is it so intimidating? Beware! All the demons felt unprecedented pressure. The seawater seemed hundreds of times thicker. Despite the assistance of the biochemical beasts, they still found it hard to breathe. The demons were all frightened and shunned away. But two demons were in Liao's path and had been locked onto by Liao's sharp killing intent. All the cells inside their bodies seemed to have been frozen into ice, making them rigid for a moment. The time window for running away had passed, and they had no choice except to grit their teeth and fight the incoming enemy the hard way. One of the two demons was reining a biochemical beast in the shape of shark that was more than 4 meters long, with 3 sharp head-butting horns on its head. The other demon was hiding inside a biochemical beast that resembled a giant lobster that was more than 5 meters long. Its 2 claws opened and closed in clattering noises. The 2 demons charged at Liao, one from the left and the other from the right. Boom! The furiously burning greenness crashed into the 2 demons. Thousands of green streams flowed out and wreathed the shark-shaped biochemical beast within a moment, before they were stirred brutally. Ah! The middle-level demon general inside the shark-shaped biochemical beast could do nothing but cry out before he was minced into pieces together with the flesh and blood of the biochemical beast. A cluster of bloody mist suddenly exploded in a boom. A middle-level demon general had been slain by Liao within a second. The horror! Oh, the horror! The other high-level demon general was so panicked that he completely lost his fighting will. While his companion was being pulverized, he hurried to run away. Run away now! Such a monster is too much for me to deal with. Rushing forward more than 100 meters in a breath, the high-level demon general was greatly relieved sensing that Liao didn't come after him. But when he turned back his head, he found that everybody was looking at him in a daze. The high-level demon general was finally grabbed by an ominous feeling, as if he had stepped onto nothing into an abyss. The pores all over his body shrank at the same time. Behind his back, a weird green shadow had appeared without him knowing. The proudly standing strike cannon on the chest of the dragon scale extension was adorned with splendid stripes of blood. The light ball in the mouth of the dragon was more and more dazzling and, before he was able to react, exploded abruptly. A pillar of brightness as wide as a bowl jetted out of the mouth of the dragon and pierced through the solid shell of the biochemical beast, similar to a chopstick stabbing through a cooked egg. Luminescent blood flowed out of the gap of the shell. After a bam, the 2 eyes of the giant lobster exploded simultaneously. It struggled for a moment and dropped dead. The high-level demon general hiding inside of it was pierced through by the pillar of brightness without even being able to grunt. His internal organs were all vaporized, resulting in his instantaneous death. After several seconds, 2 elite demons had been slain by Liao as if they were harmless chickens. Vulture Liao has become so formidable now that he's put on such a weird crystal suit. We are no match for him. We are all going to die here. Witnessing Liao's invincibility, the demons were terrified again and sent into chaos. Liao, where did you find such a powerful crystal suit? Wang Ji's eyes were blood-red. His fury was almost burning his pupils through. He couldn't hate it more. This is an Ares extension, the most formidable one-off strengthening plugins in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. Liao has miraculously found an Ares extension. No wonder he is so brutal today. We are saved. The cultivators were overjoyed. Their morale couldn't be higher. Staring at the glamorous dragon scale extension covering Liao, Yan Jun was caught in mixed feelings. A few months ago, when he first met Liao, Liao was merely a rookie who had just ascended to the building foundation stage. He didn't bother to look at him after all and thought that he would hamstring the children of occult orbs in the missions like the rest of the outside world orb patrollers did. He didn't expect that the guy would make so much progress in several months and even save his own life someday. Right then, a telepathic thought was sent to him. His crystal processor received a request to share the communication channels. Team Blue Bronze had docked their communication channel to Team Thunder Souls. Yen Jun, the Ares extension that I am wearing is a one-off expendable, and it won't last long. Crush them while the demons are in a mess right now. Liao bellowed in the communication channel. Yen Jun was dazed for a moment. He took a deep breath. The complicated expressions on his face were replaced by fervent fighting will. His eyes glittered while he laughed. All right, let's talk later. Right now, let's just kill. 13 cultivators, from 3-star teams, charged into the crowd of demons like 13 sabers, slashing everything in their way apart. The demons still outnumbered them in the field. But Liao was the sharpest blade edge wherever he went. He led the attack and stirred the formation of the demons into further chaos. Barely any demons could survive one strike from him. Once they were engaged with him, their biochemical beasts were often seriously injured and had to be abandoned, if they were not killed instantly on the spot. The other 13 cultivators were greatly encouraged by Liao's valiance. They exerted all their might and followed him closely. For a moment, the silver ocean turned red. More than 10 demons had been slaughtered mercilessly one by one. Li Yao. Wang Ji was furious. Demonic energy surged out of his body and condensed into countless bubbles around him before they all exploded suddenly. The bone tail waved. He dashed forward and reached Li Yao in the blink of an eye. Go to hell! Almost 100 sharp bone spurs protruded out of the bone tail, and it slapped at Li Yao at more than 3 times the speed of sound, tearing the seawater in between apart. Li Yao squinted. Every muscle on his body was constricted as much as possible, making him seem smaller than he actually was. Then, like an elastic spring that had been compressed to minimum, it bounced back all of a sudden. All the strength inside his muscles flooded into his right arm like thousands of rivers gathering into an ocean, providing spiral explosive power, before he punched the tip of the bone tail. The dragon scale extension had enveloped Li Yao's fists in a thick layer of green plate armor that was covered in scales and sharp thorns. After the punch, the seawater around was pushed away, and a spacious waterless chamber was formed, like an invisible fist more than 1 meter in diameter had punched in advance. Boom! The iron fist and the bone tail collided brutally. The immense blast caused a giant swirl in the seawater. Li Yao barely moved, while Wang Ji was blown backward more than 10 meters with a scream. Tiny cracks were appearing on the fist part of the dragon scale extension. But half of the bone tail of Wang Ji's biochemical beast had been blown off. The remaining half of the tail was smooth without any bone spurs anymore, cramping. His nerves had been connected to the brain of the biochemical beast. The pain of the tail being cut off was excruciating, but he was so astounded that he almost ignored it. His strength is even higher than mine. How can that be? How is it possible? 2 years ago, when they encountered in the Thunderous Sound Mountain, Li Yao was but a cultivator at the refinement stage. Under the pressure of the Prince of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers, he could only hide here and there like a rat in a ditch, and only got away because of luck. 1 year ago, when the two of them met again in Red Lotus City, Li Yao was merely at the peak of the refinement stage and wouldn't have defeated him without the sordid tricks. But right now, Li Yao had completely suppressed him in a face-to-face confrontation. Regretful. Wang Ji couldn't be more regretful. Had he foreseen what was going to happen today, he would have cut Li Yao into pieces at whatever cost, even letting go of the mutated lion dragon in the Thunderous Sound Mountain 2 years ago. But it was a pity that the past could not be altered. Who could have anticipated that a Mr. Nobody as humble as an ant before would soar to the sky and overturn the world one day? Wang Ji, I'm going to avenge Captain Hong. Li Yao roared and sprinted again. Gritting his teeth, Wang Ji turned into a cluster of blackness and dashed forward. The 2 clusters of brightness crashed into each other heavily, raising a blast that resembled an overwhelming tsunami. The Ares extension that Li Yao carried was one-off magical equipment in the first place. Therefore, he was not afraid of the impact at all. The plate armor on his shoulder was shattered, but a large part of flesh was torn off from Wang Ji's biochemical beast. 2. Wang Ji felt that he was going to be killed by the agony. The biochemical beast suddenly spat out a cluster of black mist, which quickly spread out in the silver ocean like ink. Run! 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 Wang Ji fled without bothering with anything else. Shua! Liao broke through the black smoke, only to find that Wang Ji was escaping in a rush toward the undersea town. You want to run away? Liao sniffed. The power rune arrays of the dragon scale extension spurted out streams of water, pushing him into a streak of greenness again closely behind the enemy. One was running and the other was pursuing. The two of them left the battlefield quickly and both dived into the undersea town. The pavilions and buildings in this place were extremely delicate. However, there was no sign of any creature wherever they went. No fish, no coral, and no shellfish, as if they were too intimidated by Skeleton Dragon to come close to his old home. Even the undercurrents did not dare to intrude into the town. The seawater here was absolutely still, but the environment was extremely creepy. It seemed to be a town of ghosts in the deepest level of the hell. In the middle of the town stood a conical, splendid building in a completely different style to the rest of the architectures in the town. It appeared to be both a den of a great demon beast and a dead volcano. It was Skeleton Dragon's residence. Wang Ji swam toward the residence like a stray dog. In the middle of his pursuit, Liao suddenly had a palpitation. He sensed that a great danger was coming and halted all of a sudden. An abrupt change took place right at this moment. Almost 100 giant clusters of brightness burst out from the entire undersea town, including Skeleton Dragon's residence. The intense blast demolished more than half of the undersea town like a volcanic eruption and swallowed Liao momentarily. Liao was caught in the middle of the blast and the turbulences. Although the dragon scale extension absorbed most of the blast, his head was still quite dizzy. On his light beam, redness was blinking non-stop. The durability of the dragon scale extension was dropping fast. Many components had been blown into pieces. As it turned out, Wang Ji had planted a huge amount of crystal bombs in the undersea town. Liao's head was dizzy, his throat filled with blood, but he was not sure whether he should laugh or cry. The scenario was quite familiar, albeit with the bomber and the bomb swapping their roles. Before, he was the one who had set up a myriad of traps in order to survive when he was hunted by strong enemies. Today, he was the one doing the hunting, while Wang Ji, a renowned demon, had been forced to flee like a rat with his head in hands and resort to bomb traps to struggle against him. I was too careless. I thought that I was invincible with the Ares extension. But Wang Ji is much more cunning than before. As a bomb expert, I was negligent and fell for the trap. This is really a terrible mistake. Liao frowned. By analyzing the situation, he reached the conclusion momentarily that the explosion was a quite powerful one. If the bombs had been planted in the right locations, the entire undersea town might have been demolished. The Ares extension was a one-off expendable after all. Affected by the blast, one component after another lost its functionality and detached from the mystic skeleton battlesuit, sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Liao's crystal suit was immediately shabby again, the previous splendor gone. But he was more concerned about the situation inside Skeleton Dragon's residence. This moron. Don't play with the bombs when you don't know how to use them properly. Gnashing his teeth, Liao furrowed his brow. He had anticipated a lot of things, but never did he expect that Wang Ji would be so crazy as to open Skeleton Dragon's residence in such a violent way. Haha. Vulture Liao, you didn't see this coming, did you? I learned a lot of things from you after the tremendous failures I suffered against you. Explosive magical equipment is your favorite. How does it taste? Wang Ji's cocky laughter came over from a dirty undercurrent. You've lost your Ares extension. What can you rely on to fight against me right now? Liao's eyes were glittering. He completely ignored Wang Ji's provocation and extended his telepathic thoughts to the undersea town. More than half of the undersea town had been utterly demolished. The seabed was full of craters as if it had been bombarded by a meteor shower for 3 days and 3 nights. Wang Ji stood right in front of Skeleton Dragon's residence, more arrogant than ever. Liao was greatly alarmed. He stared at Skeleton Dragon's residence carefully. The cone-shape architecture was carved with dense rune arrays, but in two completely opposite styles. Some of the rune arrays were crude, simple, and askew, as if a wild animal had engraved them with its claws and teeth forcefully. They were brimming with viciousness and bloodthirst. One would feel terrified just looking at them. But the other runes were square and upright, full of astounding dignity. The rune arrays in two different styles were engaged in a fierce battle like two formidable armies. However, because of the intense explosion, a lot of stones were blown off the cone-shaped architecture. The rune arrays were all modeled. Many of them were even completely destroyed. Not good. Liao's heart was pounding. He found a crack that was more than half a meter long, but thinner than a hair on the surface of the building. Was this crack originally in this place, or was it caused by the explosion just now? Does it affect the inside of Skeleton Dragon's residence? Cold sweat was appearing on Liao's forehead. He gazed at the crack, not even blinking, only to discover that the crack thinner than hair was growing, splitting and spreading as if it were a living fungus. Very soon it covered more than 10 square meters. A spider net of cracks had formed on the surface of Skeleton Dragon's residence. Go away. Leave Skeleton Dragon's residence right now. Liao summoned his spiritual energy and shouted. His voice turned into intense vibration in the seawater and crushed over toward Wang Ji like wind and thunder. Wang Ji's face color changed. He was so furious that he laughed, while he gnashed his teeth. Vulture Liao, without the Ares extension, we are very alike to each other in capability. Do you still think you are the sure winner right now? I have sworn in the pantheon of demons to all the demon spirits that I will not stop hunting you until I die. You will beg me more mercy, but I will. Before Wang Ji was able to complete his sentence, a weird aura leaked out through the spider net gaps on the surface of Skeleton Dragon's residence, which interrupted Wang Ji's egotistical declaration. Lum-dum. Liao suddenly heard a clear heartbeat in the depths of his brain. The feeling was extremely strange. The sound seemed to be from Skeleton Dragon's residence, but it exploded directly inside Liao's brain, completely overlooking the distance in between. At the same time, somebody seemed to clench his heart, press it hard, and let it go abruptly. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Lum-dum. Lum-dum. Heartbeats echoed like dull drumming, neither too fast nor too slowly. But the frequency and the pitch were becoming higher and higher. Lum-dum, 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 lum-dum. In several seconds, the beating heart already turned into a raging storm, raising a chaotic tsunami in Liao's brain and chest. Liao felt like his head was exploding. His eyes were crimson. The bloodiest scenes were unfolding in front of him. He saw countless cultivators and ordinary people crying in burning flames, tens of thousands of years ago. Many other cultivators were fighting the demons on flying swords. But after a weirdly drifting breeze, the blood and flesh of the ordinary people, the cultivators, and the demons were all corrupted, turning them into bare bones. A moment later, the bones stood up robotically and constituted countless hideous killing machines. Then, they spread out in various directions like a swarm of locusts. This is... Liao bit the tip of his tongue and shook his head hard, freeing himself from the illusion. He found himself soaked in sweat. His brain seemed to have been emptied, and he had never been more exhausted. Wang Ji's declaration came to an abrupt end. Like a puppet whose string had been cut off, he floated in the seawater numbly. Suddenly, cracking noises burst out from the inside of the biochemical beast. All its joints had exploded. Its head, limbs, and broken tails were each twisted in a different direction, while it dashed toward Skeleton Dragon's residence in an extremely awkward posture, cramping. Boom! Wang Ji crashed into Skeleton Dragon's residence and hit the spider net-like cracks precisely. The cracks quickly expanded, revealing the darkness inside. For some reason, Liao felt that thousands of pairs of eyes were staring at him in the dark residence, penetrating through his crystal suit and his flesh and blood into the deepest part of his bone marrow. It was at this moment that Wang Ji was back to himself because of the excruciating pain. He waved his hands and legs, struggling crazily, and screamed in despair. He seemed to be fighting an invisible enemy. He tried his best to run away, only to be pulled back time and time again and smashed against the cracks. Liao activated his crystal camera on full power. He could vaguely see that countless transparent tentacles were wrapped around the black biochemical beast, pulling and corrupting it. The shell and flesh of the beast was torn apart, through which the tentacles crammed in and attacked Wang Ji himself directly. Finally, after almost 10 clashes, the widest part of the cracks was more than 2 meters wide. Like a wide-open bloody mouth, Skeleton Dragon's residence sucked in Wang Ji together with his biochemical beast brutally. Crack, crack, Qi Lu, squeak, squeak, blood freezing. Leg-souring noises reverberated inside the dark gaps. Thousands of sweltering steel needles seemed to be stinging Liao's brain. Wang Ji screamed desperately, not befitting an eminent demon. He was more like a pig which had been skinned and was ready to be butchered. The desperate wailing gradually turned into helpless screaming, and then intermittent moaning, until it became feeble muttering in the end. But another aura that was much more dangerous was getting more and more dense. Liao felt that an invisible demon was talking in a low voice right behind his ears. Shua! Liao's heart seemed to have been stabbed by a spike. All of his hair stood up, while he turned around abruptly and slashed out his boiled blood wind-slashing saber. There seemed to be nothing in the seawater, yet he had hit something extremely tensile. Liao extended all his telepathic thoughts and detected the surroundings as best he could, only to find that it was a weird creature that looked like a tentacle of a jellyfish, but multiple times thicker, which was swimming swiftly. It seemed as soft as gel, but it was much harder than it appeared to be. Liao had extended the aura on his saber to some 20 meters long, but he could barely cut into the tentacle. The tentacle was not affected at all. It even crawled upwards along the body of the saber. Wang Ji's scream was still ringing inside his ears. Liao did not dare fight the weird tentacle the hard way. He quickly withdrew his saber and leapt backward. The tentacle didn't chase after him and simply retreated to the cracks. Then, a shrilling roar exploded in the deep inside of Skeleton Dragon's residence, as if countless crystal bombs had been detonated in everyone's brains at the same time. The cultivators and demons which were fighting in the battlefield not far away were all shocked by the shrilling roar and rendered dumb like puppets for a moment. What is it? Such a terrifying aura. It's demonic energy. Unparalleled demonic energy. Boom, boom, boom. The piercing roar represented the final awakening of the ancient deadly demon from 40,000 years ago. Ear-splitting collisions occurred in the depths of the residence, triggering chaotic turbulences in the silver ocean. The seawater was raging, and the ground was shaking. The other 12 cultivators sensed that a great demon was going to appear, too, and all swooped above Skeleton Dragon's residence. Boom! After an ear-splitting crash, the upper half of the cone-shape architecture was demolished to smithereens. The muddy seawater gradually dispersed, revealing a frightening figure more than 30 meters long, which was slowly stretching its body. Skeleton Dragon was exactly what its name suggested. Its arms were made up by countless bones which were emitting a bright silver glow. Its body was like a gargantuan egg, but the bones supporting the body were quite messy. With a careful look, one would notice that they had the characteristics of various creatures, as if the body had been piled up by the bones from countless species. 9 arms made of bones extended out of the egg-shaped torso. The front end of each arm was a skull of a different species with its bloody mouth wide open, making the body look like a prehistoric hydra, only much more hideous and vicious. In the middle of the empty chest was soft flesh that looked like jelly, which was heavily protected by the bones, emitting glamorous, translucent brightness. The jelly was in the coagulation state. Watery liquid flowed slowly toward the 9 arms, controlling each and every bone on them delicately. In the center of the jelly, a cluster of crimson brightness was glistening wetly, expanding and shrinking like the beating heart of a human being. Skeleton Dragon, an ancient deadly beast which had hibernated for 40,000 years, had finally broken free from the barriers and returned to reality again. Other than the giant skulls at the ends of the 9 arms, Skeleton Dragon did not seem to have its own head. But on the top of the round torso, dozens of transparent tentacles lifted a bruised, swollen, and twisted face that everyone could see clearly. It was Wang Ji. Wang Ji's face was expanded to almost 10 times its normal size. It was limp like a cake which had been stomped on. Somebody seemed to have smashed all the bones in his face and reassembled them in a hurry, making his countenance unfathomably weird. The misery beaming out of the hollow eyes indicated that the owner of the face would be better off dead. But Wang Ji's mouth curled. Some uncanny power seemed to be forcing him to put on a smile that was even more ugly than crying. His body was entirely gone. The only thing left was his face, which was laughing according to the rhythm of the fluctuation of the tentacles. Wang Ji. Almost 10 demons had survived the previous battle. Seeing that Wang Ji had put on a brand new appearance, they were not sure what had happening, but they did sense overwhelming demonic energy from Skeleton Dragon. Therefore, they were all overjoyed and came close. When they were 100 meters away from Skeleton Dragon, their hands and legs were all twisted weirdly just like Wang Ji a moment earlier, before they were tied up by the transparent tentacles and absorbed into Skeleton Dragon's body without even being able to cry out. The most disgusting scene took place. Skeleton Dragon's body seemed to be extremely corrosive. The flesh and blood of the 8 demons, together with the biochemical beast they were in, were sucked up completely within a moment, while the shell and bones gradually floated to the surface of its body, making the bone armor covering its body more complete and bloodthirsty. Devouring the meat of the 8 demons, Wang Ji moaned in great satisfaction. The size of Skeleton Dragon expanded noticeably. The dominating aura surrounding it was even more intense. Liao felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He started to realize that Skeleton Dragon was not a dragon-type demon beast, but some sort of weird demon mollusk or demon plankton, like a venomous super jellyfish or an enormous octopus. No wonder its residence was hidden in an underground silver ocean. Its most distinguishing ability should be that it could swallow other creatures and transform their bones into weird plate armor to protect its soft body. There was a large skull at the end of every one of the 9 bone arms. They must have belonged to 9 powerful demon beasts which had fallen victim to it. If that was the case, the eccentric barrier on the surface of Boneyard and the enormous corpse of the dragon-type demon beast would be very easy to explain. The dragon-type demon beast hundreds of meters long must have been one of the victims captured by Skeleton Dragon. But it had been too large to be absorbed directly. Therefore, Skeleton Dragon had locked it in the barrier to weaken it first. Or maybe, Skeleton Dragon was refining its bones with secret arts and would absorb the bones into its own body when the bones were indestructible. This life form is indeed terrifying. No wonder Skeleton Dragon had been one of the ancient demons who were knocked out of the game in the very beginning. It was not necessarily because Skeleton Dragon was not good enough. Chances were that the other demons were all in fear of its terrible ability and suppressed it joint-handedly. Right now, it has just woken up from tens of thousands of years of dormancy. It is currently the weakest it will ever be. We have to destroy it immediately, or we may never be able to. If it devours a huge number of spiritual beasts and heavenly materials and earthly treasures on Boneyard and resumes its peak capability. No, if it resumes 10% of its peak capability, it will be a catastrophe for the Heaven's origin sector. Liao made up his mind quickly. His gaze turned sharp again. Skeleton Dragon's soft body wriggled non-stop. Manipulated by transparent tentacles, Wang Ji's twisted face unleashed queer brightness. The strange laughter gradually stopped, until it turned into an ancient dialect in the end, and Skeleton Dragon muttered to itself, 40,000 years. I have slept for 40,000 years. The demon beast empire has been destroyed? Ha 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 ha. Well done. Well done. But I wonder, have the bloodlines of the demons who fought for the reign of the cosmos against me gone extinct or not? Oh? Cultivators reappeared, and mankind thrived again and took over most of the worlds? Excellent. Excellent. Human beings are the most delicious cuisine. To think that such a small body contains such a powerful soul. It is even more enjoyable than the demon beasts hundreds of meters long. Crystal suit? What is that? They are using strengthened external skeletons to improve their combat ability. The more Liao heard, the more he was petrified. He had been planning to deal with Skeleton Dragon by taking advantage of its ignorance, an inevitable result from 40,000 years of seclusion. But judging from the current situation, it could suck knowledge and memories directly from the brain of the creatures that it devoured. Right now, it knew exactly as much as Wang Ji and the rest of the demons did. A moment later, the smile on the big face of Wang Ji was even more cheerful. Sharp brilliance was being condensed in the bottom of the hollow eyes, while it stared at Liao and the other cultivators. Everyone felt that their heart were pierced through by its eyes instantly. Blood Demon Sector? Heaven's Origin Sector? A single planet accommodates thousands of cultivators and billions of creatures. After I absorb all of them, at least 30% of my capability can be restored. Liao's heart almost skipped a beat. The most horrible thing had happened. Skeleton Dragon had learnt the information regarding the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector from the memories of Wang Ji and the other demons. They were the two worlds that were closest to Boneyard. In 20 days or so, the Heaven's Origin Sector would launch a new star shuttle to Boneyard. As long as Skeleton Dragon absorbed a cultivator, it would be able to acquire his memory, learn how to pilot a star shuttle, and thus embark on his journey to the Heaven's Origin Sector. Right then, abrupt changes took place. An orb patroller of Team Thunder Soul suddenly cried out, while he trembled violently beyond his control. He was tangled by Skeleton Dragon's transparent tentacles. Be careful! It was not until this moment that Liao realized that countless transparent tentacles interweaved into an impregnable dragnet which was about to enclose them without anybody knowing anything. We were fooled. Skeleton Dragon is not a moron. There is no need for it to mutter to himself and tell us what it is going to do. It was merely trying to attract our attention so that it could spread all its tentacles around us. Liao gritted his teeth and dashed forward into a streak of brightness toward the cultivator who was dancing uncontrollably. He bellowed and ignited his soul. The handle of the boiled blood wind slashing saber was clutched so hard that it was almost broken. Enhanced by the last proportion of the Ares extension, the aura of the blade was extended to unprecedentedly 20 meters long, making it as unstoppably as a solar storm. Shwa! In an upward motion, a perfect bloody curve was drawn. A transparent tentacle had been cut into two halves down the middle. Skeleton had just woken up. It was at the weakest moment of its life. Due to the sharp pain of the chopped-off tentacle, it shrank suddenly, delaying its attack for about half a second. Awed by its eccentric appearance, the cultivators had been greatly alarmed. They discovered the transparent tentacles surrounding them instantly after Liao's reminder, and all got away in time before the tentacles were able to bind them. Team Blue Bronze sent a lot of information to the crystal processors of the other two star teams. Skeleton Dragon has been awakened. He wants to swallow our home to regain his strength. He must be stopped. All the cultivators realized at the same time that Skeleton Dragon was the most dreadful demon they'd ever seen. Right now, it had just woken up from a prolonged sleep and was at its lowest point. The only opportunity to destroy it would be this moment. If it was not cleared in time, the Heaven's Origin Sector would be doomed. Swoosh! 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 Shell Lung Ziming was the first to launch an attack. Countless gold lasers rushed out from every corner of his body and darted towards Skeleton Dragon, while altering their trajectories in graceful curves non-stop. The rest of the cultivators summoned their strongest remote magical equipment. 2. Flying swords, mystic rays, crystal cannons rained upon Skeleton Dragon like thousands of rainbows without any spot left. Skeleton Dragon burst out into laughter in the bombardment. Silver waves were triggered on the surface on the bone armor, which offset most of the damage. In the meantime, the jelly-like body pulled the magical equipment into it with a weird attraction force. Once the magical equipment penetrated into Skeleton Dragon's body through the gaps between bones, the magical equipment would be like a statue made of mud, sinking into the ocean. The masters of the magical equipment were not able to reach out to their equipment at all. Bullets, flying sabers, and flying swords were all taken away. Liao was dumbfounded. He realized only then that another several dozen pieces of magical equipment were hiding in Skeleton Dragon's translucent body. According to their vintage style, they were all ancient magical equipment from 40,000 years ago. Skeleton Dragon's body was a walking magical equipment arsenal. Are you kidding me? The monster can devour magical equipment. 2. The silver bone armor covering its body is clearly refined with secret arts. Most of the damage has been offset. Even if the damage is too intense and the bone fractures, it is not a big deal for him. It can just move a bone from other body parts to replace the broken bone. But the body of Skeleton Dragon is made of soft flesh with extremely high elasticity. However powerful an attack is, most of the damage will simply be absorbed by it, without causing any real harm at all. How can we fight such a thing? Liao was not a man who would give up easily. Although he was also shocked by the formidability of Skeleton Dragon, he still squinted and observed carefully. The corner of his mouth suddenly twitched, as he suddenly realized something. Skeleton Dragon seemed to be arrogant enough to just let everybody fire upon itself freely and absorb one item after another. However, although it paid no attention when the bone armor covering other body parts was shattered, it would quickly wriggle and transport new bones to fill up the bone armor in the center of the round torso once the bone armor in this particular region was broken. It seemed to be fearful of the attacks at the center of its body very much. In the center of its body, the cluster of red brightness that was fluctuating like a beating heart was blinking nonstop. For the flying swords and bullets that had penetrated into Skeleton Dragon's body, even though they were quite far away, the red brightness would shrink suddenly in a defensive posture as if great enemies were coming. Liao immediately realized something. The cluster of red brightness was Skeleton Dragon's weakness. Don't disperse your attack. The bones are not its true body. It is useless even if we blow the bones into pieces. The cluster of red brightness at the center of its body is its actual fatal weakness. Focus our firepower on one part and dig a hole on its body so that we can smash the cluster of red brightness. As if they had been woken up from a dream, every cultivator changed their attack strategy after hearing Liao's words. The crystal cannons and the mystic ray cannons all fired upon the center of Skeleton Dragon's body. As for bullets and flying swords, which were real entities, they were all aimed at the 9 bone arms surrounding Skeleton Dragon's body. In a moment, the colorful mystic rays were blossoming, dust was blown off the silver bones, and a deep hollow was pressed into Skeleton Dragon's soft body by the collective brute force. Skeleton Dragon's laughter came to an abrupt end. It was replaced by murderous roars. Liao raised his head and bellowed. Previously unseen craziness beamed out of his bloodshot eyes, while endless desire for killing surged out of his pores and created dancing and crackling flames around him. Boom! The last bit of the remnant of the Ares extension on the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was blown away by his spiritual energy, revealing his true body like a black falcon. The blood-dyed outline of his crystal suit was glittering. Although it was much smaller in size, its speed had soared exponentially as it turned into a streak of blackness and sprinted towards Skeleton Dragon. The transparent tentacles of Skeleton Dragon had been entirely seen through by Liao, who brought his brain cell activity to more than 600% and calculated the tiny gaps among the tentacles crazily. In hundreds of blurred shadows, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit cut through the gaps among the tentacles from unimaginable angles and approached Skeleton Dragon. Meanwhile, behind Liao, "Wait for me!" Ding Lingdang rushed close like a furious mammoth. Her style was the opposite of Liao's. 5 dragons of spiritual energy in different colors surrounded her and would lunge at the transparent tentacles brutally when any of them came close. Even though the transparent tentacles were too hard to be bitten or burnt through, they were always pushed away without being able to reach Ding Lingdang. Yan Jun, captain of Team Thunder Soul and the top expert of Occult Orbs Fellowship, also dashed near like a flash in a deep blue, magnificent crystal suit. Thousands of electric arcs danced around him and formed a dazzling, crazily revolving ball which secluded him from the outside world. Any transparent tentacles which dared to draw close would be attacked by dozens of electric arcs simultaneously. Liao! We will fight side by side. Ding Lingdang and Yan Jun came later than Liao, but they caught up with him quickly and marched forward. one to his left and the other to his right. Liao's nose suddenly itched. He felt warmth bursting out from the bottom of his heart, and he was more impassioned than ever. You may be Skeleton Dragon, an ancient deadly demon from 40,000 years ago, but so what? Today, you shall be split in two halves. Within a moment, the three of them were only 30 meters away from Skeleton Dragon. Skeleton Dragon seemed to have been suppressed by the remote attacks from the other cultivators and was not able to move at all. It was merely trying its best to gather the bones from its other body parts into its chest. Two crystal cannons on Liao's back flipped up to his shoulders. 4 strengthened triple-headed 6-barreled Vulcan machine guns were also summoned. The 6 pieces of remote magical equipment snarled at the same time and rained spiritual energy upon Skeleton Dragon. The endless desire to kill coursed in his veins and was finally condensed in his hands. The flash claw on his left hand and the boiled blood wind slashing saber in his right hand both extended auras that were more than 10 meters long. The auras were then consolidated, compressed, and perfected, until in the end they were only 3 meters long, but with such a dazzling brilliance that nobody was able to look at them in the eyes. Swoosh! Swoosh! The auras from the claw and the saber rushed out and stabbed at the hollow in the center of Skeleton Dragon's body. Nona-colored fire, chain of 5 flames, fury of the dragon. Ding Ling Dang crossed her arms with the backs of her hands against each other. Her palms were opened like a deadly rose. The dragons of flames in different colors spiraled around her arms and briefly stopped in her palms, before they were jetted out like a spring that had bounced up after being fully compressed. Thunder Supreme Spear, Lighting Soul Arrow. Explode! 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 The electric arcs that had been covering Yen Jun were constantly lengthened, until they became a spear of electric arcs almost 20 meters long, which gave the feeling that a thunderstorm was imminent, even though the 3 of them were at the bottom of an ocean. His body bent in a weird way, like a resilient bow that had been stretched to the limit. Then he suddenly stood straight again, hurling the electric spear unstoppably with an ear-splitting boom, as if the entire ocean would collapse because of the attack. Boom! 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 Liao, Ding Ling Dang, and Yen Jun, 3 tops experts of Occult Orbs Fellowship, had hit Skeleton Dragon's true body precisely with their ultimate attacks. Countless silver bones were shattered. Thousands of waves were rippling on the jelly-like soft body and spread out to the peripheral bones, a lot of which were shaking and colliding in cracking noises. Skeleton Dragon's true body was torn open with a shocking wound, but the rampant spiritual energy was still savaging and charging at the cluster of redness which was beating like a heart. 5 meters to the redness. The ancient secret treasures previously swallowed by Skeleton Dragon, however, squirmed over at this moment. A few pieces of shield-like magical equipment blocked the path of the attacks just in time. Voila! The 3 pieces of shield-like magical equipment emanated colorful brilliance and took the attacks completely. On one of the 3 pieces of shield-like magical equipment, a tiny crack appeared, but the other 2 were intact without suffering the least damage. The only difference was that the brilliance on them was somewhat dimmer than before. Liao was shocked and distraught. Those ancient treasures must have been the loot from when Skeleton Dragon slayed countless ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago. It had kept them inside its own body for the protection of its essential core in emergencies. After breaching the silver bones and marching into Skeleton Dragon's body for so long, their spiritual energy had run out of momentum and was not enough to smash the ancient magical equipment at all. Their full-strength strike was resolved easily just like that. In consternation, Liao lost control over his brain, which was immediately invaded by a demonic force. He seemed to hear a low chuckle, kicking against the pricks. You don't know what you are doing. Scenes of bloodshed were unfolding in front of his eyes. In the vintage towns, many humans in traditional robes were crying and screaming as they were faced Skeleton Dragon which had expanded to the size of the sky. Countless cultivators were trying their best to deal with the monster on their flying swords, but they were as insignificant as ants in front of the gargantuan demon. Soon the picture changed. The ancient towns turned into the coruscating skyscrapers of the Heaven's Origin sector. But just as their ancient counterparts, The buildings fell into an ocean of fire and became the most miserable hell under Skeleton Dragon's intrusion. Li Yao. Wang Ji's grinning face suddenly spoke. The power of Skeleton Dragon is not something that you can stop. Come and join me in the arms of Skeleton Dragon and be part of the great demon. Skeleton Dragon may be lenient enough to spare some of your self-awareness. You will live for hundreds or thousands of years, or even for all eternity in the form of a telepathic thought. Come on. Don't resist. Embrace it and be immortal. Be immortal. Get out of my brain. Li Yao's brain seemed to be scraped by thousands of knives at the same time. Holding back the excruciating pain, he summoned the power of his soul and finally drove the weird mental intruder out of his brain. Before he was able to catch his breath, he suddenly felt a wind was blowing at his face. One of Skeleton Dragon's 9 arms was suddenly lengthened and pierced at him like a spear. Each of the 9 bone arms had been connected by the extremely tensile transparent tentacles. When they were compressed together, the arm was only some 20 meters long. But when they were stretched out, the arm could easily reach 50 or even 100 meters long. The area of 100 square meters was Skeleton Dragon's hunting ground. Boom! Li Yao had just escaped the scourge of Skeleton Dragon's mental attack. He did not have any time to dodge and could only trigger his spiritual shield as best as possible. He had barely crossed his arms when he was blown away heavily. His spiritual shield exploded suddenly, its scraps dispersing everywhere. Scary cracks appeared on the shoulders and the chest of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Li Yao felt like 10,000 electric currents more powerful than thunderbolts had penetrated into his body through the gaps of his crystal suit and crushed all his veins and nerves. The attack blew Li Yao more than 100 meters away. He couldn't help but spurt out blood which dyed his helmet red. Ding Ling Dang and Yan Jun grunted in the communication channel, too. They were also blown hundreds of meters away by Skeleton Dragon. Hot blood was gradually spilling out of their bodies. Skeleton Dragon ejected a powerful water current below its body, which pushed it upwards from the demolished town slowly. Its 9 arms were all stretched to dozens of meters long and launched attacks at an eye-dazzling speed. The cultivators were immediately mired in a fierce battle, like a pack of cheetahs and tigers which were haunted by 9 extremely thick boas. You've got to be kidding me. Skeleton Dragon was like a slug in a turtle shell, an oily and tensile soft body, which was defended by powerful ancient magical equipment, and 9 arms that could be stretched to 100 meters away and even more agile and ferocious than the most daunting dragon-type demon beasts. Could even launch mental attacks. It's indeed powerful. Li Yao finally realized the formidability of an ancient deadly demon who had been qualified to fight for the sovereignty over the universe. Even though it had been wounded multiple times, even though it had hibernated for tens of thousands of years, even though its capability was only 1% of the peak, it was Skeleton Dragon after all. Li Yao felt cold to the bone. For the first time, he realized that the heaven's origin sector was only 1 millimeter from doom. Cities, villages, valleys and plateaus, the old, the young, men and women, cultivators and ordinary people, magnates and hobos, teachers and soldiers, none would survive when doom befell the sector. The attack speed of Skeleton Dragon is increasing, and so is its strength. Its demonic energy is not spreading out outrageously anymore but being contained and condensed to be purer. We building foundation stage cultivators are no match for it at all. It played with us for such a long time because it was merely warming up. Yes, warming up. It has just woken up from 40,000 years of stillness. Its body's reflexes are not as quick as before, nor is it familiar with the ways that the modern cultivators fight. Therefore, it decided to play with us while it slowly regained its strength. Desperation. For the first time in his life, Li Yao was grasped by hopeless desperation. But in the very next second, the desperation was smashed into smithereens by his never-give-up attitude. No, I can't give up now. If I do, Senior Gao Xing's thousands of years of pain and persistence will have been in vain. I am not alone. Behind me is the entire heaven's origin sector. If I fall here, I will not be the only one who dies. The entire heaven's origin sector will be destroyed soon. What do we do? All our magical equipment is not powerful enough to drill into Skeleton Dragon's body. Even if it does, the ancient magical equipment will simply block it. Wait, drill? Liao suddenly thought of something. It had been mentioned in Senior Gao Xing's journal that he had once drilled a giant demon beast hundreds of meters long to death with the drill of mystic rays on Sparkle. Right, the drill of mystic rays. The drill that can dig through the most solid rocks and metal mother lodes 10,000 meters below the ground. The formidable, even suffocating, skeleton dragons might cause the communication channel to fall dead silent. The only things that could be heard were painful grunts and heavy breathing. A cultivator suffered too many wounds to maintain the defense line of his soul. He was swallowed by skeleton dragon's mental attack and screamed uncontrollably, as if he was stuck in an endless nightmare. What do we do? Gritting her teeth, Ding Lingdang jumped above of one of Skeleton Dragon's arms and crashed into the skull at the end. One of the tusks in the skull was blown off, but yet another new crack was added to her already fragmented crystal suit. What do we do? Yan Jun stretched his bow and shot arrows again. The long bow, condensed by spiritual energy, let out a rain of hundreds of arrows, but in a much more lackluster hue than before. The shooting seemed to have consumed most of his soul power. His body shivered beyond his control. What do we do? Lung Ziming was firing upon the demon crazily, when he suddenly heard an ominous reminder from his crystal processor. The Cosmos Ring, fully loaded with ammunition, was running out of supplies. There was only 10% left. What do we do? Everybody was shouting crazily in their hearts. Right then, Liao rumbled in the communication channel. Ding Lingdang, Yan Jun, Lung Ziming, and everyone else, please hang in there and stall it for 1 minute. I've figured out how to deal with it. Liao activated his power rune arrays to maximum and also triggered Blackwing. His speed was 10 times faster than before, as he withdrew from the battlefield and turned into a streak of blackness, dashing toward Sparkle. 1 minute. Seeing Liao running away desperately, there was suspicion in many cultivators' eyes. All right, 1 minute. The first one to respond to him was not Ding Lingdang, but Yan Jun. Determination was beaming out of the best child of the occult orbs. He gritted his teeth so hard that his molars were almost ground to dust. One more time. Let's gamble one more time. Vulture Liao. I will give you 1 minute, but don't you disappoint me. While he was talking, Yan Jun consolidated a giant bow of spiritual energy right in front of him. But this time, he put himself on the bow and was shot toward Skeleton Dragon unstoppably like a flash arrow. Liao, you've never let me down before. I know you won't this time. Ding Lingdang burst into laughter like a volcanic eruption. The flames surging out of her body were in terrifying 7 colors now. At the critical moment, she had brought Nona-colored fire, the dominating cultivation art of the fire class, to the 7th level by activating her spiritual energy beyond her limits. 100, 10,000. 100,000 rainbows were dancing crazily around her body, while Ding Lingdang charged at 2 of Skeleton Dragon's unfathomably thick arms head-on like a Valkyrie reborn. Okay, we will try our best to buy you 1 minute. The other 10 cultivators roared frantically. 2. The exhaust flames behind their crystal suits vented brilliant colors, pushing them forward into streaks of brightness, tackling the 9 arms of Skeleton Dragon. Even the cultivator who had fallen into hallucinations because of the breakdown of his soul had stopped screaming. Although he was still trapped in the nightmare, he sensed vaguely a familiar, vigorous, and passionate power. It was the hymn of battle, echoing in the nightmare. He ceased crying and cramping, and thundered like an animal, while he attacked the empty seawater restlessly. Even in the nightmare, he had remembered that he was a cultivator and started fighting the invisible enemies. Hearing everyone's roars and seeing that they were fighting Skeleton Dragon without caring about their own lives, Liao felt that his eyes seemed to have turned into 2 volcanoes that were about to erupt. Something even hotter than magma was about to burst out. He sniffed his nose non-stop. I will not fail you. 1 minute. 1 minute is all I need. Shwa. Liao swept into Sparkle like a tornado and zigzagged in the narrow pathways until he rushed into the cockpit. At this moment, 11 seconds had passed. There were only 49 seconds left. Li Yao's eyes were glittering like the morning star. Even the rising sun could not eclipse its dazzling brilliance. He extended his right hand, where 3 glamorous pearls in an air of divinity appeared. They were the last 3 flowing brightness crystals. Crack! The 3 flowing brightness crystal were crumbed into cluster of scraps large and small and powders in his palm. In the meantime, he retrieved a large bottle of strengthening drug concentrate from his cosmos ring. The concentrate was meant for the convenience of carrying for the cultivators who were going to train in the wilderness. Its concentration was dozens of times higher than the common strengthening drug, and it could only be taken after being diluted by a great amount of nutrition liquids, pure water, and neutralization drug. This bottle of concentrate was enough for 1 month of training for a common building foundation stage cultivator. Li Yao poured the scraps and powders that used to be the 3 flowing brightness crystals into the concentrate and sealed the bottle without the tiniest gap. He held it with both his hands and shook it at a frequency of hundreds of times per second. His 2 hands immediately turned into a cluster of humming gray mist. 2 seconds later, he opened the cap. Spiritual gas as intense as steam immediately soared to the ceiling and condensed into splendid clouds there in hissing sounds. Inside the bottle, the liquid was in various colors. Bubbles were popping up non-stop as if it was boiling. 3 flowing brightness crystal, with the highly purified strengthening drug concentrate and the high-frequency vibration, led to drastic chemical reactions, even though flowing brightness crystals were known to be extremely mild and stable heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The corner of Li Yao's eyes twitched violently. Gritting his teeth, he craned his neck and drank the bottle of concentrate in 3 mouthfuls. Boom! He felt that 10,000 crystal bombs had exploded in his stomach at the same time, or that a giant tree was rooting and sprouting in his gastrointestinal system. The roots pierced through his gastric wall, mingled with his veins and nerves and spread to his limbs. Poisonous thorns seemed to be growing from the roots which tore his internal organs apart and ripped open his every cell. Art of the swallowing whale activate. Like a crazy devil, Li Yao held back the excruciating pain while his gastrointestinal system melted the magma-like spiritual energy flowing out of the flowing brightness crystals with his soul. His flesh and blood were not able to withstand the raging spiritual energy, and there were holes all over his body, but he couldn't care less about it. Strength. It was strength that he needed. At this moment, there was 39 seconds to go. Who? In an ear-splitting roar, Li Yao rushed to the captain's seat and sat on it majestically. Thousands of light beams appeared in front of his eyes again, while the telepathic thoughts overly triggered by the flowing brightness crystals and the strengthening drug concentrate were transmitted to every corner of Sparkle through his hundreds of spiritual threads. Sparkle was bathed in brilliance all of a sudden. The scale-like plate armor on its shell all stood up high like that of an infuriated dragon. Every magical equipment unit was roaring and yearning for blood and killing. Excellent! The manipulability of Sparkle is more than 10% for me right now. Sparkle will be even more powerful than before. Li Yao's lips curled. His teeth were like dozens of interconnecting battle sabers, while his hair was standing up like needles tousled by spiritual energy. The tip of his hair was as red as blood. It was the ultimate sign that a building foundation stage cultivator had reached their limits in undying fighting will. At the tail of Sparkle, the 8 power rune arrays in a circle sent out astounding exhaust flames in ear-splitting noises, driving Sparkle several kilometers away almost instantly at a speed bordering on its maximum. Li Yao's consciousness, soul, and senses were all minced to pieces by the unexperienced power. The hideous expression on his face would terrify even the most daring devil. There was only one thought in his head that he knew: to rush over and drill through it. At this moment, more than half a minute had gone. There were only 21 seconds left. Drill of mystic rays activate. A third of Li Yao's hair had turned blood red. His skin was chapping, his veins bulging. Countless round steel pebbles seemed to be rolling inside his veins toward his brain. The thousands of light beams in front of him were blinking. Information was flooding down rampantly as if a dam had been breached. 9 mystic colors suddenly surged out in front of Sparkle and interweaved into a cone-shaped cluster of brightness that looked like a giant drill. It grew brighter and brighter and eventually became eye-dazzling, while its rapid revolutions stirred up the seawater with awe-inspiring roars. 17 seconds to go. 1,000 meters away from Skeleton Dragon. Skeleton Demon also sensed that a great danger was coming. Its 9 arms were waving at a much higher speed than before, and the water streams that it ejected from its bottom were getting more and more forceful. Its body was still like a monolithic mountain, but it was somewhat unpredictable now, as if it was overlapped by countless blurred shadows. It is trying to dodge. Stop it now. We must hold it there for the full minute. Seed explosion. Seed explosion. Seed explosion. Whoever still hasn't detonated your spiritual seed. Now is the time. Boom. 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 3 cultivators suddenly turned into light balls that were even more blazing than the sun, while they exerted strength almost equal to the nascent soul stage cultivators and crashed into Skeleton Dragon's 3 arms brutally like 3 sprinting falling stars. The giant skulls at the front ends of the 3 arms exploded at the same time. 9 seconds to go. Sparkle was 500 meters away from Skeleton Dragon. Ho! 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 Skeleton Dragon groaned in shock and anger. Its 9 arms turned into thousands of phantoms, whipping, striking and biting. The mental attack unleashed by its true body was brought to maximum, too. The brains of all the cultivators were filled up with squeaking noises and plagued by invisible tides. 1 minute. The crystal suit on one of the cultivators had almost been entirely battered. The plate armor in the chest fell off, revealing the ragged mustard suit inside. Blood was spurting out of his chest like a fountain. But he still roared and rushed toward the giant skull that was apparently too fearsome to be coped with by him. 1 minute. A cultivator's flying swords and sabers were all broken. His crystal cannon had run out of spiritual energy. But he simply climbed up a giant skull with all 4s and fought against the tusks inside barehanded. 1 minute. Ding Lingdang and Yen Jun had cut in above Skeleton Dragon's body and attacked its true self at the risk of being tied up by its transparent tentacles. 3 seconds to go. Sparkle was only 80 meters away from Skeleton Dragon. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts almost compacted into a real, visible thing. They crowded into the mainframe crystal processor in thousands of lasers. The mainframe crystal processor was functioning at the maximum, while the drill of mystic rays expanded yet again. Thousands of runes appeared on the surface of the drill and revolved as well, vaporizing the seawater nearby into an overwhelming smoke of brightness. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, 50 meters, 30 meters, the last 10 meters. There was nothing that could stop it now. Even if a god or Buddha were to appear in Sparkle's way, Li Yao would drill them through easily. In soul-stirring screams, Skeleton Dragon mustered all its silver bones to the center of its body where the strongest defense was constructed. Li Yao had no time to adjust the course, nor did he plan to. In the very last second of the minute, he roared with all his might and drove Sparkle into Skeleton Dragon's thickest defense brutally. The underground ocean was raging, raising waves that were about to consume the sky. The blast spread out in white halos. All the cultivators were blown hundreds of meters away. In the middle of Skeleton Dragon's chest, silver brightness burst out. Its monolithic body was moved dozens of meters backward. However, the unstoppable strike of Sparkle finally came to a stop because of the piled-up silver bones. Didn't drill into it? All the cultivators were upset, with desperation brimming in their eyes. Inside the cockpit of Sparkle, Li Yao stood with his head held high. There was no sadness or delight in his face. His messy hair was suddenly prolonged and covered his shoulders. 2/3 of it turned blood red, drifting in the air although there was no wind and burning like furious fire. Deep inside his brain, his spiritual energy condensed into countless transparent pearls which bombarded the glittering light spot in the center of his brain. Spiritual seed. It was the spiritual seed of Iron God Yen Ba, a nascent soul stage cultivator. Boom! Under hundreds of collisions per second, the glittering light spot suddenly shrank, and then unleashed endless brightness and heat, as if a supernova had exploded inside Li Yao's brain. The dominating storm of spiritual energy swept over his body instantly and swallowed all his cells. The power that originated from the primordial creatures in the beginning of evolution and buried in the deepest parts of the cells was awakened. Liao's every cell seemed to have undergone a lightning-like evolution from plankton to trilobite to shark to sarcosuchus and to tyrannosaurs. The ancient gate that had been sealed for millions of years was pushed open. The primeval force was set free. Hu! Liao raised his head and roared to the sky. His sound waves seemed to have consolidated into a real thing, as if he had just spat out a cluster of black ink. His body size grew suddenly, and dark gold stripes appeared on his skin. Gold brilliance was also appearing in his bloodshot eyes. His brain cell activity rushed beyond 1000% as soon as he entered the seed explosion state. Countless dark gold giant creatures, draconic sharks, sarcosuchus, hydras, tyrannosaurs, the once ruthless dominators in the history of evolution appeared behind Liao, overlapping one another. Hua! Hua! Around the cockpit, the crystal wires that were as thick as boas suddenly ridded themselves of the fixation shelves and danced crazily around Liao. The dark gold giant shadows behind Liao turned into thousands of streaks of gold and span around the crystal wires. At the command of the mainframe crystal processor, they lunged at the mystic ray drill. Gold spirals suddenly appeared on the surface of the drill, whose speed was higher than it had ever been. "Explode!" roared Liao. Boom! After an earth-shaking explosion, the mystic ray drill battered the silver bone armor on Skeleton Dragon's chest into smithereens with the enhancement of the primeval force and dug into the hole. Stab! Strike! Through! The mystic ray drill was marching forward continuously, irrespective of how the tensile and weird soft body tried to block it. The redness in the center of Skeleton Demon's body seemed to realize that it was in peril. It shrank and shivered like a candle in the blowing wind. At the critical moment, Skeleton Dragon's 9 arms retreated suddenly and smashed Sparkle's shell brutally, without bothering about the rest of the cultivators. Boom! 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 The shell of Sparkle hadn't been entirely repaired from the erosion of thousands of years. Against Skeleton Dragon's full-strength strikes, it was soon full of breaches. Cracks and even giant holes were appearing in many places. Skeleton Dragon's arms pierced into the interior of Sparkle like a dragon diving into the sea. Gritting his teeth, Liao sealed all the compromised cabins and abandoned them on the crystal processor. Skeleton Dragon's arms couldn't breach into the cockpit for a moment. Therefore, they simply pushed Sparkle away. Forward and backward, the two unimaginable forces were at an impasse. Sparkle was under so much pressure that its structure was uttering blood-freezing screeching noises as if it was going to break up any second. Liao opened his arms. His heart was pounding like a drum, while his fire of life was burning more furiously than ever, and drove the mystic ray drill forward without bothering about anything else. 5 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters. The drill of mystic rays penetrated deep in and was only 5 meters away from the red core. The dozens of ancient magical equipment stored inside Skeleton Dragon's body were all triggered crazily. 4 pieces of shield-like magical equipment stood in the path of the mystic ray drill quickly. 7 flying swords scraped the drill of mystic rays brutally, producing colorful brilliance. 2 pieces of gourd-shaped magical equipment, on the other hand, was spurting purple and crimson venomous gas nonstop. The other magical equipment simply crashed into the drill like moths darting into flames. The drill of mystic rays continued marching forward. The shield-like magical equipment exploded. The 7 flying swords were broken. The both pieces gourd-shaped magical equipment were shattered to pieces. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. Sprint. Sprint. The cultivators who were observing the situation in the periphery all launched attacks again, now that Skeleton Dragon's 9 arms were occupied by Sparkle. But they were well aware that their attacks were merely scratches to Skeleton Dragon. The key to the victory depended on Liao. At this moment, there was only 1 meter between the drill of mystic rays and Skeleton Dragon's red core. However, blocked by the 9 arms of bones and countless pieces of ancient magical equipment, Sparkle was moving more and more slowly. Inside the cockpit, Liao was breathing heavily. His eyes appeared hollow. Black blood was leaking out of every pore on his body. He stumbled and fell to one knee. Craning his head, Liao gazed at the weird redness in the middle of the light beam and ushered the last bit of his fire of life and the remaining momentum of the power rune arrays to push Sparkle forward. Forward and forward. 2 meters, 1 meters, half a meter. Every centimeter forward meant hundreds of collisions with the ancient magical equipment. The drill of mystic rays was finally dampened. The speed of Sparkle was lower and lower, until it was stuck by more than 10 scraps of a broken shield and came to a halt when it was only half a meter away from the red core of Skeleton Dragon. Stopped. All the cultivators felt that their blood was freezing. Too shocked to restrain himself, a seriously wounded cultivator was invaded by Skeleton Dragon's mental power and exclaimed desperately in the communication channel, "All in vain. Our endeavors were all in vain. Skeleton Dragon is an ancient deadly demon from 40,000 years ago. We building foundation stage cultivators stand no chance against it at all. Absolutely no chance." As if to prove what he had said, Sparkle was pushed back inch by inch after trembling crazily for a minute in the competition of the two formidable forces. The drill of mystic rays was still revolving rapidly, but the power rune arrays of Sparkle had exploded one by one. The remaining rune arrays were far from enough to provide sufficient impetus. Therefore, Skeleton Dragon was pushing it back slowly but surely. Inside the cockpit, components and units exploded one after another, and more light beams fell into complete darkness. The overall structure of Sparkle had been under tremendous pressure, too. It would crumble in less than 5 minutes. Doggedness was beaming out of Liao's eyes as he tried to stand up, but he still fell to the ground after shivering for a moment and vomited a mouthful of black blood. Limit. This is my limit. I can't defeat it. It was an unparalleled deadly demon 40,000 years ago and must have been far stronger than divinity transformation stage cultivators when it was at its peak. I can't defeat it even though it has only several % of its original capability. Liao was in a trance. His self-doubt was immediately detected by Skeleton Dragon, who launched immense mental waves scourging his brain. Once again, Liao was faced with a hell on the earth. Floating Spear City, his hometown, and the Grand Desolate War Institution, his mother school, were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. All his family and friends and everybody he knew, Ding Lingdang, Yuan Manxiu, Peng Hai, Guanxiong, Meng Jiang, Jiang Shaoyang, Principal Mao, Grandpa Wang, and so on were all crying and screaming in the seas of blood, before they turned into piles of bones. An irresistible thunder rumbled inside his brain over and over again. You are just an ant at the building foundation stage, and you dare to hurt me like this? Very soon, these scenes will become reality to your world, your home, your family, and your friends. In the meantime, you will be melted and become part of me. The great chaos and slaughter will be started by you in person. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Who? Liao was breathing heavily. 2 streams of blood were dribbling from his eyes. The cruel scenes did not terrorize him but triggered the remaining fighting will in the deepest parts of his body. It was all he had left right now. No, I will not let it go your way. I will not allow you to ruin my home, my family, my friends, my compatriots, and my civilization. What do I do? The impetus of the power rune arrays is not sufficient. My seed explosion state is about come to an end. The spiritual energy of the warship is running out. The hardness and revolution speed of the drill is diminishing. There are no other weapons on Sparkle. I can't even self-detonate and perish together with it. What do I do? What do I do? Liao buried his head in his hands painfully. He resisted Skeleton Dragon's mental attack while he quickly searched the inventory of magical equipment on Sparkle, hoping vaguely in the overwhelming desperation to find a hidden fatal weapon. Suddenly, his body was frozen as if he had been hit by a lightning. Ecstasy burst out of his eyes. In a moment, Liao turned tranquil, somewhat frighteningly. Sparkle was still being pushed away by Skeleton inch after inch. Another power rune array had exploded, resulting to a loss of impetus of 7%. The warship was obviously lopsided now. But Liao had already put on a cruel smile. Taking a deep breath, he turned his two hands into hundreds of blurred shadows and raised a storm of information on the light beams. Ding ling dang. While Liao operated quickly to shut down and turn on certain components and units and to reconfigure the route of spiritual energy circulation, he said softly in the communication channel, "And everyone else, please cease fire and keep a distance of at least 200 meters from Sparkle." Maybe because his voice was unusually calm, Ding ling dang, who had been living with him side by side, sensed that something was wrong. She shrieked, "Liao, what do you want? You are not going to play the self-detonation move, are you?" Liao smiled and replied, "Don't be silly. Self-detonation is too much a cliché for me. Besides, the spiritual energy reserve on Sparkle is insufficient. I can't detonate anything even if I want to. Detonating a mystic skeleton battlesuit alone is not enough to blow Skeleton Dragon up." "Cut the nonsense. I know you too well. You are definitely concocting some sordid tricks." Ding ling dang bellowed. "Come on and speak up. What are you planning to do?" Liao gritted his teeth and remained silent. He spared 30% of his computational ability to maintain the normal functioning of the Mystic Ray Drill and the Power Rune Arrays, while he constructed a brand new and even more complicated spiritual energy circulation model with the remaining 70% of his computational ability. A group of components and units that had never been used in the previous fierce battle were activated. Liao. Hearing no reply for a long time, Ding ling dang was almost crying, but her words were as stubborn as before. "I've never stopped you from doing anything. Whatever you do, I always believe in you and support you. However, listen to me carefully. Whatever you do, just don't die. Don't you ever die. If you dare to die casually without informing me, I swear that, even if your soul falls to the deepest level of hell, I will simply kick open its gate, drag back your wretched soul, stuff you into a puppet, and blow up your stupid head again." "I won't die," said Liao softly. It was both like a promise to Ding ling dang and a murmur to himself. The faster his hands were moving, the more tranquil his face became. His firm voice was transmitted to everyone's ears like unstoppable falling stars. "I promise you that I definitely won't die. I will just be away for a while, but I will come back again very soon. I will return to the Heaven's Origin Sector and fight with you and everyone with stellar magical equipment under my feet. Away!" Everyone was dazed. Ding ling dang was somehow confused. Then, she realized what was going on as if lightning had struck her mind. She lost control and burst out, "Liao, you." Liao licked his dry lips and connected the last crystal wire. A new spiritual energy circulation started functioning. Whatever was left of the spiritual reserve on the warship surged crazily toward the space jump system. The large teleportation array in the center of Sparkle suddenly glittered. Spiritual patterns and rune arrays spurted out colorful brilliance which rippled out like rainbows. As a multipurpose exploration warship, the space jump system loaded on Sparkle far exceeded its scale. It was supposed to be installed on the main force warships more than 3,000 meters long. Usually, Sparkle and all the materials 5 kilometers nearby could be transported thousands of light-years away with the teleportation range locked in 50%. When heavenly materials and earthly treasures too large to be stored or dissected were detected in a foreign constellation, they could be bound to the shell of Sparkle and be teleported back to a base by upgrading the teleportation range to 60% or even higher. But right now, Liao had overridden the warnings and set the teleportation range at 120% by force without care for himself. As a result, everything within 100 cubic meters of Sparkle would cruise the sea of stars by shattering the void. Shattering the void meant going into the four-dimensional universe from the three-dimensional one before being compressed back. It was an extremely dangerous process. Even the cultivators who boasted abundant spiritual energy in a starship whose shell was intact might suffer serious consequences because of breaking through the void after a space jump. It was inevitable for any creatures undergoing the process. Right now, Skeleton Dragon was weaker than ever. In order to counterattack the drill of mystic rays, it must have used up most of its strength. Liao didn't believe that it could keep itself safe and sound with nothing but its body in a crazy space jump. The odds were 10 to 1 that its body would be torn apart by the endless cosmic storms. Also, Liao didn't input the coordination of his destination because of the lack of a star map. Even if Skeleton Dragon was lucky enough to survive the disaster, since Sparkle could be transported to any random point in the furthest space jump distance, both of them would be far away from the Heaven's origin sector wherever they ended up in the boundless universe. This was the ultimate plan that Liao came up with now that he was caught in a hopeless situation. Since most of the spiritual energy was supplied to the space jump system, the drill and the power rune arrays slowed down all of a sudden. Skeleton Dragon was under much less pressure and pushed Sparkle out of its body at a higher and higher speed. At first, it was exuberant and thought that Liao had already given up resistance due to exhaustion. But a moment later, it sensed that a calamitous danger was coming. On Sparkle, the mustard-level maintainers that resembled liquid metal were crowding to the damaged places resulting from the intrusion of its arms and filled up the holes at any cost. In the meantime, a huge amount of super sticky foam that was meant to seal cracks temporarily in emergencies was sprayed out into the cabins. As a formidable demon 40,000 years ago, Skeleton Dragon boasted amazing computational ability. 2. Based on these insignificant clues, it formulated a deadly possibility instantly. In a moment, Skeleton Dragon shrieked in bewilderment and fury. Its mental waves penetrated the shell of the warship like countless ice pitons into the deepest part of Liao's brain, where they captured a few crazily bouncing telepathic thoughts. A tenth of a second later, Skeleton Dragon knew Liao's plan as clearly as Liao did. "What are you doing? Your warship is already riddled with holes. There is no way that it can support a space jump. It is definitely going to be ripped apart. Even if you are lucky enough to make it, we both might be teleported to a barren area in the universe far away from stars, planets, and world fragments because you don't have a star map at all. We won't be able to retrieve any materials or energy and will be starved to death in the darkness." "Stop! Stop there!" Liao was dazed for a moment. Then his face was gleaming with amusement. "So, you are scared of death too?" Liao spat a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood. He shook his head violently to refresh his vision, which had gone blurry. His hands maintained the same high speed and his fingers were almost broken off. Finally, all the parameters were set, and all the operations were completed. "No! The teleportation array must not be activated!" Skeleton Dragon bellowed. The red core at the center of its body shrank into an egg-shaped cluster of brightness the size of a human heart, before it suddenly bounced and released tens of thousands of red threads. The red threads pierced forward rapidly like electric arcs. They avoided the drill of mystic rays and penetrated through the cockpit into Liao's brain, as if the solid shell of the warship was nothing. "Oh!" Liao's eyes were bulging wide. His feet had left the floor, because the red electric arcs were grabbing him by his neck. His eyes had rolled back and were filled with the whites. His limbs were all cramping crazily. Skeleton Dragon had burnt its demonic soul madly, despite the seriously wounded body, and unleashed the most formidable mental attack, trying to take over the control of Liao's body. Crack! 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 Liao's joints were uttering blood-freezing squeaking noises. His arms were twisted in an unnatural way. No matter how he tried to resist, his arms were approaching the operation menu and about to cancel the space jump parameters that he'd just set. Liao's brain was occupied by a surging ocean of blood. From the deepest part of the crimson swirls came countless voices. "Stop! Stop now! You will die!" Some of the voices were coarse, some high-pitched, some naive and childish, some elderly and blended with coughs. All the voices gathered together, emanating alluring, soul-stirring temptation. "Yes, that's my boy. Cancel the teleportation and join the arms of Skeleton Dragon with me." Wang Ji's extremely twisted big face was floating in front of Liao again and grinning hideously. Liao was breathing heavily like a bull. Every joint of his was trembling. His hands touched the light beam completely beyond his control. Skeleton Dragon's soul was hundreds of times more powerful than Liao's. It was not something that a minor building foundation stage cultivator could deal with. A dialogue popped up in the light beam. Do you want to cancel the random space jump? Right then, the mental power of Skeleton Dragon had descended to the deepest part of Liao's brain. But a glimmering gold giant tree then released an enormous, unconquerable power. It was the tremendous soul left by Oyezi that Liao hadn't digested and absorbed yet. Skeleton Dragon's mental power was immediately dissipated like ice pitons being inserted into burning flames. What is this? Skeleton Demon gasped in disbelief and bafflement. Having no idea why the brain of a building foundation stage cultivator should contain a soul power that was even more immense than the nascent soul stage cultivators. In Liao's head, the billions of enticing voices turned into billions of screams, and then vanished into thin air like vampires meeting the sunlight. With a shiver, Liao was back to himself again. Skeleton Dragon recovered from its shock, too, and launched the mental attack once more. But it didn't get a second opportunity. Liao's eyes were as clear as water, where many high and mighty figures were floating. He recalled Ding Yin, Wei Qingqing, and the other 5 cultivators who had charged against the demon giant formed by the ghost-faced silver mosquitoes gallantly for the protection of all the ordinary people on the crystal train, including himself. He recalled all the cultivators and soldiers who had fought valiantly in the bloody battles of Verdant Tarn City and the War of 7 Cities. He also recalled Senior Gao Xianxia, who had erased his identity, his past, his wife and children, everything but his last mission, just in order to fulfill his responsibility. Every one of them seemed to be standing at his back and smiling at him, while they held back Skeleton Dragon's mental bombardment for him. Liao smiled and said softly in the communication channel, Ding Ling Dang, I feel that I have never fully awakened as a cultivator until this moment. Liao, I will wait for you. 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, I will be waiting for you. Even if you are teleported to the end of the cosmos, I will still be waiting for you. You must come back. You will come back. Ding Ling Dang sobbed and screamed in her loudest voice. Don't you dare. How dare you? No. No. Skeleton Dragon twisted and struggled to break away from Sparkle. But its 9 arms had pierced into Sparkle too deeply to be withdrawn quickly. Under the diligent work of the mustard-level maintainers, they had melded with Sparkle. How could it free itself quickly? On the contrary, Liao took the opportunity of the shock of Skeleton Dragon's soul and drove Sparkle further ahead. The drill of mystic rays pierced in brutally once again. Skeleton Dragon's previous efforts proved to have been futile. Crack. In the competition over the control of his body, Liao's phalange, forearm, and scapula on the right side of his body had all fractured. His entire arm dangled down freely, but he did regain control over his left hand, which darted out and pointed softly on the light beam like a lightning. The space jump system was successfully activated. For a moment, Sparkle, as well as the entangled Skeleton Dragon, became a phantom, as if dozens of their shadows were overlapping in their original places, before they turned into streaks of smoke and dispersed continuously. Ah! Skeleton Dragon had never been more scared. Under its inconceivable brute force, 3 of its arms were broken off from their roots, while it screamed miserably in excruciating pain. But there was no time. The front half of Sparkle had almost entirely crawled into his body. Billions of stars were shining and spreading from the teleportation array, wreathing Skeleton Dragon in a rapidly revolving crystal ball more than 100 meters in diameter. The splendid scene awed all the cultivators watching it. They could both hear Skeleton Dragon's poignant yelling and growling and eventually begging, and Liao's violent coughs and heavy breaths in the communication channel. In a few seconds, the crystal ball was already revolving so fast that nobody could see it clearly. Its brightness was hundreds of times more dazzling than previously. The cultivators' eyes were then filled with pure whiteness, making them unable to see anything. They could only hear an ear-splitting boom, as if the universe had been drilled through by Liao. When they opened their eyes again, both Sparkle and Skeleton Dragon were gone. The only thing left were the scraps of the torn-apart crystal ball, which were floating in the seawater like thousands of brilliant feathers of a vulture, until they dispersed gradually. The scene was etched on the hearts of all the cultivators present for all eternity. 1 month later, in the Heaven's Origin sector, All the important figures of the Star Glory Federation and the ultimate cultivators of the sector had made their way to Imperial Star City and gathered in the Temple of Fallen Stars in the center of the city that had been built in honor of the sacrificed heroes. More than half of the members of Parliament, the commanders-in-chief of several military bases, the commanders of the 1st, the 4th, and the 7th Fleet, the leaders and elders of the top 100 sects, the principals, deans, and professors of the 9 elite universities, the chairman of the Demon Hunters Association, the counselors of the Refiners Association, the top experts among the unaffiliated cultivators, together with the journalists from the most influential media and websites of the Federation, all fixed their eyes on the Temple of the Fallen Stars. Everyone showing up to this place was a renowned leader in their respective field, whose coughing was enough to trigger an earthquake in their trade. But right now, the eminent celebrities were all standing straight in solemnness. The national anthem was played. The rising dragon of the 9 stars flag gradually rose up in front of the Temple of Fallen Stars and fluttered in the wind. The martyrs of the Star Glory Federation had perished like falling stars, but their sacrifices had earned the flying, bloodshed flag in the blowing wind. The great dragon, stopping in the highest sky, stepping on all the stars, was raging with its mouth and claws wide open. Inside the Temple of Fallen Stars, the perished orb patrollers were represented by holographs, as well as the intense, sparking battle videos. Su Hauran, the Speaker of Parliament and a nascent soul stage cultivator, walked to the front with heavy steps, and glancing around as if his eyes were lightning, opened his mouth to speak. Today, I would like to reveal a top-secret operation to all the citizens of the Star Glory Federation as the Speaker of Parliament. In the meantime, I would also like to pay my utmost respect to all the cultivators who have perished in the secret operation together with all of the citizens of the Star Glory Federation, because they have saved the entire Federation. A month ago, we sent out 5-star teams with 30 orb patrollers to explore an occult orb named Ultimacy. It was not until we reached Ultimacy that we learned that the true name of the planet was Boneyard, and that a gruesome demon was lurking 10,000 meters below the ground. Every town, mine, and farm in the Star Glory Federation, and all the other places that were connected to the spiritual nexus and had light beam facilities, were streaming the unprecedented memorial ceremony. Men and women, the young and the old, everyone dropped their work and listened carefully to Speaker Su Hauran's speech wholeheartedly. In the more than 10 minutes of speech, there was not a single sentence of propaganda rhetoric. Su Hauran told a soul-stirring, blood-boiling story slowly and touchingly. Other than the martyrs that have died for the Federation, there is a special cultivator who sacrificed himself at the critical moment with wisdom and courage and teleported Skeleton Dragon to somewhere else in the boundless universe. He saved the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Star Glory Federation. He is a real hero of the Federation, a cultivator who deserves his name to be known. Currently, his status is unknown. It is very possible that he is still drifting in the depths of the Sea of Stars. However, every one of us believe that he is alive and not lost in the cosmic turbulences. He has taken the first step of conquering the universe on behalf of the Star Glory Federation and the human civilization of the Heaven's Origin Sector. His name is Li Yao. From this moment, Vulture Li Yao's name was known by everyone in the Star Glory Federation. 2,600 kilometers away, in number 1899 boot camp, hundreds of newly recruited soldiers whose heads had been shaved clean were gazing at the light beam. Hearing the name of Li Yao, one of the soldiers was dazed for a moment. He gritted his teeth, trying to contain himself, but eventually failed. His nose was twitching, his eyes red with tears brewing inside. "Meng Jiang, what's wrong?" His companion beside him asked in a low voice. "It's all right. I'm fine." Meng Jiang, Li Yao's best friend in high school, took a heavy breath and gnashed his teeth. His clenched fists were gripping his trousers so hard that the veins on the backs of his hands were bulging. The extremely elastic military suit was about to be torn open by him. "Li Yao, never did I expect you to accomplish something so extraordinary. As your best friend, I can't be left behind by you by too much. Although I'm just an ordinary person and cannot awaken my spiritual root to be a majestic cultivator, I'm officially a soldier of the Federal Army right now. Who says ordinary people can't fight demon beasts? Just wait for it. I will train as crazily as you do." By the time you come back, I may have already slain 1,000 demon beasts. On the playground of Floating Spear City's mining clan high school of Floating Spear City, all the students were weeping. The training facilities of Floating Spear City's mining clan high school had all been sponsored by Liao. Many underprivileged students wouldn't have been able to go to school and train themselves without Liao's help. Liao had even established a special fund to maintain the normal operation of Floating Spear City's mining clan high school. Therefore, the students here all admired Liao and considered themselves to be Liao's young junior brothers. They had established an interest group named Vulture Squad to collect all the news in which Liao appeared. They had never expected that they would hear the news that Liao had gone missing in the Sea of Stars from the Speaker of Parliament one day. The students were too young to have the basic concepts about the universe and other worlds. They only knew that senior brother Liao had gone to a place far away with no way of knowing if he was dead or alive. Inevitably, they all shed tears. "Don't cry. We can't cry." A tall, thin boy who looked like a reed suddenly jumped up. He wiped his tears and announced, "Senior brother Liao is a big hero from Floating Spear City. He will be fine. One day he will come back as he promised. He will return splendidly with stellar magical equipment under his feet and blow the venomous pests of the Blood Demon sector into smithereens. Until then, we, as his junior brothers, must not disgrace him." Senior brother Liao is nicknamed as Vulture, which is the reason we created Vulture Squad. Before he comes back, we will try our best to train ourselves and let the name of Vulture resound on behalf of our senior brother. In the floating mountain of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution, there was nothing but dead silence. Surrounded by more than 10 mystic skeleton battlesuit of different models, Yuan Manchio and a lot of other professors were watching the live stream quietly. Yuan Manchio's eyes were red. 2 lines of dirty tears were flowing on her plump face. "Liao, Liao," she sighed softly. "Ha ha ha ha. Senior brother Liao, you must rest in peace. From today on, the banner of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution shall be flown by me, the legendary super awesome lightning hand, the rising superstar in the world of refiners, the puncher of Zhangshang and the kicker of the kicker of Zhang Xiaoyang. Yes, that's what Li Sanhao, will do." A young fatty was dancing merrily and declaring confidently in a classroom of freshmen and sophomores, only to be kicked to a corner after a cry. In Serpent City in the south of the Federation, Zhang Xiaoyang was faced with a giant mountain of rusted magical equipment components. But there was nothing except easiness in his face. Whistling a song out of tune, he was moving his hands so fast that thinking appeared to be redundant for him. Hundreds of his spiritual threads pulled almost 1,000 components, removed dust from them, scraped them to the proper size, polished and reassembled them as quickly as a lightning. Brand new magical equipment was born one piece after another in his hands, which seemed to be an assembly line. Occasionally, Zhang Xiaoyang would raise his eyebrow and glanced at the light beam beside him. "Liao, there is not really a winner between us yet. You don't want to run away just like that, do you? I hope you can train yourself to be a stronger and even greater person in the depths of the Sea of Stars. Only in such a way can I be granted a supreme sense of accomplishment after I defeat the invincible you." In the dark desolate domain deep inside the Grand Desolate Plateau, thunder was rumbling, lightning was striking, and a storm was raging. A somewhat lonely girl was traveling by herself in the wilderness. The occasional lightning illuminated the world and cast a narrow, long, and sharp shadow that looked like a saber behind her. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of hungry demon wolves approached the lone girl stealthily in the heavy rain. Before the wolves were about to lunge forward, their leader suddenly had a sense of great danger. A ferociously flame seemed to be burning its heart into ash. The girl was wearing a blood-red ring on her middle finger, which blossomed momentarily like a lotus of fire. It was sharp-edged and brimming with brutality. It had turned into an intimidating knuckle. The girl walked toward the wolf pack with a smile and stretched to warm herself up. Explosive noises could be heard from the joints all over her body. "My man is a hero of the Federation. One day, he will come back with stellar magical equipment under his feet. I need to make use of every minute in training, too, in order to be the strongest person in the Heaven's Origin sector before he returns. In the Blood Demon sector, more than 10 demon emperors in different yet equally hideous appearances gathered beside the raging, dark blood pool. Countless demon kings and demon generals were kneeling humbly in panic beside their feet, waiting for the murderous fury to be rained upon them. The intelligence from the Heaven's Origin sector had been sent back. The mission videos from Boneyard were all stored in the information bugs which were flying around them. Elder Bloodrobe waved his hand. Some 10 information bugs were swallowed by the redness released and exploded into mists of blood after cracking sounds. The mists of blood twisted and turned into lifelike 3D videos, which were enough for the demon emperors to learn what had happened on Boneyard, even though the videos were modeled with blood. In the videos, Liao steered Sparkle and activated the rogue meteorite at first, blowing countless demon generals into smithereens. Then, with the enhancement of the dragon scale extension, he turned into a god of war and slew everything standing in his way, causing immeasurable casualties. One demon after another was slaughtered and cut into pieces as easy as pie amid their dying screams. Ugh! While he was watching, one of the demon emperors was too angry to contain himself anymore. His body quickly expanded and revealed his true self, an enormous crocodile with fearsome horns. He slapped his tail hard, smashing the solidest rock into powder that was even finer than sand, as he exclaimed, "My grandson, my most excellent descendant with the most amazing power of bloodline, whom I've bred wholeheartedly for 20 years, has been slashed in two by Vulture Liao." Just one slash, another demon emperor roared. 2. One of my true disciples was blown into pieces by him. This particular disciple had just accepted 1/10 of my demonic blood. It seems it was a waste now. And also my youngest son. And also my disciple who has followed me for 30 years. The disciple that I'd spent so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures on modifying was killed. All my previous endeavors are in vain now. Kill him. Kill Vulture Liao. Pull his soul of his body. Soak it into the blood pool. Make him a pet of the blood demon sector. And torture him for 1,000, no, 10,000 years. The anger of so many demon emperors congregated and triggered a surging tsunami inside the blood pool. Even the purple sky had been stabbed through which countless stars peered through. Intimidated by their daunting aura, the demon kings and demon generals were all shaking in fear. Some of the weak demon soldiers in the periphery even passed out. What? Liao has been teleported to the depths of the Sea of Stars together with Skeleton Dragon? Damn it! Damn it! Vulture Liao, you can't get away, not even if you hide in the other shores of the Sea of Stars. All the demon emperors of the blood demon sector will join hands to find you and let you taste the fury of the blood demons. The central constellations in the Sea of Stars were often the ancient battlefields of the wars between the Demon Beast Empire and the Star Ocean Imperium, or the Cultivators and the demonic Cultivators. Here, many worlds had been entirely shattered and broken into billions of world fragments. Even the intact worlds were sometimes plagued by furious cosmic storms, spiritual tides, space turbulences, and even aggressive magical equipment left by past cultivators, demonic cultivators, or demons. These places were places of perils. One of these places was an exceptionally unfertile world, without a planet or a fragmented continent that was suitable for the survival of intellectual creatures. Even the star of this particular world had become dim and lackluster due to countless brutal, bloody wars over the past 40,000 years. It was emitting its last bit of brightness exhaustedly. The edge of this world was a frozen hell. There were no planets, satellites, comets, or world fragments. As far as one's eyes could reach, there was nothing but an overwhelming purple-red cosmic storm, which was raging and rushing in its orbit like a giant animal that was about to consume everything in its way. The cosmic storm, which was as vast as an ocean, was mixed with a lot of meteorites. The smaller ones were only the size of fingernails or fists, but the bigger ones were more than 100 meters in diameter. All the meteorites were shaped bizarrely with sharp edges, emanating brilliance of weirdness. Maybe a long time ago, they had all belonged to the same planet. But the planet had been unfortunately captured by the cosmic storm, making its fragments the teeth of the cosmic storm. Right then, a peculiar black swirl appeared in the way of the cosmic storm, like an invisible giant beast had opened its bloody mouth, spurting out dazzling brightness. In the center of the brightness was something that couldn't be more ragged and twisted. It was Sparkle and Skeleton Dragon. Sparkle seemed to have been crumpled by a devil and then straightened carelessly. The previously streamlined shell was riddled with folds, fractures, and holes, from which air currents of red, orange, green, and various other colors were spraying out non-stop. Many metal scraps had broken up and exploded, like parasites which were desperate to run away from a dying host. Skeleton Dragon was in an even worse state. Sparkle had the last bit of its spiritual shield as well as its metal shell for defense, but Skeleton Dragon held back the tearing force of the space jump with nothing but its flesh-made body, which had already fallen to its weakest point before the incident. The majority of its silver bones had been battered. 7 out of its 9 arms were broken. 2 of the 9's arms had been entirely blown to smithereens. There was only one last functional arm floating poorly in the vast space, trembling violently like the tail of a tadpole. Its transparent body was now dirtier than ever. The strength that supported its body had been drained. Crimson liquid flowed out of the red core in the center of its body, which looked like a rotten apple right now. The wounds were too heavy for Skeleton Dragon despite its amazing vitality. While it was struggling, it sensed the cosmic storm behind which was rushing close. Desperate mental waves burst out from its body. Die! We are all going to die. This cosmic storm is going to swallow us both. We can't run away. We can't. The lights inside the cockpit of Sparkle were all blinking. Most of the light beams were gone. Some 10 crystal wires had cracked. Large clusters of sparks were bursting out from the mainframe crystal processor every once in a while. The blood beside Liao's feet had gathered into a lake. His eyes were deeply hollowed and looked like 2 burning coals embedded in his head. With a smile of craziness, he ushered the remaining 4 power rune arrays to fully speed up without caring about Sparkle's extremely fragile state. Stunning brilliance burst out from the drill of mystic rays again. There was no gravity in the space. Pushing Skeleton Dragon forward, Sparkle reached the limit of its speed in the blink of an eye and charged at the cosmic storm, which had been blended with a cascade of meteorites. For the last time, spiral thirsting, with Skeleton Dragon in its front, Sparkle crashed into a 7-colored meteorite almost 100 meters in diameter like a lightning. Boom! The meteorite exploded. Skeleton Dragon let out a dying scream. It was drilled through by Sparkle from the center of its body. The red core, shaking in fear in the beginning, was punctured and split into multiple parts, dispersing into the universe. Swoosh! Sparkle turned into a streak of gold and continued drilling through Skeleton Dragon's body and into the meteorite until that was dug through. 2. Losing the enhancement of the red core, Skeleton Dragon's body parts finally couldn't stay together any longer. It collapsed magnificently like a tower built by sand being blown by savaging wind. The silver bones, with extraordinary defense ability, which had been created based on the bones of countless strong demon beasts, exploded. Many pieces of the ancient magical equipment exploded. The body tissue of Skeleton Dragon, which was almost transparent, exploded. The remaining demonic energy that Skeleton Dragon had turned into intense demonic gas, which spread out to form a blood-red cloud due to the loss of the demonic soul. Skeleton Dragon, the ancient deadly demon from 40,000 years ago, had finally been slain by Liao and gave away a lot of precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The silver bones, the scraps of the ancient magical equipment, its body tissues, and even the giant cluster of demonic energy were all ultimate treasures that every cultivator craved for. However, Liao had no time to collect all that stuff, because he was in the middle of a great crisis. Sparkle had been completely devoured by the cosmic storm. The purple-red cosmic storm was a result of the collision, absorption, and division of countless spiritual tides. It could invade the spiritual energy network of a warship easily and sabotage the spiritual energy circulation system, not to mention that the swarm of meteorites in it was at its top speed, the potential damage of which was no less than the full-strength strike of a core formation stage cultivator. Boom! 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 Sparkle's spiritual shield, which was already as thin as paper, was torn apart by the cosmic storm instantly. Most spiritual energy routes had been jammed or entirely cut off. 3 of the 4 power rune arrays had broken down. The one that was still functioning seemed like it could join them at any moment. The cascade of meteorites tore open Sparkle's weathered shell effortlessly and mauled the cabins and paths to its heart's content. Liao's legs suddenly lost strength. He collapsed to the ground and gazed at the blinking ceiling in a trance. The damage of Sparkle has reached 62% and is still soaring. The last bit of spiritual energy has been used up. The mustard-level maintainers are the only magical equipment that work right now. The spiritual shield and the power rune arrays are all unusable at this moment, let alone another space jump. The structure of Sparkle is in the worst state, too, and is not enough to support a second space jump. Even if there is enough spiritual energy, I will probably be ripped apart in the 4-dimensional space and end up being a speck of dust in the universe if I perform a space jump recklessly. My own situation is much worse. The sequela of detonating the spiritual seed is attacking. My soul is dry, my body heavily wounded, and I need to summon all my strength just to lift one of my fingers. There is no way that I can repair Sparkle right now. What can I do even if I miraculously fix it up? Based on the lackluster sun of this world, I am certain that no habitable planet or world fragment can be supported by such a star, let alone one that is suitable for cultivators. I am hopeless now. Even if I'm lucky enough to survive the cosmic storm, I can't repair Sparkle or embark on a new journey just by myself. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept faith. There's really nothing I can do now except to listen to the call of fate now. Liao took a long breath. His eyes dimmed. Like a dying, drowning person, he stopped struggling and simply stretched out his arms, allowing his body and soul to be consumed by the warm water, while he sank to the deep, dark bottom of the ocean. The moment he was about to close his eyes, Ding Lingdong's vigorous roars suddenly rumbled beside his ears. "Promise me that you won't die." Liao's eyes bulged open again. He gnashed his teeth. "I can't die. I promised Ding Lingdang that I won't leave her in any case. I have to return to the Heaven's Origin sector splendidly with stellar magical equipment under my feet one day. I can't give up. I can't give up as long as my heart is still beating. One more second of life means another second of hope." By this point, Sparkle had entered the zone where the meteorites were densest. It seemed to have been tossed into the bloody mouth of a space beast which was chewing it thoroughly. Most of the cabins had been pierced through by the meteorites. Even the cockpit had been hit by one. The temperature inside was plummeting, and a huge amount of air was escaping. If it were an ordinary people in such a harsh environment, they would have died instantly with their blood being forced out of their body a long time ago. Liao found it hard to breathe even though he was a cultivator. He felt that somebody was scraping his body with tiny knives, and he couldn't have been in more pain. Thankfully, the meteorite which breached through the cockpit didn't hit him directly. Otherwise, nobody in the entire universe would have been able to save him. Liao gritted his teeth and summoned the mystic skeleton battlesuit with whatever strength he had left. He put on the crystal suit, activated the internal circulation system, and injected a dose of strengthening drug that could stimulate the central nerves. Taking a moment of breath, Liao started making his last attempts. With the remaining functional modules of the mainframe crystal processor, Liao moved all the mustard-level maintainers to the cockpit. From the outside, mustard-level maintainers looked like clusters of slowly flowing silver liquid metal. They wriggled and covered the mystic skeleton battlesuit, quickly mending the cracks on the surface of the crystal suit. Sparkle was too large, and the mustard-level maintainers were too few. It was impossible to fix it up in such a short amount of time. Therefore, it might be a better idea to focus them on his own body to repair the mystic skeleton battlesuit first. Once the crystal suit was damaged by a meteorite, they would crowd over and fix the cracks. The odds of survival would be relatively higher this way. As for how he could survive in a barren, desolate vacuum with nothing but a crystal suit after Sparkle was shattered. Liao hadn't really considered the question yet. He concentrated his full attention on the crisis at hand and tried his best to make himself live 1 second longer. And another second longer. Beep, 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 beep. The crystal processor of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit and the mainframe crystal processor of Sparkle both sent out warnings. Both of them had detected that intense spiritual waves and a meteorite shower were coming at Sparkle unstoppably from the front. Taking a deep breath, Liao rested for a moment on one of his knees. Then he struggled to his feet stubbornly. His right arm was dangling from his shoulder softly because of the bone fractures, but his left arm had been placed beside his waist. It was the preparation posture of the Chaos Gale Hammer technique. He was waiting patiently to fight the last battle with the cosmic storm. After God knows how long, Liao felt that he had turned into a drill pushing forward helically in the sticky darkness. After each rotation, he would move forward 1 centimeter. Another rotation, he'd move another centimeter. He kept moving forward, forward, and forward, until the thick darkness was broken through and he saw vague brightness in front of him again. His consciousness hadn't regained control over his brain yet, but he heard whispers beside his ears, as if many mice were talking. The technology of the Star Ocean Imperium is indeed impressive. 95% of the power rune arrays are no strangers to us. But look at their construction model. With the same spiritual runes and energy intensity, the impetus that their power rune arrays can provide is dozens of times greater than ours. The mustard-level maintainers are amazing, too. The Heaven's Origin sector has only just started studying the mysteries of the mustard-level world. Although we can also manufacture mustard-level magical equipment that is 1/1,000,000th the size of sand, we are not capable of carving so many rune arrays to endow it with such amazing repairing ability. Treasury. Sparkle is truly a boundless treasury. If we can scrutinize everything on board, the development level of the refining techniques of the Heaven's Origin sector will leap forward by at least 30 years. The voices turned into ear-splitting noises in Liao's muddled brain, giving him a headache instead of actual meanings. Liao blinked his eyes hard. After each blink, the blurry picture in front of his eyes became somewhat clearer. After hundreds of blinks, he finally realized that it was the cracking ceiling in the cockpit that he had been staring at the whole time. Sparkle still existed. I'm not dead? I'm still in the cockpit? Sparkle didn't explode, either. Pictures popped up in Liao's brain like fists jumping out of the water. Liao remembered everything. He remembered that more and more meteorites hit through the cockpit and brushed past him, whacking the mainframe crystal processor into garbage. He punched at the cosmic storm and the cascade of meteorites, but the vacuum took all his attacks. Until in the end, a gold meteorite the size of a fist rushed close and hit his chest brutally. Liao was great alarmed. He lowered his head and examined his chest in a hurry. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was already on the verge of destruction, but there was a lot of silver brightness on the cracks in its chest. The mustard-level maintainers seemed to have mended it in time. His ribs were still aching, many of which must have broken. There was also a large area of bruising on his chest, as if it had been burnt by purple fire. Liao was baffled. The gold meteorite had been traveling at an incredibly high a speed yet dealt such little damage. It didn't even pierce through his body? How uncanny. Quite a lot of silver powders were left on the skin of his chest. Several silver scraps even stabbed into his chest, but not very deeply. Therefore, he didn't feel much pain. It appeared that some silver metal object had exploded in front of his chest and resisted the catastrophe for him. It was my soul-condensing pendant. My soul-condensing pendant is gone. Liao felt that his neck was empty. Extending one of his spiritual threads to sense the situation, he found that the pendant hanging on his neck had disappeared. 3 years ago, on the very first day of his life in the Grand Desolate War Institution, the test of the supercompressed crystal reactor had failed, leading to a calamitous explosion in which almost all of the professors and students of the refining department perished. But there was not a single spectral cultivator that survived the disaster. The only thing left on the spot was the remnant of a half-melted Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. However, a year and a half later, Liao had perceived weird spiritual waves from the remnant of the crystal suit. It was then that he'd learnt that not everyone in the accident had been burnt into nothingness. Some professors and students had fled to the interior of the crystal reactor at the critical moment, but only ended up being phantom entities, a life form that was even more queer than regular ghosts. Phantom entities were scraps of ghosts in the two-dimensional universe. They had no self-awareness and no memories. The only thing that they possessed was the last bit of the perseverance that motivated them to never give up. That day, Liao had vowed to the phantom entities that he would let them resume their past and consciousness, let them remember who they were and where they were going to, and let them be unfolded from the two-dimension to the three-dimension, so that they would turn from phantom entities to spectral cultivators that could cultivate again. The source of these particular phantom entities' perseverance was the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Therefore, Liao had refined a soul-condensing pendant and hidden all the phantom entities within. He had been wearing the pendant through all the fierce battles that he had been engaged in with the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Although the reactions from the phantom entities were more and more intense, the crucial leap never happened. When one died, one would be gone for all eternity. It was an arduous task to regather the souls when they had already dispersed. Never did he expect that the soul-condensing pendant would block a meteorite and save his life one day. However, the phantom entities residing inside the pendant, his professors and senior brothers, were probably truly gone this time without the slightest race left. Were they not? Liao sighed and extended his arm, trying to touch his chest where the pendant had been hanging, only to tear one of his wounds open. The pain was so excruciating that he gasped. The whispers which sounded like mice drifted into his ears again. Excellent! Liao has woken up. Great! How long till the med bay is ready? 65% has been repaired. But I haven't figured out the mechanism of many rune arrays yet. I need more time. This time, Liao heard them loud and clear, which creeped the hell out of him. In a supposedly empty warship floating in the depths of the sea of stars, so many weird voices were speaking, some of which even sounded familiar. What was even creepier was that the owners of these voices even knew his name. Cold sweat immediately drenched Liao. He bellowed in a low voice. Who? Who's there? Shua. The cockpit was illuminated. 5 clusters of round liquid metal wriggled close like 5 lovely newborn animals. 4 of them were relatively smaller, surrounding the bigger one in the center. They had previously been the mustard-level maintainers on Sparkle. But right now they seemed to be blessed with their own will. The 5 clusters of liquid metal flowed slowly. One bump protruded out on each of them and was stretched out until it became a metal membrane that was almost transparent. The metal membrane vibrated at a high frequency, creating sound waves that were audible to human. The biggest cluster of liquid metal started talking, somewhat in delight. Mr. Liao, you've finally woken up. We were afraid that moving you might aggravate your injuries and therefore simply left you there. How about it? If you feel that you are able to walk, let's head over to the med bay. The more he listened, the more he found the voice familiar. Despite the shrill, metallic sound, he was certain that he had heard the same coarse voice somewhere else. The liquid metal then continued speaking. Although we can communicate with you telepathically, it would be great burden for us to do so. Our souls have just been unfolded from the two-dimension and can't suffer too much fatigue yet. Therefore, we'd prefer to talk with you in such a way. Are we good? Can you understand me? Unfolded from the two-dimension. Unfolded from the two-dimension. Liao's eyes were bulging wider and wider. Thousands of lightning bolts were brewing in his eyes, while he felt like shouting to the sky in joy. He finally remembered whom the voice belonged to. Once upon a time, in so many days and nights, he had been receiving the enlightenment of the master of the voice through the teaching videos and learnt so much invaluable knowledge from him. A messy-haired, red-eyed figure who was dancing with glee, as if he were a patient of epilepsy, seemed to have appeared above the cluster of metal liquid. It was Professor Mo Xian, the unquestionable leader of the grassroots refiners of the Heaven's Origin sector, and the previous dean of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution known as Lunatic, who had challenged the elite refiners alone, led his department to pioneer the Project Mystic Skeleton, and eventually sacrificed himself for what he believed in. Professor! Liao's eyes were red. He was more thrilled than ever as he asked, You finally unfolded yourself from the state of phantom entity and turned into a spectral cultivator? Great. This is just great. And me. And me. The 4 clusters of liquid metal that were relatively smaller all vibrated violently one after another. My name is Xianxia. I was a final year student, and I'm best at the refining and research of power rune arrays. My name is Gao Yang. I was in my final year, too. I like the magical equipment and technology related to teleportation arrays best. I am Xianxia. My research field is defense rune arrays and spiritual shields. My dream is to build the strongest spiritual shield in the heavens origin sector. I am Xianxia. Material science and structural planning are my specialties. To put it more simply, I study how to finish the manufacturing and assembling of super-large magical equipment with the most suitable materials in the most delicate architecture. Ho ho ho! We were the legendary 4 top experts of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. We are the 4 kings of the grassroots refiners. Liao couldn't help but grin. He had read a thing or two about the combination of 4 kings in some notes and files of the refining department before. They were indeed 4 remarkable students before he'd arrived there. Although their research fields were very broad, they were the best experts in their respective research fields. It was with their collective work that Project Mystic Skeleton was nearly accomplished. But it was a pity that there were no experts in crystal reactors among them. Therefore, no one had been able to foresee the tragedy. However, as it turned out, they'd all survived the disaster as phantom entities, and now restored their self-awareness and memories. Although he was in the middle of nowhere, he felt good knowing that his professors and senior brothers were with him and that he wouldn't be walking down the path alone. It was a marvelous feeling. Mr. Liao, thank you very much. I do appreciate everything you've done for us and the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Professor Mo Xian's metal membrane vibrated and spoke solemnly. Then, the 4 kings each spoke one after another. Senior brother Liao, thank you very much. Although our senses were very weird when we were phantom entities and we couldn't perceive much except for some information pieces, we could feel 100% the furiously burning fighting will of yours when you were in the mystic skeleton battlesuit every time. It was the fighting will that nourished and protected us so that we didn't disperse over the passage of time, but instead became stronger and clearer. Just now, your fighting will suddenly increase to 5 times what it had ever been before. It was like the detonation of a giant bomb and helped us unfold instantly. Somewhat embarrassed, Liao scratched his hair and changed the topic. Are your memories and self-awareness fully back? I remember that there were more phantom entities than yourselves. Have the other phantom entities disappeared? Mo Xian sighed and said, Spectral cultivators are already a very mysterious life form that is entirely made up of spiritual energy. Phantom entities are hundreds of times more mysterious than them. From humans to ghosts, from ghosts to phantom entities, and from phantom entities to spectral cultivators. What happened to us is too implausible. Even we find it hard to describe our current status. Our self-awareness has been restored, but our memories stop at the moment of the crystal reactor's explosion. The prolonged time we spent as phantom entities is like smoke in the wind for us. The memories of that period are mottled and fragmented. It's hard to get through all of them. After we became phantom entities, our consciousness and memories were both lost. The only thing left for us was the thinking and computational ability, as well as the connection to magical equipment. Maybe it was the persistence and the thinking and computational ability that kept our souls from completely dispersing. But I'm afraid that we are not technically spectral cultivators yet, because real ghosts are able to leave the puppets and float in the air freely as long as the environment is favorable. Liao nodded. Back when he had been searching for Wei Qingqing's broken soul in the battlefield, he had discovered her floating in midair. Metal bodies were but clothes for spectral cultivators. They could be changed to new ones at any time. Later, Wei Qingqing had chosen a crystal green bird as her shell. Mo Xian mumbled, I remember vaguely that I was floating in the black ocean where a lot of transparent numbers, lines, runes, and structure maps were glittering in octagonal gold brightness. They were spinning, bouncing, and colliding quickly, and I subconsciously calculated, contemplated, and created new structure maps with all my computational ability. I had no idea why I needed to calculate these stuff, nor did I know what it was that I'd been calculating. I only had a vague feeling that it was my most important mission, and that if I stopped calculating, I would collapse and be gone forever. Me too, the four kings agreed. Professor Mo Xian continued speaking. Then the black sky was torn by something, through which countless gold rays beamed in. Bathed in the brightness, I immediately remembered who I was. My soul was consolidated, but my head was still in a mess. I didn't have any clue where I was. I merely swam toward the gold rays out of instinct. These gold rays seemed to boast endless attraction force. They pulled me into the hole in the sky effortlessly. Later, my soul suddenly felt heavier than before, as if it had been stuffed into a new body. Abundant spiritual energy and electromagnetic waves of weird attributes were dashing and dancing from my soul to my new shell. After a long time, I finally realized that I had melded with the mustard-level maintainers, or rather the warship, into one. Gao Yang and the rest of them had similar experiences. We discussed it for a long time. Based on the modeled memories pieces, we inferred that we'd been existing as phantom entities over the past few years, until we were discovered and brought away by you. In the end, for reasons we didn't know, we were caught in the middle of an overwhelming cosmic storm and meteor shower. With the boost of your soaring fighting will and the countless kinds of foreign electromagnetic waves inside the cosmic storm, our self-awareness was restored, but with additional qualities that are not present in common ghosts. It may sound unbelievable, but the unfolding of phantom entities is an extremely rare event that might only happen once in 1,000 years due to billions of favorable coincidences. Maybe some sort of special energy contained inside the cosmic storm and the meteor shower made us what we are right now. Haha, maybe we shouldn't call ourselves spectral cultivators, but star spirits. We are the spirits wandering among the stars. At first, we had almost 100 companions, but most of them have dissipated due to corrosion of time. Many of them didn't survive the great outbreak of the cosmic storm and were obliterated in the dark sea of stars. However, the way that phantom entities exist is quite different from that of humans or ghosts. The most precious thing for us is the computational ability and the thinking patterns. Before other phantom entities perished, they copied their computational and thinking ability to our thinking models in a way that we can't comprehend. You may understand that they have handed over their ember of wisdom to us, so that their will and mission could be passed on in such a way. Yes, indeed. I feel that my computational ability is dozens of times higher than before. Many complicated problems can be solved easily. The optimized solution of many algorithms that I used to spend hours thinking about can be calculated within several seconds right now. Gao Yang condensed two arms that looked like matches with the liquid metal and danced airily. Me too, me too. Before I turned into a phantom entity, I'd been reflecting on the optimization of the structure of 253 commonly seen power rune arrays. But just now, I devised more than 325 brand new optimization plans for 74 of them in only 10 minutes. Shi Tingfei twisted in excitement, too. Liao took a long breath in relief. He finally realized what had happened. So, it was you who repaired Sparkle? The cosmic storm had passed. It was peaceful outside. Although the cockpit was still riddled with holes, at least it had stopped trembling and was sealed again. The temperature and oxygen concentration were in an acceptable range, too. Countless runes were jumping on several light beams, indicating that more than 50 components and units were being examined at the same time. Sparkle had stabilized, however dangerously. Mo Xian smiled. Correct. Death is indeed scary. But when we discovered that we had been melded with a powerful starship from the Star Ocean Imperium and had become its soul, we were immediately grabbed by excitement. As a refiner, you must understand the feeling as well. We wasted no time investigating every corner of the starship and discovered that it was on the verge of collapse. Therefore, crazy maintenance work was immediately initiated. Based on the amazing computational ability that we accumulated when we were phantom entities, we managed to make it survive the cosmic storm and the bombardment of the meteor shower. Right, we have been very curious. What exactly happened to the Heaven's Origin sector after we died? Where did you find the starship? Why are you steering the empty starship without a second crew member? You are a refiner and an exo of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. But in any case, you shouldn't be the one that is piloting a starship. Aren't there a lot of seasoned warship connoisseurs in the military? Where are we right now? A new world? Although we don't know how far away we have moved, our observation is that the star here is 10 times dimmer than the sun of the Heaven's Origin sector, which is far from enough to support a world of cultivators. Therefore, this area should be a barren wasteland. What are we doing in a wasteland? The senses of phantom entities were quite different from those of human beings. When Mo Xian and the rest of them were in the state of phantom entities, they could only perceive Li Yao's intense spiritual waves and his calculations, creations, and questions concerning the mystic skeleton battlesuit. They had no idea what was happening in the outside world, just as much as Li Yao had no idea what was happening to them. Li Yao thought for a while and told them the most important events after the explosion of the refining department as briefly as possible, including the invasion of the Blood Demon sector, the competition of MP crystal suits, occult orbs fellowship, and the exploration of Boneyard. Although he had left many enticing details, the 5 spectral cultivators were still greatly impressed. Xianxia, one of the 4 kings, extended one narrow, long arm of liquid metal and patted Li Yao's shoulder. In order to extinguish Skeleton Dragon, you decided to jump into the depths of the Sea of Stars? Mr. Li Yao, that was awesome. Hua Yuanjia also smiled. When I was told that a freshman set up his goal as challenging the refining department of Deep Sea University and taking their title of Holy Land of Refiners, I thought that he must have been another big-mouthed idiot. But as it turns out, he was a real hero. Li Yao coughed in embarrassment. A hero? He had no idea that he would be connected with the word one day. But it felt truly incredible thinking about the changes that had happened to him over the past few years. When he was in high school, Fiend Blade Peng Hai's visit to the No. 2 Crimson Nimbus High School taught him the first lesson about the formidability of cultivators. At that time, he had wanted to be cultivators. But his biggest motivation had been the rumors that cultivators such as Peng Hai all lived in villas, drove limos, and earned tens of millions every year easily. Then, on the crystal train north to the Grand Desolate Plateau, the picture of the 7 cultivators who fought side by side and sacrificed themselves without hesitation had been etched in his memory and allowed him to awaken his spiritual root the next day and embark on the path of cultivation. Later, he'd trained himself continuously with the success of Project Mystic Skeleton as his target. But his ultimate desire had still been fame. He had never planned to be a hero one day. Nevertheless, after the Battle of Verdant Tarn City, the War of 7 Cities, and the countless missions in Occult Orbs Fellowship, after witnessing cultivators and ordinary people who had dedicated themselves to the bloodshed battlefields together and their choices between life and death, his personality had been gradually altered. Then, on Boneyard, reading Senior Gao Xing's journal and envisioning the future catastrophe descending upon the Heaven's Origin sector due to Skeleton Dragon's mental attack, he didn't have a second thought. Li Yao was sure that he was not a hero, and he didn't want to become any hero. He simply wanted to be what he had always tried to be, a cultivator. A cultivator just like Ding Yin, Wei Qingqing, Guan Xiong, Gao Xingzi, and so on. Nothing else. Li Yao's eyes glittered. He said, "Now you have learnt everything. The 6 of us are floating God knows where in the Sea of Stars in a boat that is close to garbage. What can we do to find our way home?" The 5 spectral cultivators, including Mo Xian, were silent for a long time. The liquid metal was rolling with bubbles popping up nonstop as if it were boiling, indicating that they were in the middle of high-intensity thinking and computation. 10 minutes later, Professor Mo Xian finally spoke again. "No matter where we are right now, the most important issue at hand is to repair Sparkle and make it able to perform space jumps once or twice. This is a gaunt wasteland. We will be hopeless if we are stuck here." Li Yao nodded his head and said somewhat worriedly, "What is the situation of Sparkle?" "Very terrible," Professor Mo Xian added. According to what you said just now, Sparkle suffered serious damage 7,000 years ago and was locked in an undersea rock stratum until recently. Although the mustard-level maintainers have been repairing the warship slowly, they are only able to fix the external components and units that are relatively simple in structure. As for the core magical equipment that is more precise, such as the mainframe crystal processor, they can't fix it without the manipulation of a refiner. After thousands of years, Sparkle was finally fixed to the extent that it was functional. But then, it was engaged in a fierce battle against Skeleton Dragon before it performed an insane, aimless space jump. 99% of the units on board were already on the verge of collapse at that time. After that, Sparkle encountered a cosmic storm and a meteor shower. Even its shell is battered now. Had we not woken up in time, I'm afraid Sparkle would have broken down and ended up as dust in the universe. Although we maintained the warship as quickly and thoroughly as possible, we only ensured that its structure remained intact. Right now, Sparkle has lost most of the impetus and abilities. It is no better than an empty shell. Therefore, whatever our future plan is, we need to fix up Sparkle first. The refining level of Sparkle is far beyond the knowledge of the Heaven's origin sector. It's impossible to restore it to 100% with just the few of us. Thankfully, the Heaven's origin sector has abundant experience in refining crystal warships. 2. We can modify Sparkle, however primitively, and make it regain 30% of its abilities. That shouldn't be a problem. Then, we will be able to perform 1 to 2 space jumps and leap out of this doomed wasteland. The biggest problem we are faced with right now is the lack of materials and spiritual energy. A cook cannot make food without ingredients, however skilled they are. Without sufficient heavenly materials and earthly treasures and spiritual energy, we will not be able to conduct the maintenance work. It was indeed a tricky problem. Liao started pondering. Since they were in a wasteland, there were not too many heavenly materials and earthly treasures or spiritual energy available for them. Even if there were, the desired items were most likely to be buried in the planets and stone belts that were close to the star. With Sparkle's current status, it was impossible to fly to the nearby of a star. When they came too close, they might be consumed by a stellar storm instantly because of the debilitated spiritual shield. After remaining silent for a while, Liao suddenly thought of something and exclaimed excitedly, "Wait, how are we lacking heavenly materials and earthly treasures and spiritual energy? Isn't Skeleton Dragon's dead body scattered around us? We can make the best use of whatever's left of it, even though most of it has been swept away from the cosmic storm and the meteorite cascade. Skeleton Dragon's strengthened bones were all created through secret arts 40,000 years ago, based on the bones of the most formidable demon beasts at that time. They are extremely hard. Although most of the ancient magical equipment inside its body has been drilled to dust with their abilities gone, the scraps can be used to fill up the cracks and holes of Sparkle. Its transparent flesh is extremely elastic. It can be stretched from 10 meters to 100 meters momentarily. Can also offset the enemy's attack like jelly. Such an excellent material is bound to improve the defensive ability and agility when it is applied to the key structure of Sparkle after we fully grasped its mysteries. When its demonic soul was annihilated, a lot of demonic energy was left, which can be transformed into spiritual energy that Sparkle can use through purification procedures. The spiritual energy can be used for our training, too. Anyway, Skeleton Dragon has offered us an enormous treasury. With its body's remnants, it's definitely possible to repair Sparkle and restore its space jump ability. Liao's words excited Emotion and the others. Their membranes were pulsating quickly. Correct. Building magical equipment with the flesh and bones of demon beasts is a regular method in the art of refining. We are all experienced at this. The odds of success are not slim at all. As long as Sparkle is repaired, we will be able to perform a space jump again and land in a new world. So long as it is not as barren as this one, we will definitely be able to collect new materials and spiritual energy. Space jump after space jump, we will definitely meet other cultivators in other human civilizations in the Sea of Stars one day. A new world of cultivators. Liao was fascinated by the idea. Confidence and determination brewed in his chest, as he mumbled to himself, "Yes, The heaven's origin sector is on the edge of the sea of stars. Since we arrived at this place randomly, it's very unlikely we'll be teleported back with just one space jump. Now that we are not going to find the way home anytime soon, we might as well stride forward confidently. To the new world of cultivators. To the center of universe. To the end of the infinite stars. The worlds in the center of the universe are very likely to possess technology, magical equipment, and secret arts that are more advanced than those of the heaven's origin sector. I can learn from them and train myself crazily so that I can be stronger. I'm still too weak at this moment. Middle level of the building foundation stage is absolutely nothing in front of the real experts. Skeleton Dragon would have slain me effortlessly if it had regained 5% of its peak capability when I faced it. The previous captain of Sparkle was a nascent soul stage cultivator too. Sparkle could function at the 100% level in his hands. But the acting captain right now is only in the middle level of the building foundation stage, who can only bring out 10% of Sparkle's potential. Senior Gao Xianxia would be ashamed of me if he knew this. It's officially decided then. I will traverse the sea of stars and advance into at least the core formation stage in the coming few years. In the meantime, I will try to collect a few pieces of planetary magical equipment, if not stellar magical equipment, along the way. Then I will return to the heaven's origin sector. According to the astrologists of the Star Glory Federation, the final melding of the heaven's origin sector and the blood demon sector would take place in 20 to 30 years. Until then, neither of the two worlds had an overwhelming advantage against the other one. Therefore, Liao set a 10-year limit for himself. In the next 10 years, he would try to build up himself, excavate powerful magical equipment, and then announce his grand return. Mo Xian and the other spectral cultivators agreed unanimously. Professor Mo Xian chuckled in satisfaction. Cultivators of the heaven's origin sector have always yearned to reach out to other cultivators in the center of the sea of stars. But our starships are still too underdeveloped. Even the stars around the heaven's origin sector are not entirely clear to us yet. Now that we have jumped out of the heaven's origin sector by accident, of course we need to make best use of the opportunity to travel, train, and take in as much knowledge as possible. We will not go home empty-handed, but with a huge amount of magical equipment and cultivation arts. Xianxia was a war maniac. He shouted, "In my opinion, we should establish our own forces in the Sea of Stars and bring a fleet of starships home with us." Everybody was amused. Professor Mo Xian then said, "Establishing our own forces may be unnecessary, but since Sparkle, as a multipurpose exploration starship, boasts a lot of labs, refining workshops, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures analysis chambers, I think it is quite feasible that we can establish a space branch of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution on this ship." Mr. Liao, hasn't your dream always been to defeat the refining department of Deep Sea University and take over their title of Holy Land of Refiners? It is also a dream of mine, as well as the rest of the professors and students in our department, which has never been forgotten. However, to be completely honest, it's hardly likely for us to realize the dream within the Star Glory Federation. But now everything is different. Right now, we are in possession of a multipurpose exploration starship from the Star Ocean Imperium. With its amazing space jump system, we are blessed with the opportunity to get in touch with hundreds of new constellations, other human civilizations and worlds of cultivators, and previously unseen magical equipment, cultivation arts, and refining techniques. Let's make Sparkle our base as we will explore, research, and study the best magical equipment in the universe. We can even recruit the prodigies with potential in refining from other worlds in the name of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. If so, when we return to the Heaven's Origin sector in 10 years, our capability in refining will definitely be hundreds of times higher than Deep Sea Universities. Our department will be the well-deserved Holy Land of Refiners. Liao's blood was boiling while he was listening. Beating the refining department of Deep Sea University had been his dream even before he took the college entrance examination. However, as he walked further down the path of refining and climbed higher and higher, the formidability of the refining department of Deep Sea University was clearer and clearer to him. It was true that the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit suppressed the Tiger King battlesuit and became the most renowned MP Crystal suit model in the Federation. However, the MP Crystal suit project was just one of the dozens of projects of the same level for the refining department of Deep Sea University. The behemoth known as Deep Sea was too huge, too strong, and had lived for too many years. The failure of an MP Crystal suit project was but a scratch for it. Therefore, the dream hadn't occurred to Liao for a very long time. He didn't forget it, but he failed to find a way to achieve it. But right now, Professor Mo Xian's words ignited his passion once again. Liao's eyes were glittering, his fists clenched. He seemed to be able to see the brilliant future in 10 years' time. Professor Mo Xian's voice was coarse, but it was getting louder and more impassioned. Haven't you always planned to bring back a piece of stellar magical equipment? In my opinion, since the Star Ocean Imperium has been gone for thousands of years, it is an impossible task to find a piece of intact yet unowned stellar magical equipment. However, aren't we all refiners? Why don't we create our own stellar magical equipment with Sparkle as the core? Professor Mo Xian's bold proposal almost made Liao's eyes and nostrils spurt fire. He finally realized why Professor Mo Xian was known as lunatic in the world of refiners. It was because he was indeed a lunatic, even more insane than Liao himself, assembling each component, carving each rune, and refining a piece of stellar magical equipment that could suppress an entire galaxy with one's own hands. Liao was so ecstatic and enthusiastic that he was dancing, despite the sharp pain all over his body. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up. Let's have a brainstorm and discuss the general modification plan for Sparkle now. 1 month later, in the edge of a cold, bleak wasteland, a sliver-glittering scrap from a piece of ancient magical equipment was spinning and floating. Sparkle snuck close from behind without making a sound. 2 ropes that had been refined out of skeleton skins and veins extended from the front of the starship, and when they arrived at the scrap, the ropes snatched at it quickly with the 2 metal claws at their ends. Several rune arrays on the scrap were still intact, with feeble spiritual energy left. Sensing a threat, it immediately formed 2 bright gold shields. However, the blue and purple electric arcs on the 2 metal claws crumbled the defense of the scrap instantly, before they pinned the scrap and took it back to Sparkle. Another scrap of ancient magical equipment has been retrieved. ID number 14734. Preliminary analysis suggests that it belongs to an ancient shield of which 79% has been collected. If we combine them into our defense system, the defense ability of Sparkle will be improved by 3.2%. Sparkle today was entirely different from a month ago. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures and demonic energy that had burst out from Skeleton Dragon had almost all been gathered by them, who immediately made a great fortune. Most parts of the shell too damaged to be repaired were ripped off, refined into raw materials, and replaced by silver bones, scraps of ancient magical equipment, and skeleton dragon's flesh. Since time was of the essence, all the maintenance work was done in the most practical way without the least consideration of aesthetics. All the bones and scraps were piled up in what looked like a careless mess, making Sparkle look like a ragged remnant of a starship, if not a heap of garbage that had been floating in the cosmos for thousands of years. But on the mainframe crystal processor inside Sparkle, the specifications in various aspects had been greatly improved. Strengthened by the silver bones and the body tissues of Skeleton Dragon, many parts of Sparkle had an overall hardness that was even higher than previously. Inside the maintenance workshop at the rear of the starship, based on the 7 spiritual runes that we just analyzed, and with the remaining heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I can totally improve the 8-power rune arrays in the most classic 8 trigrams distribution, which will make Sparkle's ability of instantaneous acceleration at least 80% higher than before. If so, the power of the Mystic Ray Drill will be able to be fully demonstrated. However formidable my enemy is, I can just give him a spiral thrusting and simply drill a hole in their heart. Liao's face was flushed as he slapped the desk hard with his hands wide open. Instantaneous acceleration is just nonsense. The 8 trigrams distribution is indeed classic. But the power rune arrays in such a distribution can only maximize the impetus when the vehicle is moving linearly. You want to move in a straight line when we are engaged with strong enemies in new worlds. We will only wind up being walking targets. In my opinion, we should think more carefully and refine 12-power rune arrays with less impetus. The 12 stars chain distribution is the plan that we ought to adopt. Although the distribution guarantees less instantaneous acceleration and overall impetus, the agility of the vehicle will be greatly enhanced. Our course will be mysterious and unpredictable. It is best for small-scale dodging movements and will significantly improve our odds of survival when we are attacked by unknown enemies. Xianxia, the expert in power rune arrays, was waving his 2 liquid metal arms in the air crazily. To express that he was also flushed, the surface of the liquid metal was covered in a layer of redness. Liao chuckled. Of course, it is a well-known disadvantage of the 8 trigrams distribution that direction changes are awkward and linear acceleration is what it's best at. But I have analyzed more than 95 kinds of similar rune arrays from the ancient cultivation world and come up with 7 upgrade plans inspired by the control rune arrays of 15 ancient flying swords. By revising the traditional 8 trigrams distribution, the powerful linear acceleration is kept, and the agility in turning and dodging is greatly improved to the extent of the 12 stars chains, if not higher. Xianxia couldn't help but sneer. What a coincidence. I've made a lot of revisions to the 12-star chain, too. The essence of the 7 stars asymmetric distribution, the sweeping wind distribution, and the other 7 classic power rune array distributions have been melded into it now. Not only does the 12 stars chain distribution perfected by me boast extraordinary dodging and mobilizing ability, its instantaneous acceleration is also as good as the 8 trigram distributions. Liao was suspicious. Are you exaggerating? Show me your distribution design. Xianxia smiled assuredly. Of course. I would very much like to see how far you can go with the obsolete 8 trigrams distribution. The hundreds of light beams floating around them all started blinking, where countless complicated structure designs manifested. With his cheeks puffed up, Liao stared at the light beams and studied them carefully. Xianxia fell silent, too. The body of liquid metal was trembling violently as he was analyzing Liao's distribution plan. A moment later, both of them were too astounded to say anything. This was a regular scene that had been happening every day over the past month. Professor Emotian, Xianxia, and the rest of the 4 kings of the refining department had represented the top of the grassroots refining methodologies in the first place. In the years when they were phantom entities, they were troubled by no trivia and only maintained their lives with their computational ability. At the critical moment, they inherited the computational ability of other phantom entities. It was not overstating it to say that they were the best experts of the heavens origin sector in the arts of refining right now. In comparison, Liao was a professional in ancient refining techniques. Brilliant sparks immediately burst out when the 2 parties collided. They were having furious arguments every day, as if 2 meteor showers crashing into each other. Liao was often awed by their unbelievably amazing modern refining techniques. They too were often so shocked by Liao's insane notions that their computational ability was almost frozen. Together, they were like 6 top experts in martial arts who were practicing with each other every day. Greatly enlightened by the different ideologies, they found that their training efficiencies were hundreds of times higher than when they were alone. It was because of these sparking collisions that Sparkle was being repaired at an inconceivable speed and renovated toward a monster-like starship blended with bones, flesh, and scraps which boasted unparalleled performance despite its grotesque appearance. While Liao was scratching his head in great admiration, Professor Emotian's unusually excited voice echoed in the broadcasting rune array in a corner of the cabin. Liao, I've made new discoveries. Come to the cockpit now. Inside the cockpit, Professor Emotian was glittering at a high frequency, indicating that he couldn't be more thrilled. Over the past few days, the maintenance and modification of the shell had been close to completion. Professor Emotian was occupied by the recovery of the mainframe crystal processor. I found a crystal chip deep inside the mainframe crystal processor which had been burnt before being smashed into pieces by a meteorite. After 3 days and 3 nights of maintenance and reverse engineering in the mustard level, I finally decoded some information pieces, including the coordinates of a star beacon. Professor Mo Xian's words raised tides thousands of meters high in Li Yao's heart. The coordinates of a star beacon marked the location of a teleportation array. As long as they typed the coordination into the space jump system, it was very likely that they would be transported to somewhere near this particular star beacon. Since star beacons were clearly man-made establishments, it was very likely that other worlds of cultivators might be around this particular star beacon. Professor Mo Xian continued saying, I cross-checked the coordinates of the star beacon with other information pieces that I gathered from the mainframe crystal processor. My conclusion is that the coordinates probably represent an interstellar dockyard of the Star Ocean Imperium. According to Senior Gao Xing's journal, Sparkle underwent tremendous modification during their last stop, in which the main gun of the starship was replaced by a drill of mystic rays. Therefore, it is safe to infer that the interstellar dockyard must be a large-scale fleet base with abundant maintenance and refining facilities that can allow such an advanced starship like Sparkle to be modified and transformed. What do you think we can get from such a base? Li Yao was greatly interested, but he shook his head after thinking for a while. Senior Gao Xiangxia said in his journal that they lost contact with their base after they reached Boneyard. It's very likely that the base was demolished in the Armageddon Rebellion. It doesn't matter, Professor Mo Xian added. For a base with extraordinary repairing and modifying abilities such as this one, it must have been built in a place where there were abundant spiritual energy and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Even if the military has been destroyed, the world where the star beacon is located must still be very richly endowed. At the very least, we can definitely acquire much more resources there than we can in this wasteland. After we teleport there, we will be able to acquire ample spiritual energy and materials. Considering the situation carefully for a moment, Li Yao realized that it was a very reasonable assumption. With any luck, he might be able to visit a logistic base of the Star Ocean Imperium. He was sure that he could dig out something useful there. 10 days later, the door of the training room was wide open, spurting out bitter cold wind. Inside the room, gravity was increased to 20 times normal and the temperature was minus 150 degrees. Li Yao was practically naked, wearing nothing but boxer shorts. He strode out of the room. There was not the tiniest speck of frost on his skin. It was red, shining, and elastic. My strength has fully recovered. Clenching his fists and sensing the majestic strength flooding inside his flesh and blood, Li Yao smiled in satisfaction. The sequela that he'd suffered from the fierce battle against Skeleton Dragon was completely gone now, because of the detonation of the spiritual seed. His limbs, veins, nerves, and internal organs had all been cleansed to the extent of being entirely reborn. During the seed explosion state, he had experienced the nascent soul stage cultivators' feeling of dominating the entire world with nothing but their own hands. The large quantity of flowing brightness crystals he had consumed in a hurry were not entirely digested yet. Some of the leftovers, which also contained immense spiritual energy, were stored inside his body, which would certainly be of great help in his future training. Although he was only at the middle level of the building foundation stage, Li Yao was very confident about his future path of cultivation, because he had seen clearly what he was pursuing instead of running around like a headless fly. Let's go! Taking a deep breath, Li Yao strode to the cockpit in high spirits. Inside the cockpit, all preparations for the space jump had been completed. The 5 spectral cultivators had manipulated the liquid metal and melted into the key units of Sparkle, monitoring the functioning of all the magical equipment on board. Inside the operation menu, the coordination of the star beacon had been typed in. There was still an important thing to do. Sitting on the captain's seat, Li Yao dabbed his fingers on the operation menu swiftly. On the brand new shell of Sparkle, an ensign as red as blood, as airy as fire and as brilliant as star replaced the red dragon swallowing the sun emblem of the Star Ocean Imperium. It gradually revealed itself and was clearer and clearer until it was shining. A scary dragon was crouching on a giant pearl in which there were 9 glittering pentagrams. It was Rising Dragon of the 9 Stars, the national flag of the Star Glory Federation, and the battle emblem for the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector. Gazing at the dark universe in front of him that looked like a night sky, Li Yao smiled and put his hand on a sliding spiritual rune on the light beam. Then he pushed it forward and bellowed, "Go forth, Sparkle!" This was a glamorous constellation. As far as one's eyes could see, colorful cosmic dust and world fragments were everywhere. Vigorous spiritual tides were surging like flooding rivers and collided with each other, raising ripples that looked like rainbows which spread out to the distance. At the edge of the constellation, a super-large star beacon more than 1,000 meters in diameter was floating silently. The star beacon was oval-shaped and looked like a monolithic olive. After almost 10,000 years of drifting, its surface had become riddled with hollows and bumps due to the meteors. Many sharp-edged meteorites had even stabbed into it. Even the red dragon swallowing the sun emblem was somewhat faded right now. 8 enormous nets were extended out of the star beacon. 4 of the nets had been sewn with metal pieces and membranes carved with countless runes, allowing the nets to absorb the precious spiritual energy from stars, cosmic storms, and spiritual tides. The holes of the other 4 nets were miniature. They were designed to capture the meteorites and dust passing by and transport them inside the star beacon, where the heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside the material would be purified for the purpose of self-maintenance. Just like that, the star beacon revolved slowly. On a level that was invisible to human eyes, it emitted mystic rays in thousands of different colors, broadcasting its location for all the worlds that could receive the signal. Right then, a rune array inside the star beacon was triggered by a strange power. As if a sleeping animal had been woken up, many runes on the star beacon were illuminated in the chain reaction. Countless metal antennas hundreds of meters long protruded out of the star beacon, making its size multiple times what it had been. Its oval body split in 2. Ripples spread out from its center to the far, far away, covering tens of thousands of square kilometers momentarily. As the star beacon revolved slowly, the constellation within the tens of thousands of square kilometers was bathed in mild gold brightness. Then the runes blinked. The gold brightness seemed to be boiling. A lot of tiny bubbles were popping up. One of the bubbles suddenly twisted and blurred, before it constricted into the shape of a starship. The bubble broke. A starship appeared abruptly in the space out of nowhere. After the prolonged interstellar teleportation, the shell of the starship was damaged again, making it look somewhat haggard. But the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem on the front of the starship was still shining brilliantly. The star beacon had finished its guidance. The gold mystic rays were absorbed back into its body. The guidance antennas retreated. The body, which had been split in 2, reassembled into 1 and fell silent again, waiting for the arrival of a new interstellar guest. "We've made it!" The cockpit of Sparkle was now a sea of cheers. The probe system of Sparkle had scanned the appearance of the star beacon clearly. Even the mottled red dragon swallowing the sun emblem was detailed in the picture. According to the ancient books, the larger a star beacon was, the higher its level would be and the more constellations and worlds it would be able to cover. The star beacon that Liao had established on Boneyard was of the lowest level, which could only radiate out to less than 10,000 light-years away. But this star beacon in front was more than 1,000 meters in diameter. It must have been a piece of high-level super-large magical equipment even in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. To complete such giant architecture required a huge amount of spiritual energy and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Since the Star Ocean Imperium had established such an advanced star beacon in this place, the very world here must have been of great significance. As a multipurpose exploration starship, Sparkle boasted a lot of different probe magical equipment. Liao's spiritual threads extended into the mainframe crystal processor and started sensing the basic conditions of the world. Ho! After wandering in an infertile wasteland for over a month, Liao felt like a mouse which had fallen into a tank of rice now that he'd arrived in a new world. This was indeed a prosperous world. Although Sparkle was quite a distance away from the star, the spiritual waves nearby were still very intense. Sparkle had hardly begun searching when it detected several clusters of cosmic dusts and cosmic storms with abundant spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy of this particular world was too abundant, to the extent that one might say it was chaotic. Yes, chaotic. Something must have happened to the world before. Sparkle failed to detect many stable planets but had found a lot of stone belts, garbage belts, and world fragments. It appeared that more than half the worlds here had been blown to pieces a long time ago. Half a day later, steering Sparkle, Liao flew toward some coordinates where metal reactions were extraordinarily intense. After flying for 5 days and 5 nights, he finally arrived at the coordinates, only to find that it was a boundless ancient battleground. This ancient battleground was thousands of times larger than the ancient battleground remnants in orbit around Boneyard. Liao couldn't see the edge of the battleground despite his remarkable sight. It was like an ocean of remnants, warship remnants that were riddled with holes, battered star fortresses, broken limbs of crystal suits and cultivators, and countless lackluster metals and bone scraps were all floating in the dark space, silently displaying the results of the bloody, violent war thousands of years ago. But this was just one of the ancient battlegrounds in this world. The probe magical equipment of Sparkle had detected another dozen locations closer to the center of the constellation which were sending out similar metal reactions. Judging from the distance and the intensity of reactions, those remnants were of similar scale to the one that he was in. It seems that our deduction was correct. This world used to be an important military base of the Star Ocean Imperium. But during the Armageddon Rebellion, an unprecedented battle broke out. Billions of cultivators and rebelling demonic cultivators were engaged in furious combat nearby. Maybe the few worlds nearby were involved too. The constellation we are in right now was entirely blown up and stirred into chaos. Liao mumbled. Then he was excited again. Rubbing his fists, he exclaimed, "But it couldn't be better for us. With so many ancient battleground relics, we can always find materials that are of use to us, even though most of the magical equipment and starships have been wrecked. Together with the abundant spiritual energy, it should be enough for us to further modify and strengthen Sparkle." Before Mo Xian and the others could respond, red lights were suddenly blinking inside the cockpit. Broadcasting rune arrays were sending out urgent warnings. Intense spiritual waves detected. Activities of intellectual creatures detected. Liao's eyes were immediately shining. The speed of his hands was brought up to a whole new level as he triggered the probe magical equipment. He found that the center of the relic was wreathed in a cluster of vague gray mist, which made it look like a round eggshell. Around the gray mist, there were a lot of traces that looked like capillaries, a clear sign that the solidarity of the gray mist was being disturbed by many objects which had been flying in and out. It's a world fragment, a fairly large one. Liao was greatly interested. A world fragment was originally part of an intact world. They only came into being because of the collapse of the mother world they were in. The natural laws that made them exist were completely different from those of the intact worlds. They could stay stable even though they were only dozens of kilometers in diameter, with air, sunlight, water, and everything necessary for the survival of human beings. Excellent! Liao licked his lips and swallowed. Although he had a much stronger body than ordinary people as a cultivator, he still couldn't wait to enjoy some fresh air after breathing the recycled air inside Sparkle for such a long time. However, one could never be too prudent. As a vulture born and raised in a magical equipment graveyard, Liao wouldn't overestimate the integrity of certain human beings. The chaotic environment of the world should be enough to prove that the surviving human beings here wouldn't be the most lenient persons in the universe. For a moment, a familiar feeling suddenly occurred to Liao. This world is crumbled and chaotic, messed up with large areas of ancient battleground relics and countless invaluable garbage. Isn't this a universe-level, magical equipment graveyard? Let's see what kind of treasure we can dig out in this place. Liao smiled confidently and said to Mo Xian, "Now that signs of living creatures have been detected, let's carry out the infiltration plan." Liao raised his right hand and pressed his index finger and middle finger to his forehead above his spiritual root. He muttered spells as his cosmos ring glittered. Shwa! A weird scene took place. His body was suddenly enveloped in a black and red glow. The flowing brightness span and tied him up. 1/3 of a second later, the brightness had been entirely consolidated. The mystic skeleton battle suit covered him. This was a secret art to retrieve a crystal suit from a cosmos ring in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. In the past, after Liao had retrieved his crystal suit, He would have to open it with his telepathic thoughts, turn around, and walk into it. The entire process would take more than 5 seconds. If he was engaged with a super expert, he would have been blown to pieces before he was able to put on his crystal suit. But if he were to wear his crystal suit all the time, not only would it consume a lot of spiritual energy, the likelihood of him being exposed would also greatly increase, not to mention that he wouldn't be able to fit in many tight spaces such as the cockpit of an armed shuttle. However, with the secret art of the Star Ocean Imperium, he would be able to put on his crystal suit within 1/10 second when he was more familiar with it. It was only one of the 20 or so secret arts recorded in Senior Gao Xing's journal. The mystic skeleton battlesuit at this moment had undergone tremendous changes compared with previously, too. Large quantities of silver bones, ancient magical equipment scraps, and flesh and blood harvested from skeleton dragon had been integrated into the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Together with Mo Xian and the 4 kings who had spent their entire lives studying the mystic skeleton battlesuit, a lot of strengthening and modification plans had been formulated after the sparking collisions of their wisdom. Right now, the surface of the mystic skeleton battlesuit had been strengthened by a lot of silver bones, which had significantly improved its defense ability. Liao had also torn off a lot of tusks from the giant skulls on skeleton dragon's arms. After mixing them with the scraps of ancient magical equipment, he'd refined them into headbutting horns and combat thorns and added them to the elbows, knees, helmet, and shoulders of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. As for skeleton dragon's flesh and blood, which were surprisingly tensile, they had been used to fill the gaps of joints and the interior of the crystal suit. The materials were the best buffer that could even dissipate the enemy's strike to every part of the body. With the 1000 tempering 100 refining technique which endowed Liao with impressive defensibility, Liao was confident that he could grit his teeth and hold back a core formation stage cultivator's full-strength strike should he suffer one. Crack! Crack! 5 sharp talons stuck out of the left arm, which had been refined out of silver bones and scraps of the ancient magical equipment. It had an air of the brutality and bloodthirst of the demon beasts, as well as a vintage and ancient aura. Their hardness, strength, flexibility, and spiritual energy conductivity were dozens of times higher than those of common superalloys. With a telepathic thought from Liao, the sharp talons started vibrating at a high frequency, triggering purple electric arcs and blue fire, whose brightness consolidated into almost a real thing. The damage of his attack would be 5 times stronger than before when he performed the purple electric blue fire claw art. He unsheathed the boiled blood wind slashing saber with his right hand. The crimson body of the saber seemed very similar to before, but there were rounds of ripples caused by runes on it right now. Liao waved his saber. After a schwa sound, the body of the saber split into dozens of sections like a spine. Each section was connected to the next one by skeleton dragon's transparent flesh that was as thin as a hair. Under the surging spiritual energy, the saber extended to almost 100 meters long, dancing and circling him like a bizarre boa that was baring its fangs. The attack range of the strengthened boiled blood wind slashing saber had been expanded to 100 square meters. Multiple attack modes were added, and the attack angles were much more unpredictable. As for Liao's favorite triple-headed 6-barrel Vulcan machine gun, its barrels had been significantly improved, too. More importantly, since many silver bones and scraps of ancient magical equipment had been too broken to be reorganized, Liao had refined them into special silver bullets and sealed skeleton dragons' intense demonic energy into them, before performing the blood baptism by mixing the blood from his fingertip, the tip of his tongue, and from his heart with his telepathic thought. Once the bullets were triggered, he would be able to control them fully at his will. They were like countless tiny flying swords that would go anywhere that he wanted. The mystic skeleton battlesuit, which had been comprehensively upgraded, was both gruesome and murderous, and in every way intimidating. If it were in the Heaven's origin sector, its specifications would be as good as those of nascent Soul Stage Cultivators' supercrystal suits, if not better. Other than that, Mo Xian had also conducted a lot of modifications on the crystal processor of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit and remotely docked it to the mainframe crystal processor of Sparkle. Within a certain range, Liao could control Sparkle with his telepathic thoughts even if he was not in it. Even though Liao was distances away from Sparkle, as long as they were on the same world without too much interference, they would be able to construct a communication channel and contact each other. A silver brightness was flowing slowly among the gaps of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, which was part of the mustard-level maintainers. Liao carried them with him for the simple maintenance work. Liao also stored a lot of silver bones, scraps of ancient magical equipment, and skeleton dragon's flesh inside his cosmos ring. He would be able to complete more complicated modifications when the actual situation demanded. Liao, at this moment, was truly armed to the teeth. Yet he was not satisfied yet. He touched his forehead with his 2 fingers again. A lot of additional components appeared on the mystic skeleton battlesuit. These were the plugins that they had refined based on the mechanism of the Ares extension, but they didn't provide any extra abilities at all. They were just a layer of camouflage. In a moment, the mystic skeleton battlesuit was covered in a layer of ragged, broken plate armor. Many parts of it were rusted as if they had been deeply corroded by something. Whoever saw the crystal suit would be given the impression that it would crumble in the very next second. Liao scanned his appearance with crystal cameras and nodded in satisfaction. Then he reached a cabin in the center of the starship. A long-prepared oval escape capsule was waiting patiently. Its shell was full of dints that were clearly the result of a shower of small meteorites, indicating that it had gone through a protracted, perilous journey. After I take off, you just hide in the depths of the ancient battleground and cover the surface of Sparkle with the ragged remnants nearby. Try to conceal Sparkle and yourselves. There are thousands of remnants of starships in this place. Hiding here is like placing a pebble in a riverbed. Nobody will notice anything abnormal at all. You can also explore the ancient relics and search for valuable remnants, but take care of yourselves. Safety first. If there's anything wrong on my side, I will reach out to you and you can reinforce me as soon as possible. Liao crawled into the escape capsule after issuing his instructions to Mo Xian and the rest of them. It was a plan they'd settled on after lengthy discussions. When they came across a new world of cultivators, Liao and Sparkle would part with each other and start their respective operations until the details of the new world had been figured out. Sparkle was too large in size after all. The starship was 200 meters long. It was but millet compared to the vast universe. However, it would be quite a conspicuous target within the atmosphere. Somebody would definitely notice it. If strong forces that boasted one or even more nascent soul stage cultivators resided in the planet, Sparkle would be like walking right into a trap. If Liao were alone, the target would be much smaller, and he would be able to do whatever he wanted freely. Once he was caught in any danger, Sparkle would be his trump card to reverse the situation. Rest assured, we'll definitely make Sparkle stronger than now while you're away. Professor Mo Xian grinned. Liao smiled. Triggering his telepathic thoughts, he activated his escape capsule, which slid out of Sparkle and dived into the world fragment enveloped in the gray fog. Chi, 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 chi. The 16 miniature power rune arrays around the escape capsule spurted thin air currents. Steering the vehicle delicately, Liao avoided the remnants by a close margin. However, he would crash into a remnant or two on purpose, leaving new hollows on the shell of the escape capsule to make it more like an authentic one. When he approached the gray fog, he even crashed into an extremely sharp remnant, which produced a giant hole on the escape capsule and caused all the air to leak outside. Therefore, he had a perfect reason to be wearing a crystal suit. The escape capsule dashed into the gray fog and landed toward the world fragment. Mu Ping grunted. He swallowed many times but finally failed to hold it in. A mouthful of black blood was vomited out. His helmet was immediately filled with an intense stink of blood. We are screwed. Even the mercenary exos that we hired have been killed miserably. What can the shrimps in town do? Mu Peng was desperate. He was in his 60s. The interconnected scars on his haggard face were scary, but they also made apparent his seniority on the battlefield. But right now, it was not the flames of determination that were burning in Mu Ping's eyes, but the deepest fear. In front of him, in a continuous plateau of metal, more than 10 exos were besieging a big fellow dozens of meters long, launching futile attacks non-stop. A few other exos were crying wretchedly amongst the heap of garbage in broken crystal suits. Several other exos were dead quiet. Blood was flowing out of their crystal suits. There was no telling whether they were alive or dead. The big fellow looked like a crab, only countless times larger and completely made of rocks. Many key body parts were emitting dull, metallic lights. Spiral stripes were growing on its shell. Traces of weird runes could still be found in the stripes. It was even carrying a double-headed crystal cannons on its back. The giant crab looked like a hybrid of a demon beast and a machine. It seemed to be a devil from the bloody hell appearing in the human world. Boom! 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 The crystal cannon on the back of the giant crab was apparently much more life-threatening than the long-range magical equipment of the Exos. Every time it opened fire, 3 to 5 people would be blown away. In a flurry, many other Exos were snatched by the fearsome pincers of the craw. After cracking sounds, some of their body parts would be cut off from their bodies. The town is doomed, Mu Ping thought painfully, but he opened his eyes wide and roared. Holding his chainsword, which had run out of spiritual energy, he charged forward again. Right then, a thunder rumbled in the sky. A cluster of brightness that was hundreds of times more dazzling than falling stars precisely hit the center of the battleground, resulting in a crater several meters deep and raising countless broken stones and metal scraps like blossom. The battlefield was immediately shrouded in smoke. The Exos and the demon beast were all taken aback. The bloody battlefield was immediately caught in an awkward silence. What is this? A broken escape capsule? Liao kicked open the door of the capsule, which was already deformed. His crystal camera immediately captured the demon crab, which was waving its enormous pincers. He frowned. To pretend that he had been drifting in the sea of stars and only fell into the world fragment by accident, Liao gave up the control of power rune arrays after he broke into the gray fog and simply allowed the escape capsule to fall freely, driven by gravity. He had not expected that he would end up in the center of a battleground. The crystal camera of the mystic skeleton battlesuit glanced over everyone on the spot. Liao studied the crystal suits that the Exos were wearing with the eyes of a professional. He discovered that, although the crystal suits were all different models, they were in an equally clumsy style. They were more than 2.5 meters, with 2 thick plate armor and 2 crudely connected joints. They did not look like crystal suits specialized for combat, but suits that had been meddled with to add engineering magical equipment. Are you kidding me? This world is so luxury as to equip the engineering workers with crystal suits. Also, why can I not feel the tiniest hint of spiritual energy from those Exos? They can cover up their spiritual energy so skillfully that they are alike to ordinary people? That can't be right. Quite a few of them are lying on the ground. This is the critical moment of a battle. It's time to burn one's soul and detonate one's spiritual seed. Who would conceal their capability at such time? The demon beast behind him gave him a big surprise, too. It was not because the demonic energy of the crab was too immense, but because of the double-headed crystal cannon on its back. The crystal cannon had been refined in a style that was different to any piece of magical equipment Liao had ever seen. The barrel was narrow and long, surrounded by countless sharp thorns, giving out an air of doubtless evilness. One look at it was enough to fill one's heart with fear. A hybrid of a demon beast and a piece of magical equipment? What is this? Liao had been thinking of concealing his capability before he figured out what was going on. But right now, it seemed impossible because the giant crab was greatly shocked by the suddenly appearance of the escape capsule. Apparently infuriated by the intruder, it charged at Liao and stabbed Liao with its pincers covered in sharp thorns, while layers of wave-like redness appeared on its iron shell.